What's up, Met fans? Welcome back to Talking Mets at Rob. Another live stream during Mets versus Phillies rivalry series. Mets versus Phillies right here on Talking Mets at Rob, guys. Welcome everybody to another live stream. Thank you for tuning in to Mets pregame live. About an hour or so until game time. Game starting at 6:45 tonight. A little bit different time than a regular 7 o'clock, which is a little bit nicer since some people actually have to go to work later tonight. Not me, thank God. But definitely some people do. So 6:45 is a nice little time that I like what the Phillies are doing with their time slot for their games. Obviously, the games is at Citizens Bank Park. Mets a second series on the road, 3-1 on the season, playing the 2-1 Phillies, who had a good series against the Oakland A's. So now both teams are right in the division, right in the lead right now. It's very early to talk about that, but it never hurts to actually talk about how good these teams actually are. And let's be honest, guys. I was talking about it with some people in the Mets group chat, a couple of friends of mine, even a few Philly fans that I know, that this series is going to really start to show fans of both teams exactly how good they are. We know about how good the Mets pitching was in the series against the Nationals. Yes, it was against the Nationals, but they had a 1.59 ERA, and the only few runs was 1 run from Carrasco and 3 runs from Scherzer. 4 runs in 4 games, for their starters is just a very good sign. Obviously, Taijuan Walker tonight is getting the first start of the year. And this is his first start from his last spring training start where he had that bulky knee. And obviously the Mets are facing off against the lefty Ranger Suarez, who I actually like in the Phillies rotation. And he is not a pitcher that you have to take lightly. And there's a lot of things that we have to talk about today during the pregame, and we will get to all of that. So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. We will be here for the next hour until the game, and then we'll lead right into the game as we always do on Talking Mets at Rob. As always, guys, we will have the game day up along with the Mets radio call with Howie and Wayne Rendazzo. So thank you all you guys from tuning in. Don't forget, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit on that subscribe button, guys, and say what's up in the chat. This is a free forum type of channel. I do not block people that like to speak about their team and voice their fandom on their team. No matter if you're a Phillies fan, does not matter. There's a reason why I put hashtags regarding the Phillies, because it is going to be a fun time. When the Mets and the Phillies are good, you're going to get a mix of Phillies fans and Mets fans. Obviously, it's probably going to be more Mets fans, but it's always fun to have Phillies fans as well, especially when both teams are good. I see Jonathan say went up in the chat right now. I'll get to all you guys in a second, but let me just go through a little bit of what we are going to go through today during the pregame. We're going to go over the Mets lineup, the Phillies lineup. We're going to talk a little bit more about each of the starting pitchers that are pitching tonight and exactly how good are both teams. Because let's be honest, guys, the Phillies and the Mets played basically the two worst teams in baseball in their opening series, but there was a lot of good signs for both teams. Regarding the Mets pitching staff, as I just said, especially the starting 1.59 ERA in the first 4 games of the season. The Phillies starting pitcher was actually pretty good as well. Again, I'm not an expert in the Phillies. I'm not going to lie about that, but their starting pitcher has been pretty decent in that Oakland series. Again, Oakland doesn't have, I can say that Oakland has a worse lineup than the Nationals lineup when the National lineup has Cruz, Soto, and Bell. But again, the Mets lost the game and the Phillies lost the game respectfully against the two worst teams in baseball, basically. So, but again, there was a lot of good signs. The Phillies are a bashing home run type of hitting team. There's no doubt about that. With Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, those guys are the big boppers in the lineup. But you can't forget the Mets killer in Gene Segura. That guy I can't stand, but is one of the better players against the Mets. He always seems to kill the Mets. JT Realmuto, we know what he does. And I was one of the guys that really, Met fans that really wanted JT Realmuto when he was a free agent. He went back to Philadelphia. I thought that was a great signing. You know, I like a lot of guys. Rhys Hoskins is another guy who is a basher as well. The Phillies are going to score runs. It's just a matter of how good can the pitching staff of the New York Mets can be to limit the amount of runs that the Phillies can get. You know, I think it's going to be a pretty decent scoring series, in my opinion. I think each game is going to go to 4 to 5 runs per game for each team. It's just a matter of who is going to come out on top in each of those games. I can easily see both of these teams winning the series. I can see them taking 2 out of 3. I can also see, I don't think anybody's getting swept in this series, to be honest. I don't think any team is going to get swept in this series. I think both teams are too good to get swept in this series, especially when both of the teams are going to have their ace of the staff pitching in this series. And you already know the matchups going forward. We'll talk about that in a little bit as well. But before we get talking about the lines, I'm going to say what up to everybody in the chat. So don't forget, guys, you will get a shout out as long as you say something in the chat. So say something right now. I'm going to go through everybody who's in the chat right now and say what up. And then I'll get to all your questions. Don't forget, guys, super chats are welcome on this channel. So if you want to donate to the channel, that would be awesome as well. If you don't, I don't hold nothing against you guys. So once again, guys, it's a free forum on this channel. As long as you don't disrespect anybody, start cursing at people, or being racist or sexist, as long as you talk about your team and your fandom and give your opinion, and obviously you're going to have a little bit of back talk, back and forth when it comes to Mets and Phillies fans, I appreciate that. I appreciate your fandom, no matter if you're a Mets fan or Phillies fan. And that's why I think this channel is growing, because of that. So once again, guys, I'm going to say what's up to everybody in the chat right now. Steven, Lane, D. Garcia, Sean, a member of Talking Mets and Rob, Jonathan, the Phillies fan that I told him to come back on, and he's there. So I appreciate that. Jay's Beers. Who else we got here? We got Jose. We got Joseph. We got Gabriel, Andrew, PJC, Nazita, and more of Jonathan. So once again, guys, I really appreciate all the support you've been giving. Even if you haven't been a Mets fan, you've been following my channel. I do appreciate that. This is a Mets channel, but all baseball fans are welcome, because it showed one thing during the MLB lockout, is that baseball fans in general came together during a lockout to voice their displeasure about the lockout on both sides, the player sides and the owner's sides as well. So that's the biggest thing that I appreciate from you guys, because no matter who found the channel, Met fans, Phillies fans, Nationals fans, Dodger fans, it was a mix of so many different fans across the league. They all decided to come to the channel, because I was the only one who live streamed for 6, 7, 8 hours during each day of the MLB lockout when they were meeting in New York, when they were meeting in Florida. So it was actually a really fun time, even though we were very disappointed the whole time during the lockout until it actually ended. Timothy, how you doing, buddy? And once again, guys, what I do on this channel during live streams, I put up the game day so you can follow the game on MLB Game Day. Also, I will do the Mets radio call, because obviously this is a Mets channel. So I'm going to lean towards the Mets radio call with Howie and Wayne during the game. And then in between innings, I come back on to voice my opinion regarding that last inning. So once again, guys, I really appreciate you guys coming on today for pregame, and hopefully you stick around during the Mets and Phillies. The last game I did against the Nationals on Sunday, yesterday, we had over 275 people constantly in this stream the whole time. So hopefully we get a big number today. Basically, it's because of the rivalry series between the Mets and the Phillies. So I'm going to look at your comments right now, guys, and then we will get into the lineups and a little bit more about the pitching, the pitchers that are going tonight for the Mets and the Phillies. So Steven was saying he has a 2015 Mets hoodie, Mets sweatshirt hoodie. If anybody is interested, just check him out and just send him a private message, and you can. Lane says, go Mets. And Lane also says, does Peterson start David Peterson next Saturday? I don't think so, because I think the Mets are going to be lined up. You know, maybe if one of the Mets starters have a terrible outing and they got to be coming out early, you could see Peterson coming in as a long man. You know, also, if there's a rain delay, if there's a delay in the game, you never know. But I expect Peterson to be in the next couple of games, even if he's got to pitch 1 or 2 innings during the next couple of games, because I think Buck Showalter wants to get him in. Excuse me. Jonathan says, let's go Phillies. Like I said, guys, Philly fans are welcome on this channel, especially when the Phillies are playing the Mets. It's going to be a lot of fun. You know, a couple of Philly fans popped up during the National Series and voiced their opinions about their team. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Jay's Beers, hashtag LFGM 100%. Nope, Jonathan, I'm not going to Philly, unfortunately, because of work. I should have went today, honestly. I could have made it, you know, I'm off tomorrow. I wasn't expecting to be off tomorrow, so I could have made a last-minute decision, but I already set up my live stream, so I was like, you know what? There was a lot of people that were interested in the live stream today, so I was going to go last minute, but then I was like, you know what? Let me just do the live stream today, and, you know, I'll be in Philly with the 7 line a couple of months from now. I think we play you guys in June again in Citizens Bank. So I'll probably be there then. But don't worry, buddy. South Philly, I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried about that. Last time I went last year in the opening series for the Mets, I got a hot dog thrown at me. I was mad that there wasn't mustard and ketchup on it. But at the end of the day, I appreciate, you know, again, I don't, you know, agree with throwing stuff at other fans. You know, I wasn't being disrespectful. I was just saying, let's go Mets, chanting let's go Mets with a few other Met fans in the section when the Mets took the lead in the first game of the series. And that's what it was. You know, again, I don't try to cause any issues. I just root for my team. People want to be jerks. They can be jerks. We know about the reputation Philly fans have. That's okay. Again, they can be passionate. And, you know, some of them are violent. You know, that's more of, you know, in Eagles-Giants games than Mets-Phillies games, even though it can get a little rowdy at Phillies-Mets as well. But, hey, what can you do? It is what it is. Every city has their type of fans. There you go, Jose. Ready to kick some ass tonight. Why not? Why not, right? You know what? Both fans are going to be confident in this series. You know, don't get me wrong. There's going to be fans from both sides that are a little worried about the series because we haven't really had tough competition yet. You know, it's only one series, but let's be honest, both teams face the worst teams in the leagues, basically. So, you know, the Nationals aren't going to be a very good team, and the A's sure as hell ain't going to be a very good team. So the first real test for both teams is this series. And it's important because, let's be honest, the Phillies already had their home opener. The Mets haven't. It would really suck if the Mets go back, you know, 3-3 or 4-3 or 3-4 for that matter, coming back home. It would be a little bit of somber home opener, but at the end of the day, it's a tough test for both teams. And you know what? It gives a little bit of a percentage of or exactly how good your team is facing the couple of teams in your division that are expected to make the playoffs and expected to possibly win the division. You know, obviously the other rivalry between the Mets and the Phillies are the Braves. You know, the Braves, I'm a little shocked because they don't look as good as I thought they would be at the moment. Again, one series, but they're playing a Reds team that's really not that good either. So the Phillies have shown me two things. Their lineup can bash, and their starting rotation is pretty good. It looked good in the Oakland series, but again, I like Zach. Obviously, I do like Zach Wheeler. I still don't trust Aaron Nola. He hasn't been the same since the first couple of years he came up. You know, he had a decent start against the A's. I still think Nola, you know, Zach Wheeler is basically the ace of the staff. Nola is not. He isn't a solid number 2. If he can go back to what he was a couple of years ago, then the rotation is really dangerous. Kyle Gibson had a really good game against the A's as well. Kyle Gibson can go either way. I do like Kyle Gibson. The Mets were trying to get him last year as well, but the Phillies did. It was a good pickup. Ranger Suarez tonight, I like the lefty. Is he a 5-inning pitcher? Probably, but I think he could be better than that. But the Phillies rotation could be a lot better if everybody pitches to the back of their baseball card. And the Phillies rotation could be, if the Phillies rotation is good with that lineup, they're going to be very hard to beat. Again, I don't trust the Phillies bullpen. Again, they got 2 former Mets and Familia in hand. I know they pitched somewhat well, but I don't trust those guys. And Phillies fans, trust me, you will see how fast you won't trust them 2 guys in your bullpen. Trust me on that. But once again, guys, tough series for both teams. It's going to be a lot of fun for the next 3 days on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But hey, once again, guys, to our Mets fans, let's go kick some ass tonight. Let's see what Taijuan Walker has against his tough lineup in the Phillies. And listen, Ranger Suarez, Taijuan Walker, it could be a big scoring game for both sides. So we will have to wait and see at 6:45, which is about an hour away. Jonathan says, try to Mako Pizza Pizzeria from Ocean, New Jersey. It's lit and fire. All right, you know what? I might try that when I go. You know what? If I'm not mistaken, I think I saw that on my GPS when I went last year to Philadelphia. I just, trying to just get to Philadelphia. I tried a couple of spots in Philadelphia, pizza, and I also tried, obviously, the cheesesteak because you can't go to Philadelphia without having some cheesesteak. All right, John, you have fun today, buddy. But I hope your team loses. Joseph, hello. How you doing, Gabriel? Or Gabrielle? I'm sorry if I said it wrong. What's up? How you doing? Hi, Rob. I think Nintendo might have gotten me a new Switch. All right, that's cool. Lane says, do I like McDonald's? Who doesn't like McDonald's? I mean, yeah, you're on the road. You gotta eat McDonald's sometimes. Go through that drive-through. PJC, nice hat. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, that's the 7-line hat. You know about that hat. This is, the Shea Stadium neon players on the Shea Stadium many years ago. It's one of my favorite hats. Nazita says, let's go Mets, 100%. Jonathan, absolutely, man. It should be good baseball, no doubt about that, man. Like I said, we expect these teams. Somebody's going to be in third place at the end of this, right? Either the Phillies, the Braves, or the Mets. I mean, it's just a matter of, like I said, Jonathan, I think you were on the stream the other day with the Nationals and the Mets. I said this. The way you win your division is to beat up on the bad teams in your division and the bad teams in your league. And you know what? The Mets and the Phillies did that in the first series. You have to beat the bad teams. You ain't going to win your division if you don't beat up on the bad teams. What is going to, like I said, every team is going to win 60. Every team is going to lose 60 for the most part. Very, very bad teams could possibly lose over 100 games. But most teams will win 60. Most teams will lose 60. It's those other 42 games. 42. See, my math's a little crazy. 42 games that will decide if you're a playoff team. And you know what? There's a possibility that 3 teams out of the NL East, if they play well enough and beat up on the bad teams, could possibly make the playoffs, especially with that extra team going into the playoffs. It's a big possibility. Again, I did put the Phillies in third place in my projections, just missing the playoffs. And I think I put them at 89 wins, just I put them at 90 wins, 2 wins away from the Mets. Again, that is not much of a difference that both teams can make up, or the Phillies can make up. The Phillies can easily win 92 games. I believe that, but I think their pitching staff has to show that they're legitimate because they haven't been in the last couple of years. The Phillies are going to score a lot of games by scoring a lot of runs. It's just that simple. The Mets need their pitching. It's just that simple. But again, what the Mets lineup have shown, we will look in the Mets lineup in a little bit, and the Phillies lineup. The Mets lineup has shown that they take a lot of pitches. They make the starter work. They like to get these starting pitchers out of the game. So that's the big key for the Phillies rotation when they face the Mets, is the Phillies need to get these batters out early for the New York Mets, because the Mets lineup takes a lot of pitches. They work the counts. They foul off a lot of balls, which we saw in the National Series. That's the big key for the Mets. If the Mets can make the Phillies rotation work and throw a lot of pitches and get them out in the 4th or 5th inning, now you're going into the Phillies bullpen that is decent, not great. And that's when you have your bullpen got to pitch 6 innings or 5 innings. That's when things happen. That's for most teams. When most teams get into the bullpen early, you have a pretty good chance of beating up on the bullpen. That goes for most teams. And that's what the Mets do well. The Mets don't hit a lot of home runs. We only have 2 home runs on the year, McNeil and Alonso. The Mets manufacture runs, sack flies, moving runners over, base hits, doubles. They work the counts. They manufacture runs. That's the Mets lineup as a whole. They're not a big home run hitting team. On the other hand, the Phillies are. The Phillies ain't a team that manufacture runs more often than not. They're a team that is looking for the 3-run home run. When you got Schwarber, when you got Harper, when you got Castellanos, you're looking for those guys to be the big bashes in the lineup and hitting those 2-3 home runs, in a game and beating up on their opponents. That's what they're good at. And that's what I expect the Phillies to do if they can hit the pitching staff of the New York Mets, because the Mets have shown that they're not afraid to go against the big power. Let's be honest, guys, the Nationals lineup with Josh Bell and Juan Soto and Nelson Cruz, obviously the Phillies big bashes are better than those guys, but they're almost just as good. And the Mets took care of business with those 3 guys. Can they do it against the Phillies? We will wait and see. We'll wait and see in about 45 minutes, or about 50 minutes from now until game time. But I like playing on the road because for a Mets fan, I like the Mets to play on the road. I know I'm a little chalky right now and a little hesitant with my stream right now. I'm sorry about that. Wi-Fi is going in and out at the moment, but it'll get better during the next couple of hours. So the thing with the Mets playing on the road, obviously I like to go to home games. Obviously, I like them playing at home, but I always like the Mets coming up first in the top of the first. I always feel like there's an advantage there for the road team, no matter who it is. And I do like the Mets can take advantage of that. Ranger Suarez, it's not the ace of the staff here. This is a guy he can be good for sure. But if you get to him early and you make him work, you could have the bullpen ready to go for the Phillies very early in this game. So that's the one thing we will have to wait and see. And then at 6:00, I will go through the lineups for both teams. Let me just get to the rest of the comments, guys, before we start about the lineups. Jonathan, thank you so much about the channel, buddy. PJC says, I'll be home in August for Mets and Yankees on the 23rd. I'm definitely going to that game for sure. That's definitely what I'm going to do. That's for sure. Let's see. What else? I may stay until the following week for Old Timers the game. Okay, that's awesome too. I'm definitely going to Old Timers the game. That's something that I wish the Mets would have done a long time ago. Grant, a member of Talking Mets Row. What's up, buddy? PJC, exactly. That's what you have to do as just fans in general. You want to win series, especially against one of your division rivals that are going to challenge you for a division or a playoff spot for that matter. Just give me a second, guys. I'm just trying to fix my screen for a second. There we go. That's what I like. Sometimes my streaming video is just so small. It's like, I can't even see the damn comments. I don't like that. But let me just change this box up a little bit because I need it a little bigger for everybody. There we go. That's what I like to see. All right. Sorry, guys. Let me just fix this really quick. All right. That's a little better. Let's fix it. All right. There we go. Nobody cares about my face. Everybody wants to see the comments and the score. That's about it. All right. So let me keep on going through the comments, guys. Nazito, who do you think is better, Pete Alonso or Francisco Lindor? Oh, well, Lindor has the All-Star games. I'm sorry, Lindor has, the more All-Star visits, but Pete Alonso hasn't been as in the league as long as Lindor. Lindor has been, one of the better players in the league over the last couple of years. Alonso's getting there. I can't really say who's better, but, statistically, Pete Alonso with his power, you could see him being a better player, but all around, Francisco Lindor defensively and offensively, you could put him as the all-around better player. But I don't like to think who is better at that point. Pete Alonso only played 4 years so far, so I'm not going to really go crazy on who's better. John LFGM, what's up? Ted, hey Rob, let's start a new winning streak tonight. Absolutely, I would like that winning streak right away. Especially if we get the first game. We got, we have a fifth starter on the mound, Walker. If we get the win tonight, now we got Tyler McGill and Scherzer back to back for game 2 and 3. That's a big, that's a good starting 2 right there going forward. But they also got Wheeler and Nola going as well. So we will see. But let's start that winning streak today. Sean, a member of Talking Mets Rob. How you doing, buddy? Let's see. DJ, what's up, buddy? Okay, here we go. Timothy says, with the Mets, Rob will make 2 or 3 from Phillies and end their opening day road trip on a high note. Let's hope for that, Timothy. Jonathan, thank you, buddy. Sean's making some sausage and peppers, man. Hoping for a great game. Sausage and peppers be good right now. I'm not going to lie about that. Yeah, honestly, PJC, you'll probably line up with my radio call because I stream the radio call, so it's a little bit behind the TV broadcast of SNY. So you might be linked up with with my radio stream. So let's hope that that happens for you guys. So I know you're a couple. What do you? It's like around 2 o'clock by you, 2:30, almost 3 o'clock by you guys. So let's just hope that the stream lines up with you for sure. Grant's firing up the smoker. That's that Texas life, buddy. That's that Texas life with the ribs. Gotta love him, Grant. I if I end up in Texas in general, I'll drive my ass down to Houston to check out your bar for sure. Absolutely, I can't wait to go to Houston. I'm telling you that right now. Oh, Jonathan, thank you, buddy. Like I said, I'm assuming you go to a lot of Phillies games. So, like I said, the next time we go and end up in Citizens Bank Park, I think the 7 Line Army's going there. So I'll definitely be there sometime this year. So I'll definitely let you know and hit you up. We'll meet up at the game. I'll buy you a beer. If you want to buy me a cheesecake, we're good. That's all good with us. So it'll be cool to meet you for sure. I always like meeting fans of other teams. I think when I went to last year, I went to Dodger Stadium. I met a few guys that the Dodgers have a fan group as well. I met the leader of that fan group. I forgot the name of it. Of the Dodger fan group, but I met that guy that day, and we bought each other a beer basically, and it was pretty cool. Like I said, I like to meet fans of other teams. It's always fun. Like we got the same passion. Just because I don't like your team doesn't mean I don't respect the fans. It is what it is. Obviously some fans are more crazier than others on any side of the spectrum, no matter what team you root for. Some fans are just more crazier than the other. Me, I'm respectful. I don't curse at people. I would be cheering for my team. If you don't like that, well, go to hell. That's the way I see it. And the same thing that goes for Phillies fans. When the Phillies score and they start chanting, go Phillies and all that stuff like that, what am I gonna say? Your team's doing good. What am I gonna say? I'm just gonna be like, oh, that f you. Nah, come on, that's crazy. I respect it. I respect that fact. But definitely, bro, I'll definitely meet up with you when we get to Philadelphia. And hey, buddy, if you can come down to Citi Field when the Phillies play, I'll definitely show you around town. Show you the bars you need to go to, and I'll buy you a beer and stuff like that too at Citi Field. Absolutely. Yeah, May 6th, 7th, and 8th, the Mets will be in Philadelphia. So that's perfect. Like I believe the May 7th is a Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. So I think the 7 Line's going down there that week. So I'm definitely gonna go to that for sure. Johnson Philly fans are the worst. You know what? Okay, they have that reputation. Yes. I've been to a Eagles game. It's much worse than Citizens Bank for sure. Lincoln, what the hell is it called? Where the Eagles play. I forgot what it's called. But I've been to an Eagles game. It's a lot tougher to go to an Eagles, and I'm a Cowboys fan. So going there as a Cowboys fan is not very fun. There was enough fights for the lifetime. But Philly fans are a little bit more subdued. They're crazy, but they're a little bit more subdued than the Eagles fans. They're about the same fans for the most part. Yeah, I saw the replays of that, and they hit bombs. Like I said, you guys are just a bashing team. That's for sure. So, hey, it is what it is at this point. Like I said, it's going to come down to Mets pitching and the Phillies lineup, I think. William says, let's go Mets. Thank you for tuning in, William. Yep, division games are used always. Yeah, Gibson was pretty damn good. He was excellent. Cool Spin, what's up, buddy? Long time no see, man. Oh, that pizza place in the ballpark. Okay, you know what? I actually think Citi Field has the Manco pizza as well. But it's always good to try it at different ballparks. You never know what's the difference. Yeah, Frank, absolutely, buddy. Carrasco was excellent, 100% excellent. So Mets pregame is on SNY if you're in the New York market. If you want to go watch that a little bit, I always have it on as well. We'll get to the lineup in a few minutes, guys. Yeah, Carrasco was awesome. I mean, I was not like I said in my stream yesterday. I expected for Carrasco, give me 5 innings, 3 or 4 runs. He gave us 5 and a third with 1 run. That was amazing. And unfortunately, we lost the game. But that was a bad defense and not great pitching by Trevor Williams. So it is what it is. But Carrasco looks good. Hopefully, he can continue that. Jonathan says the place is packed. That's great. That's one thing for sure. When especially the Mets and the Phillies, it's always obviously there's gonna be a lot of Met fans there. It's for me it's a 2 hour and 20-minute drive. For some it's that are in Jersey is a little bit closer. So it's always fun to have that rivalry, especially the place is packed for sure. For Mets and Phillies. John's Rose Park is a nice place. Okay, I'm gonna check. Like I said, you give me spots, I'll definitely try it out. Yeah, Lane, it is what, like I said, I don't think any player or pitcher should be in Major League Baseball, honestly. And if they can't throw a fastball and hit their spots and they're that wild, they shouldn't be in the Major League. It's too dangerous. And that goes for any pitcher. I don't care if you're a Met, you're a Philly, you're a Brave, you're a National, doesn't matter. You got to control your fastball. You can't be throwing, 97 at the face of hitters and expect teams to be okay with it. No, it's not happening. Coolspin says, hot take, Braves finish in third. I think Mets and Phillies fans would be very happy at that because that means the Mets or the Phillies would be in first and second place. Roberto, member of Talking Mets Rob, what's up? Roberto says, kick Philadelphia's ass. I love it. I love it. Ooh, you know what? Honestly, Jonathan, that's not an outrageous score. Honestly, I don't know if Walker's gonna pitch well tonight. I don't. Again, I think the only way Philly wins games is if they outscore the opponent by a lot, and that's just my opinion. Because again, I don't trust your rotation as much as some Philly fans do. Again, I'm not a big fan of Nola. Obviously, I'm a fan of Wheeler. Ranger Suarez, I think is a 5-inning pitcher who can be solid for you guys, but again, I think it's going to be a big scoring game, like you just said, 8-4. I think the Mets will win tonight. I think it will probably be like a 7-6 game. That's my prediction for tonight. Mets 7, Phillies 6, because the Mets scored a decent amount of runs in their first 4 games of the series, again, against the Nationals. But again, I think the Phillies are going to win games if they score a lot of runs. If they don't score a lot of runs, I think they're going to have a hard time winning games just based on their bullpen. And I don't think their starting rotation is as dominant as they need to be to win a lot of games. But yeah, that's not an outrageous score. I can easily see that happen. I can easily see the Mets shutting them down and winning 5-4. But I'm thinking the Mets 7-6 tonight. Thank you, William, about the hat. Yeah, Arthur, exactly. It's a bandbox in Citizens Bank. They just easily, the pop flies go out of there. They got a crazy Jets team there. Right field, the stadium's not that big. I honestly think any pitcher, no matter if you're great or bad, are probably going to give up a couple of long balls, and it's just the way Citizens Bank is built. Thank you, Jonathan. I really appreciate it. Jonathan, listen, man. You know what? I don't think you're the type of person to stop punching people in the face unless they threaten you. That's the way I see it. But again, I don't know you, but you don't seem like the type of person to start issues. But you root for your team. That's okay. John, what's up, buddy? Molly, how you doing? Got another Philly fans in here. Awesome. Yep. Wheeler Tuesday, Nola Wednesday, and it's Tyler McGill against Wheeler, and and Max Scherzer and Nola on Wednesday. So it's going to be awesome, actually. Yes, I'm going to put up the lineups right now. Just give me a second. I'm going to have the Mets lineup scrolling just now, and then I'm going to show both lineups. Ken, thank you for reminding me. I got into everybody talking. Dominic, what's up, man? We'll see. You know what? Everybody thought Carrasco was going to give up a lot of runs. Matt, how you doing? Yeah, I'll do a quick opinion on the Marlins. Like I said, they got a good pitching staff. They're still very young. Their lineup, I still worry about your lineup. Your bullpen's okay. Like I said, you got really good pitching. It's just that your lineup, I don't know, is going to be enough to win a lot of games here. I picked you guys fourth in the division, but again, the Marlins find a way to beat up on the NL East top teams. They always do. Every team in the NL East has problem with the Marlins for some reason. But I think the lineup is the problem with the Marlins. Their pitching stuff is really good. And that's what you got to worry about when you face the Marlins. So, Matt, thank you for tuning in. Philly born, what's up? Yeah, Lincoln Financial. Exactly. I knew it was Lincoln something. Again, I'm not an expert in Philly sports, as you might understand. JD, what's up? Let me just say what up to everybody real quick. JD, what up? BNV. Nazita. Let's see who else is here. One more. Let me just make sure I got everybody. Mothman, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Again, I think McNeil with the lefty, I don't think they wanted them in the lineup tonight. Again, Guillorme is a guy who works the pitchers. You know, he works the count. So I'm not too concerned. McNeil can always get a pitch in his spot late in the game. No problem, Matt. Anytime. So we're going to get to the lineup right now, guys. I'm going to put it right now for you guys. Just give me a second. Let me just remove the banner that is there. So obviously, guys, you know that the pitching matchup for tonight is Taijuan Walker against Ranger Suarez. Two pitchers that I can easily see get rocked tonight, but I also can see them pitching well as well. You know, it's just a matter of who's going to get the best of their lineups tonight. So that is your pitching matchup for tonight. For the lineups for tonight, starting with our New York Mets, Brandon Nimmo in center field, batting first. Starlin Marte in right field, batting second. Francisco Lindor, shortstop, batting third. Pete Alonso in the cleanup spot, playing first base. Eduardo Escobar playing third base, batting fifth. J.D. Davis getting another start at DH, batting sixth. Mark Canha, one of the best Mets in this lineup so far this year, playing left field, batting seventh. Luis Guillorme getting a start at second base, batting eighth. And catcher James McCann, batting ninth. That is your Mets lineup for tonight against Ranger Suarez. And for the Philadelphia Phillies, the power lineup of the Phillies going against Taijuan Walker, Kyle Schwarber playing left field, batting first. JT Realmuto catching, batting second. Bryce Harper MVP right field, batting third. Nick Castellanos DHing, batting fourth. Rhys Hoskins playing first base, batting fifth. Didi Gregorius shortstop, batting sixth. Gene Segura, the Met killer, playing second base in the seventh spot. Alec Bohm at third base, batting eighth. And batting ninth, Matt Verlin center field. So that's your Phillies match lineup against Taijuan Walker. So those are the two lineups for tonight. I'll keep it up for a little bit, guys, so you can actually see the lineup for a few minutes. We got about a half hour or so until game time. So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button so we can get more people, more Mets fans, more Philly fans in the stream tonight for Mets versus Phillies. It's going to be a very hard, tough series for both teams. This is a test for both teams, a nice little test for both teams early in the season. Is always good to see exactly where your team is in the early part of the season. And these games are important. As much as people say, oh, it's only April, these games don't matter. Well, guess what? In September, when you're 2 games out and you got 10 games to go, those games in April could have mattered in September. So that's the way we look at it, or at least I look at it when it comes to winning your games in April. They're very important. And you know what? The Mets had a hard time starting early on. You know, last year they actually were in first place for about 100 days, and they fell apart in the second half based on injuries and just bad performances. So that is your two lineups for tonight. I'll keep it up for the next couple of minutes. Joey, how you doing? And we will, as soon as the game starts, guys, once again, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe and say what up to the chat. I will shout you out. One thing I do on this channel, I will shout out everybody who's in the chat. Obviously, if you don't say something in the chat, I don't know you here. So once again, guys, don't be shy to say something in the chat. If Phillies fan, Met fan, it does not matter. So once again, guys, how this works in the live streams on this channel, guys, I put up the game day from MLB.com on the screen, just like the picture you see here. I'm in the small box. The big screen, the bigger screen shows the MLB game day. And I will also be playing the Mets radio call with Wayne and Howie during the game. And in between innings, I'll pop back on and say what's up and what happened and talk and discuss about the inning that just happens. So that's what happens on this channel, guys. So I really appreciate everybody tuning in for the pregame, and hopefully you stick around for the game Mets versus Phillies. Let me just get to everybody, say what's up again. John, I think they're going to pinch it for Jeff McNeil. I think so too. Depending on what's going on. If the Mets are leading, I don't know if they're going to pinch it. They might want that defensive, better defense on the field for late in game. But if the Mets are trailing and they need that bat in the lineup, of course he'll probably pinch hit. Angel, a member of Talking Mets with Rob. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Yeah, Mothman, we talked about it in the offseason. We wanted the Mets to get another big bopper. We needed it. Again, this Mets lineup can score a lot of runs by manufacturing runs, but they really don't have a lot of power hitting guys in the lineup. We've seen that in the first 4 games of the series and against the Nets. 2 home runs in 4 games. But the Mets scored a lot of runs. So in the 4 games. So, in total, I think they had about 19 runs in 4 games. That's pretty damn good. Steven, the 7 line works basically this way. Basically, you don't have to, join or like click on a button to join or anything like that. All you got to do is go on the 7line.com website. Check out, they do outings, home and on the road. You can buy tickets to that outing and you sit with the group. That's basically it. They tailgate in the Marina lot at Citi Field, across from the Grand Central. On the road, they always find a spot before the game, like a bar or a bar and restaurant close to the ballpark on the road, and they march from that bar and grill to the stadium each and every day, and then they sit together. It's really cool, and they have a lot of merchandise. As you can see, I'm wearing one of the hoodies that they got. It says Mets fans have more fun. That's the hoodie, and then they sell hats like this. They sell Mets home run apple hats like that. A lot of stuff. I got so much 7-line stuff. It'll take me 5 hours to show all you guys. Mothman, honestly, let's see. I see BMV said something. What did you say, buddy? Let me see. Sorry about that. I know I saw. Let's see. Mothman, true. The Mets do have better pitching, but again, this lineup, you see it in the playoffs that pitching usually shuts down good hitting, but during the season, usually the good hitting takes over the good pitching. But we'll see. That's why it's a good test for both teams. If the Mets shut the Phillies lineup down, well, guess what? The Mets shown they beat the test. If the Phillies lineup beats up on the Mets pitching, well, the Phillies won that test for the first series of the year against the Mets and the Phillies. So we'll see. There's not both teams didn't get tested for the Nationals and the A's. They're both one of the worst teams in the league. So it's very hard to test your team or value your team of how good they are based on beating up on bad teams. And the Nationals and the A's are bad teams. So that's why I always like to face really good teams or projected to be really good teams early on. So you can see how your team faces off against that team, against a good team. So we'll see. Yeah, Angel, I was a little upset, for Sunday's game with the Mets, honestly. Michael, how you doing, buddy? I saw your comment. I was a little bit upset because I think Cano should have been pinch hit in that spot. I don't think it was smart to leave a left-hander in Cano who's shown he can't catch up to high fastballs or 95 plus anymore. He has not done that. The base hits he has gotten has been on breaking balls or fastballs that were like 91, 90, 91, 92. He hasn't been catching up to the 95, 96 plus fastballs, and that's why not only was Cano a left-handed batter against Doolittle, I think either Starlin Marte or JD Davis should have been the pinch hitter in that spot, and I think it would have been better off for the Mets. Again, Lindor and Cano had opportunities with first and second with 1 out. They had opportunities, but they didn't come through. So again, these are the guys that we're, especially Lindor, we're counting on in this lineup to come through. They did not. That's the big reason why the Mets lost that game. Not because of the pitching, because of the amount of runners we left on base on Sunday was a problem. We should have scored a lot of runs in that game and should have easily won that game, but we didn't. Nazita, it's kind of hard to choose. They're actually all really good, so I'm not really gonna pick honestly. Muckman says I'll take base hits and small ball to win games any day. True, but it's always nice to know that you have, in the Mets lineup, if you don't see Pete Alonso in this lineup with runners on, there's a pretty good chance that the team's not going to hit a home. That spot in the lineup's not going to hit a home run. So, oh, Mothman. Honestly, you're probably right. Honestly, the seven line had a opening Major League Baseball opening day. Well, April 1st actually, but celebrating the baseball season kickoff on a cruise throughout New York City, throughout the Hudson River on April 1st, and there were so many people that were like, "I saw you at a game." I'm like, now I know who you are. I'm like, oh, cool. I'm one of those people that don't flaunt, or I'm not gonna walk up to people and say, hey, I do a YouTube channel. I'm not that type of person. If you see me, if you know who I am from the channel, cool. I'm like, yeah, that's me, But I'm not one of those people that. But you probably seen me before, honestly. Um, if we're at a game and you see me and you kind of know me now, walk up to me and say what's up. I'm not gonna blow you off and throw the beer in your face. I won't do that. So, but yeah, I probably see many people that's on this stream, and I didn't know who you were and you didn't know who I was at the time. So, but yeah. Philly born. I like this actually. I like this question. Better manager, Girardi or Buck? Well, that's tough because I really like Joe Girardi. I wanted him to be the Mets manager a few years ago when the Phillies got him. So, Girardi has that World Series championship. That's a big deal. But Girardi with the Phillies has not been good. But Buck, when he was with the Yankees, he never got over that hump, even though I think he got a raw deal. They fire him just in time for the Yankees to go on that dynasty run. And then Buck with the Orioles had a lot of playoff years with them, but also struggled later in his tenure with the Orioles. So it's hard, but I am going to say Buck Showalter just a tad because I think Buck Showalter is a better all-around manager. I think Girardi's had a hard time in the last couple of years with his bullpen. I think he's not very good on when to take out his starters. But again, I'm not watching. I haven't watched Buck Showalter manage every day when he was with the Orioles. I'm not going to lie about that. I'm just seeing him over 4 games, and I've liked what I've seen from Buck Showalter, except on Sunday when I think some decisions were made, bringing in Trevor Williams, not pitching it for Cano, that I had a problem with. But again, every manager makes mistakes, and I don't agree with every manager making a move. That's going to happen for both sides. But I'm going to pick Buck a little bit, even though Girardi has the World Series. But Girardi had a hell of a lineup and hell of a roster with the Yankees. So I'm going to pick Buck a little bit, but I love Joe Girardi. Excuse me, guys. I really like Joe Girardi. I think I wanted the Mets to get him before they decided to go Callaway, which was a joke. So again, it's not that I'm bashing Joe Girardi because I really like Joe Girardi. He's a good manager. You give him the team, he's going to manage very well. That's why this also comes down to who is going to outmanage each other. And you know what? With the experience of Buck, really doesn't mean nothing. It's who's going to outperform, outmanage the other manager. That's the other key as well. Who's going to make the right move? Jose says we definitely need a left-handed pitcher in the rotation. I agree, but at the moment, I'd rather have 2 lefties in the bullpen than worry about a lefty in the rotation. Honestly, Jose, I'd like to have 1 lefty. I think it balances it out a little bit, but again, if you have good pitchers in your rotation, they can get out anybody. It's just a matter of what I worry about in this. That's why I'm happy that the Mets have 2 lefties in their bullpen, specifically for a team like the Philadelphia Phillies who have Schwarber and Harper. That's a big deal. When you need Joely Rodriguez and Chasen Shreve, they're not the greatest pitchers in the world, but you see how they can easily take care of left-handed hitters. But the test is going to be, because there will be a moment in the series and throughout the season when you're going to have Rodriguez or Shreve facing off against Schwarber and Harper. And what I like about the Phillies lineup, they split up the lefties in Schwarber and in Harper, which it makes it a little bit tougher for Buck to make that decision. If it's the top of the lineup, are you going to bring in a lefty, even though there's a right-hander in between Schwarber and Harper? So that's the tough decision, and that's going to determine who's going to overmanage here and who's going to be the better manager making the right decisions. Houston, Texas, Dave, how you doing? Yep, the Mets do look good. The first few games the Phillies have as well. But once again, they both have not got tested yet by good teams, and we're going to see that over the next 3 games for sure. Yeah, I'm glad Cano's not playing tonight either. I honestly, I still don't think Cano can catch up to a 95 miles an hour fastball anymore or higher. So that's a big problem in this day and age in baseball because everybody throws hard. So we'll see. Jose says 2 out of 3 is awesome. I agree with that. All right, guys. So we got about 25 minutes or so until game time. Don't forget, guys, keep on hitting that like button if you haven't yet. The more likes we get, the more the stream turns up at the top of the list on people's YouTube app. It will go right into the front, and that's what we want, right? I want about 200 plus people like we had on Sunday, and that was against Nationals and Mets. So if Mets and Phillies should be a hell of a lot more. So let's hope we get that. It will be a lot more fun that way. So let me just take off the lineup right now. For the Mets lineup, I'm going to have it right there on the bottom. It's scrolling on your screen right now at the bottom. So if you're looking for the Mets lineup, there's a Mets channel. So I'm going to post the Mets lineup, but I just showed the Phillies lineup for about the last half hour or so. Let's see. Connor's looking like a better and better sign in every at bat. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing he's a 230 career hitter because he doesn't look like that. I mean, his OPS is way over 1,000 already over the first 4 games. He's been the best player in this lineup so far, and I love it. It's nice to see. Yeah, Michael, absolutely. Like I said, there's Philly fans that are worried too because, like I said, there's no guarantee that the Phillies are going to be as good as they are, just like the Mets. We're not sure if they're going to be as good as they are. And that's why this is a good test for both teams. I'm worried about tonight because of the Phillies lineup. But I can still see the Mets scoring some runs as well. They're not going to hit a lot of home runs, but this is the key to the Mets for the Mets in this series. The Mets pitching has to avoid the 3-run home runs in this series. Giving up a solo home run to Kyle Schwarber, or Harper, or even Castellanos for that matter, it's not the end of the world. Obviously it's late in the game. It sucks if it takes the lead. But giving up solo home runs, as we saw the Mets do on Sunday when Carrasco gave up the solo home run to Cruz, it's not the end of the world. But you want to avoid giving up those 3-run home runs because that can easily start the rolling point for have things rolling for the offense. You don't want that. Yeah, PJC for sure. Exactly, Jonathan. And that's the big key for the Mets. And for any team, but for the Phillies as well. But specifically for the Mets, I'm not expecting the Mets. I'm not waiting for the Mets to hit a 3-run homer. But when the Mets have men on base, I expect them to drive them in because they're a manufacturing type of team. They're a manufacturing runs type of team, and specifically a lineup. The Phillies, for that matter, can easily leave ducks on a pond as well, as Jonathan said. They're a team that also strikes out some too. So, they're a team that, they're not a big team that will manufacture runs for the Phillies. They're a team that bashes people. It's just that simple. And you're right. No team can leave ducks on a pond. That kills teams all the time. Let's see. Yeah, like I said, what? You see that a lot of times as well, but it really does depend, like on the teams you face, how good your pitching is. Let's be honest, guys. There hasn't been a team in a while that has been a home run hitting team mostly and been winning World Series. If I can go back, I think the last team that was like a lineup like the Phillies was the Yankees in '09, who bashed home runs, who finally got over the hump, who was bashing home runs. It's very hard for a team to go into the playoffs and has a powerful lineup when you're facing teams that have really good pitching. It usually hurts that team. But again, you just never know. If the team gets hot at the right time, anything can happen. William, how you doing? BMV says he likes Joe, but I think Buck is a better manager. Yeah, I believe that as well. I like Buck a lot. I'm sorry, I like Girardi a lot, for sure. Travis, I agree. I really wanted that W as well. I think Buck Showalter kind of played it safe. Like, okay, if we win that game, great. If we lose that game, okay. I think he played it. Honestly, I think he played it like way too safe. Like, oh, let's get Trevor Williams some work. Like it's a 6-run lead. That's what I think. Mothman, I don't know if I'm famous. I wouldn't say that. Oh no, I will never throw a beer at somebody unless somebody throws the first punch. Yeah, Buck probably would have won in '94 if it wasn't for the strike. That's true. That is true. I think the Yankees are further back. I think they're like 16th or 17th, maybe. They might be further back, but I know the Mets are. They got 2 picks in the top 15. Let's see. William, yeah, I think the Phillies might move on from Girardi if the Phillies don't make the playoffs this year. I wouldn't go so far as making the World Series, only because I hate when teams say, "Oh, it's World Series or bust." We know this as any other fan other than a Yankee fan. That's all they say. "Oh, it's a World Series or bust." It's unrealistic for any team to say that. Look, Phillies and Mets have not made the World Series in a couple of years now. Our fans would be happy making the playoffs, obviously. But, if the Mets and the Phillies make the playoffs, how can you fire your manager? It's kind of difficult. I mean, obviously Girardi's been there a couple more years. I could see Girardi getting fired if the Phillies don't make the playoffs with this team. They should make the playoffs with this team. But again, it's going to rely on their pitching 100%. It's not the lineup that's going to be the problem. If they don't pitch well, they're going to have a problem. No, Koosman, I agree. Trevor Williams didn't pitch bad, and it was the defense that messed. Well, specifically Alonso that messed up. But again, I don't see Trevor Williams being in big spot in games going forward. Just because you want to give Trevor Williams work doesn't make sense. You know what? You could have put Trevor Williams in the other night when the Mets had a bigger lead. Didn't make sense to me, especially when he had Foley, he had Lugo, he had May. It didn't make sense to me. I'd rather be 5-4-0 right now than 3-1. I mean, any fan would want to be 4-0. The reason why I thought that game was big last night or yesterday afternoon was because we're facing the Phillies, who, let's be honest, guys, the Mets can easily lose 2 out of 3 in this series. And obviously the Phillies can also lose 2 out of 3 in this series. I'd rather go into a series like this 4-0. So if you do lose 2 out of 3, you're still 5-2 on the year. It's better than going in 4-3 or 5-3 or 4-3. You know what I'm saying? So again, I was a little annoyed yesterday because of those moves, but it's not the end of the world. I'm trying to get to everybody's comments, guys. There's a lot of comments going on right now. Mothman, yeah, the lineup is absolutely ridiculous. So we got about 15 minutes until game time, guys. Jonathan, that's exactly what I love. That's why I enjoy you coming on this stream. Baseball. That's what we love, man. It's freaking awesome. Like I said, that's why I appreciated the lockout streams. And again, the reason why I did that lockout stream because nobody else was doing live streams during a lockout. And I got so many fans from other teams. It was great because we all came together as baseball fans, no matter what cap you had on. We all came together as baseball fans and voiced our frustration on my stream during a lockout. It was great. I mean, I got over 1,000 subscribers just during the lockout alone when I was doing those streams. And guess what? Those 1,000 subscribers, I guarantee you about 300, maybe more, were fans of other teams. And I appreciate that. because they didn't have to subscribe to a Mets channel. But guess what? When the Mets face those teams, I guarantee you they'll hop back on because I let other fans of other teams voice their opinions on my channel. Mothman, thank you. I appreciate that 100%, man. You guys have choices, and I appreciate you guys hopping on with me. Kyle, first pitch is at 6:45. Joe, what's up, buddy? Steven, why didn't Buck with the big in the lineup yesterday? Again, there's always a game every now and then when you're going to put a lot of your backups in to give guys a day off. Again, the Mets had opportunities to score runs. They just didn't. They had their big guys up in the lineup a lot of times with runners in scoring position, and they just didn't get it done. That's all it was. Michael, I just think, honestly, they wanted to give McNeil a day off. But again, Guillaume, he's not a great hitter, but he's a guy who works the count. And I think that's what the Mets have done lately. They've been trying to get starters out early, and they've been doing that with the Nationals. That's what I think they're going to try to do here with the Phillies. So Guillermo, he's not a great hitter, but guess what? He's a guy who works the count, has a hard at bat, and he's consistent with that. And he's a really good defender. So I think that's why he's in the lineup tonight, especially with Taijuan Walker, who's a guy who's a ground ball guy. So you're going to need your best defense out there tonight. Yeah, I think Marte, he got a day off yesterday. Marte is such a key in this lineup, especially at the top. We'll see, Todd. You know what? Like I said, it really if you keep the Phillies lineup in the ballpark, you have a really good shot of winning the games, because they're not a team that can manufacture a lot of runs. They're a team that are going to beat you with the home run ball. You keep them in the ballpark, you have a good shot of winning the game. If you don't, you're going to have problems. So, guys, we're about 13 minutes away in the first pitch. So I'm trying to get to everybody's comment before the game starts, so I don't miss anybody. But I think I got to most people who are in the chat right now. Angel says, Rob, analytics believes in walks and home runs and strikeouts being damned. Yeah, well, I don't agree with that crap. Honestly, you guys know how, again, there's a part in the game for analytics. I think analytics belong in the game, but where the extent of where they go with the analytics, I think is way too much. Look how much analytics hurt the Mets last year with the lineup. They were so involved with looking at paperwork that tells you what you should be doing as a hitter. It's just stupid to me. Go out there, see the ball, hit the ball. It's simple. Not saying it's easy to hit the ball, but I'm saying go up at the plate the way you know how to be a hitter. That's what everybody should do. Stop looking at all the information. It doesn't help all the time. Analytics is probably better off defensively than it is offensively, in my opinion. Walks, strikeouts, great. I don't want hitters who hit 205 but hit 40 home runs. That don't do nothing for me. That really does not do nothing for me. Yeah, chicks dig the long ball, but screw that. All right, give me a guy who bats 290 any day of the week, who hits 15 home runs. I'll take that any day of the week, because I expect that guy with runners in scoring position to put the bat on the ball. I don't expect the guy who hits 40 home runs who bats 203. I don't like that at all. Yeah, Ken, I remember that too. And it went on with Mickey Callaway as well. Sunday was basically, let's have Eric Campbell, let's have Lucas, Eric Campbell. Oh, let's put Luis Guillaume in this game. I mean, guys, Blankenhorn and all those guys in the last couple of years, it was a joke. But you know what? I get you got to give guys day off. But what I like what Buck's doing is that when he plays a back one or two guys who are on bench guys, he puts the majority of his big time lineup as well. Like you see, Guillaume's playing tonight over McNeil, but he has his big guys in the lineup. I like that. When Nino was in, you saw the lineup being with the big guys. Yesterday was a little different. He was just giving the guys days off on the last series of the series, going into a big series against the Phillies. So I appreciate that. All right, I'm just trying to get it to everybody. Kevin, see, once again, guys, thank you so much for subbing. Like I said, everybody is in here that are not Met fans. I appreciate you guys because I appreciate the baseball passion that you guys bring. And, we have a couple other Dodgers fans that pop up. I think Robert Sandoro, I think his name is, who's a Dodgers. I have about 10 Dodgers fans that sub to my channel because I appreciate you guys coming on. Again, when we play the Dodgers, I expect you guys to hop on and talk Mets Dodgers. Why the hell not, right? I don't like 100% just Met fans because we're going to be biased. That's just obvious. Another perspective from a fan base who watches their team 24/7 like Met fans do. I appreciate your feedback because I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and tell you everything about the Mets line, the Phillies lineup, the Phillies rotation, and Phillies bullpen because I don't watch them every second of every day. I'm going to have my opinion about it, but that doesn't mean I'm right. But, Kevin, when the Dodgers play the Mets, I'm going to want your opinion about your team because you watch them every day. I'm going to give my opinion about them, but that doesn't mean I'm right. That's why I love other fans of other teams. Kyle, you're welcome, buddy. Yeah, Walker and Rain. So what I'm going to do right now, guys, I'm going to show you again the game day right here. It's already going to start up, but it's Suarez against Walker tonight for the Mets. So once again, guys, the game's going to start in about 10 minutes or so. So I'm going to keep that up right now. Let me get this damn banner out of the way. Sorry, guys. I don't want to get that banner out of there. I want you guys to enjoy what's going on right here. All right, so once again, guys, on the scroll, welcome to Mets versus Phillies watch party. Game 5 for the New York Mets and Game 4 for the Phillies. An interesting test for both teams. Tough matchup for both teams. We're gonna see who's gonna be talking the most trash at the end of the series. Again, it's only 3 games. It's early on in the season, but it's a good test for both teams. Big time lineup for the Phillies, and the Mets pitching has been really, really good for the first 4 games. So we're going to see who's going to take advantage of their best asset right now. The Phillies with the lineup or the Mets with their rotation. So once again, guys, Mets pregame line is just going to end in a few minutes, and we're going to go right into the Mets versus Phillies. So don't forget, guys, hit on that like button. Keep on joining in right now, guys. We got 64 people in the stream right now. I'm expecting during the game to go well over 200, just like we did yesterday with Mets Nationals. So once again, guys, I really appreciate you guys hanging in through the pregame and into the game tonight. Good luck to both teams. Hopefully the Mets win. Sorry, Philly fans, but hopefully the Mets win. And we all want good baseball. All of us probably want a back and forth game. That would be a lot of fun. Blowouts are fun for one side. Obviously both teams will love a blowout. Both fan base would love a blowout one side, but having a back and forth game keeps it interesting. So let me just check out the comments one more time before we go into the game tonight. How do you like? Robert says, how do you like the performance from Carrasco? Great, 5 in the third, 12 strikeouts. He retired 15 straight batters before we got taken out of the game in the 5th inning, and he only gave up 1 run. It was excellent, much more than I expected. I expected him to go 5 and give up 3 or 4 runs. He gave up 1, so that was excellent. William, 13 years, $400 million for Juan Soto. I'd be happy with that. Well, let's hope. Yeah, what was it? Quackenbush or whatever the hell his name was, the hitting coach for the Mets last year. That was just Michael, prediction for Walker tonight. I don't think Walker's going to pitch that good tonight, but I think he's going to give us 5 innings. I'm going to go. He's going to give up 4 runs in 5 innings. That's what I'm going on. Again, I could use my Mets bias right here and say, 5 innings, 1 run. But I'm not stupid. Honestly, I see what he is as a pitcher. I see this Phillies lineup. I'm not, gonna say that. Look, he's gonna pitch great, and the Phillies ain't gonna score nothing. 5 innings, 4 runs. That's where I'm gonna go. For Taijuan Walker. I think it's going to come down to the Mets bullpen shutting down this lineup, which I do like the Mets bullpen if they put in the right guys. Yeah, B Watts, exactly. I like it situationally, especially defensively. I'm not a big fan of the shift, but I see why analytics works with defensively. Offensively, with analytics makes no sense to me. You got to have your launch angle swing. Why? Why? 9 out of 10 times you're probably going to strike out or hit a pop up. You're not going to hit a home run. At least if you have a somewhat level swing, putting bat on the ball, you have a pretty good chance of the defense making a mistake if you put the ball in play, which you've seen the Mets do against the Nats. You put the ball in play, the Nationals started messing up a little bit, right? That's the difference. Oh, yeah. You talk to a 100% analytical person, Joey Gallo is the best player in baseball. But he's batting what? He's like 1 for 10, and his career average is what? 201? Look, I will take a 290 hitter over a 203 hitter any day of the week. I don't care if the 203 hitter is 40 home runs. He does nothing for me. He does not get me excited at all. Yeah, Michael, exactly. He didn't admit it. He like I said, I'm not going to fault the manager for making the decision if he thought it was a good decision. But honestly, I don't think Buck thought it was a good decision putting in Trevor Williams. I didn't think so. I think he just wanted Trevor Williams to get work and just threw the win up in the air. If we win, great. If we lose, well, it happens. That's what I think Buck did in that situation. Oh, William, happy birthday. Shout out to William. Happy birthday, William. Yeah, B Watts, I'm gonna try that again. A lot of people that follow my channel, specifically Met fans, are not in New York. Most are, but I can set up even if it's like 10 people. I will set up a game. I would actually try to do that. I would actually set up group tickets. Work it out money wise for everybody or something like that. Again, I could try to get 10 people together. That would be fun. We can definitely do a live stream after the game. That would be great. Yeah, the San Francisco Giants, I don't think are going to be any good. They might win 90 games or 85 games. I think I had them win 90 games, but coming in third place in the West. So, guys, we got about 3 minutes until game time. When the game starts, game day is already up for you guys. So, once again, when the game happens, I will shut my mouth for the most part. I will put the radio on just now. And, I will have my live reaction during the game as well. But I will mostly just let the radio call do its thing. So I'm just going to put it up right now and make sure it works before you have to hear me talk for 3.5 hours. Where the hell am I? Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Just give me a second, guys. I'm just pulling up the audio. Girardi and Buck Showalter is going with the umpires right now, going over the ground rules. I'm going to just make sure the radio works. Because sometimes the stream plays games. Here we go. It's on. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to put it on in a few seconds, guys, with the radio call. It is working. Thank God, because who wants to hear me talk for 5 hours? Yeah, Robert, the Giants probably will sweep the Mets. Definitely will be a good say. UWL, how you doing? Okay, great, man. I'm great. Wiffle Ball, UWL Wiffle Ball. Awesome. Thank you for tuning in. So shout out to UWL. Yeah, I know. I had the volume on low when they was interviewing Kana, but it is what it is. Philly Sports Talk. What's up, buddy? There we go. We got a couple of Philly fans in here. I expected that. It's great. Robert got a giant broom. All right, guys. Sorry if I didn't get to everybody. Yeah, Brad, what's up? Let me see. Everybody else came in. Nicholas, what's up? More Philly fans. That's awesome. All right, guys. So the game's gonna start in about a minute. So we're gonna get the radio call in a few seconds. Once again, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. Don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. Going all the way through the Mets versus Phillies games today. So hopefully we have fun and enjoy the game. Good luck to both teams, but let's go Mets, guys. Let me just change it up a little bit. All right, there we go. A little bit more appealing background. Mets versus Phillies ready to go. And hope you guys enjoy the Mets versus Phillies watch party on Talking Mets at Rob. If you're new to the channel, say what's up. hit on that subscribe button, guys. Once again, guys, super chats are welcome if you want to. If you don't, it's all good. Just to let you know it's available to do so if you want to. Thank you guys for tuning in, and hopefully we have a good series and a big test for both teams. Who's going to get the better of the series, the Mets or the Phillies? Yet to be determined, but it starts just now, guys. So the radio call is starting right now, so I'm going to leave it to the radio call, guys.
Segura is the second baseman.
Let me know.
Batting in the seventh
Let me
spot.
know if you guys hear it, okay?
As you know, could be a defensive liability. A lot of these guys on the Phillies can be, but especially Bohm at third base, where he's batting eighth. Matt Vierling is the center fielder today. Vierling is hitting ninth. Odubel Herrera and Mickey Moniak are on the injured list for the Phillies. So again, they've got a wide open spot in center field for what seems like
Charlie, how you doing?
The last few years. Remember, the first half of last season, they couldn't find anybody to play center field. Eventually, Odubel Herrera
Ashley, Padres fan. That's awesome.
Did a nice job for them, but he's out right now.
Thank you.
So is the former number 1 overall draft choice.
All right, guys. So it's starting a little later than 6:05. But we'll start right now.
Late to the party. This was supposed to be a 6:45 first pitch, and now it's 6:46. Ranger Suarez and the Phillies have yet to take the field here at Citizens
Another
Bank
delay
Park.
in the Mets game. It's amazing.
Popped up again for Ranger
All right, the
Suarez.
Phillies are taking the field now.
Training. Not too bad, though. It was only about 3 or 4 days late, as it turned out. He was able to get going pretty quickly as far as how the rest of the team went.
Yep, first pitch, guys.
For the most part. The
Here we
Phillies
go. Suarez is taking his
Wheeler
warm-up pitches just now. Ready to go.
Game, so we'll see if that impacts Wheeler tomorrow night. But right now, it's Suarez and the Phillies taking the field here at Citizens Bank Park. It's been a delightful day here in Philly. It'll cool off, I'm sure, as the night goes on. But it is a very nice evening for baseball, early season baseball here in Philadelphia, as some wispy white and light gray clouds are in the background behind the Philadelphia skyline, which you can see beyond left center field here at Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies are wearing their home white jerseys with white pants, red pinstripes all over, red Phillies in script across the front with blue stars dotting the eyes, red numbers and letters on the backs, red caps and bills, a white letter P on the front of the cap for the Phillies, who at the moment can't wear any of their alternate uniforms. They've been stuck in a supply chain situation. The Mets, though, are okay. They can wear their alternate uniforms, but they have taken out the road alternate blue jersey. According to Kevin Kieris, The Mets will not have the blue alternate jersey anymore. You're only allowed 4 primary jerseys. So since the black jerseys are around now for the Friday night home games, they had to lose something else. So the road blues, I was told, are gone.
Well, that's not good. But anyway, that's a losing battle.
Right.
I surrendered last year. There's no need to belabor the point anymore. But, blue is a Mets color.
Blue is a Mets color, and I guess
it's in the lyrics. All the fans are true to the orange and blue.
All right, guys, so it should be starting any minute. They're a few minutes behind.
There were. What year was that? About 2002, 2003, where the Mets wore them, I think, only on the field for BP. And they were universally reviled.
Well, then the Los Mets jerseys were.
Yeah, but that was a one-off.
Yeah.
All right, guys, Brendan Nimmo stepping to the plate. First pitch ready to happen.
Well,
here's a call from Howie and Wayne.
Lefties barely batted over 100 last year against Rangers.
Once again, guys, the radio call is a little bit behind the TV. So, and game day. So it should be a little bit delayed, but you get the point.
Handed off the radio voice of the Mets, Howie Rose.
All right, thank you, Wayne. Suarez with his first pitch, a fastball right down the middle for a called strike. It's 0-1, and yeah, Suarez, 109 left-handed hitters. That's all they batted against him last year. Works quickly, the 1-0 or the 0-1 line past the diving shortstop.
Nice hit for Nimmo. Start leading off.
Base hit. So Brandon Nimmo went 0 for 5 and punched out a couple of times yesterday. Shoots one the other way for a leadoff single.
So sorry, guys. Game day's a little bit behind.
Base runner for Starling Marte. Take a look at the Phillies defensively.
It's taking so long.
They've got Hoskins at first, Segura at
there we
second,
go.
Gregorius at short, and Bohm at third. And one time or another, any one of those 4 can absolutely pulverize the Mets and have at times over their careers. Schwarber, you know what he did to them last year, and we'll explain later. Ricky Vierling and Harper left to right in the outfield. Real Muto catching. Here's Marte. First pitch taken on the outside corner. A called strike. It's 0-1. A 92-mile-an-hour sinker there from Ranger Suarez, who really was incredible last year. Did not allow a home run to a left-handed hitter. Was not in the rotation at the beginning of the year. And the Phillies had some openings in their rotation as the season progressed. And they finally put Suarez up there. And for 12 starts, he was dynamite. Pitch back to Marte, taken low outside, a changeup. And the count 1-1
Once again, guys, expect the Mets lineup to make Suarez work. That's what they've been doing in the first 4 games.
Injury during spring training, so Buck Showalter's being careful with him. The 1-1, another changeup, and that's downstairs. 2 balls and 1 strike to Marte. Marte's a guy, and he's 33 years old now, so he gets it. He's very aware of what his body needs to be ready for a full season.
Thrown away by, second and third, and he's coming home.
So he caught a lot of his own
second
shots.
and third, nobody out for the Mets.
One on the way, hit on the ground, back to the mound, off the glove of Suarez, ricochets to third, barehanded by Bohm, and he throws it away into foul territory behind first base, around third. Nimmo digging for the plate, a slam on the brakes as the throw comes into the plate. Nimmo goes back to third, and Marte is at second.
Second and third, nobody out for the Mets.
And the Mets have
that should have been a double play, most likely.
Nobody out.
Suarez just missed it.
And the Mets are open for business against Suarez in the first.
We just told you about the defensive liabilities at third base. Alec Bohm has been catastrophic at times over there at third, and he tried to make a great play after the ball clanked off the mid of Suarez and bounced toward Bohm. But Starling Marte with great speed would have been tough to throw out anyway.
All right, so Francisco Lindor
chucked it down the right field
second
line.
and third, nobody out.
Have a great scoring opportunity here in the first.
So it should be, I would think, an infield single and a 2-base error, or at least an error, allowing Marte to go to second and Nimmo to third, and that is how they score it. And so the Mets with a great opportunity to get on the board here, as the batter is Francisco Lindor, and he takes a fastball inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Lindor,
again, this is what the Mets do. They manufacture runs.
First of the year.
They try to beat you by making the defense make mistakes, and that already turned out to be true right now.
The infield is back. The 1-0 breaking ball misses inside, a slider, and the count 2 balls and no strikes now on Lindor, with Pete Alonso waiting on deck.
Once again, the Mets are working the count on Suarez.
The umpires tonight: Ryan Blakeney has the plate. Crew chief Marvin Hudson at first. 2-0 to Lindor. Here's the pitch. And
very true,
Andrew. A little bit high. A fastball at 93, and the count 3 balls and no strikes. Umpire at second.
Lindor swinging 3-0.
Around at third is John Tumby.
I don't like that much, but
so the
he
Mets
was
making
aggressive.
An instant bid here with second and third, nobody out. Bohm is even with a bag at third, not too far off the line, so Nimmo can't get too far. And the 3-0, Lindor swings and fouls it off to the right. And if the inflection suggests surprise, it really shouldn't anymore. Just about everybody's got the green light 3-0. Not at all strange to see Lindor going after that
3-2 count coming to Lindor. Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. Mets versus Phillies watch party right here on Talking Mets.
Pitch. Swinging a high pop foul. That'll reach the seats behind home plate. So Suarez trying to come back now against Lindor has run it full. Suarez from Venezuela. He's 26 years of age and had just an outstanding season last year, which I'm not sure the Phillies really had any right to expect, but he was so good out of the bullpen. They moved him into the rotation, wound up making 12 starts. Here's the payoff pitch. Lindor bounces it to the left side, picked on the short hop by Bohm, holds Nimmo at third, throws to first in time to get Lindor 1 man out. Well, Bohm moved in a step or two to short hop that ball.
All right, so Lindor didn't get it done.
Mets not taking a chance and sending Nimmo on contact and risking perhaps running themselves out of the inning. So runners remain at second and third.
100% agree.
1 man out, and Pete Alonso coming up.
The crack of the bat is always amazing.
Alonso, you've got a switch hitter, Eduardo Escobar, so we'll see how they pitch Pete.
Now, Lindor lucky he didn't get hurt going into first base the way he did when Hoskins crossed over into foul territory. Lindor went into a late slide. He's lucky his foot bounced off the bag and didn't just get stuck.
So
here's Alonso
second and third,
now.
1 out with Alonso up.
The infield, but they'll swing Segura, the second
13
baseman,
pitches for
over
Ranger Suarez right now.
And the first pitch to Pete. Fastball rides high, ball 1. Alonso went 0 for 4 yesterday, but there were 2 very hard outs. He was robbed twice on the infield. Once on a ball he hit off of the leg of pitcher Ryan Finnegan, and the other by the shortstop Lucius Fox. The 1-0 hit on the ground along the third base line, a foul ball past Alec Bohm. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Pete, who's 0 for his last 6. Alonso, with that grand slam that he hit in the game in Washington on Saturday night, now has 107.
All right, so the Mets get a run on a grounder by Alonso.
Will tie Jose
So 1-0
Reyes
Mets.
for 13th place on the all-time Mets list in a short amount of time. Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball hit on the ground to third. Coming to the plate, Nimmo. Bohm up with the ball. Throws to first in time to get Alonso. Marte crosses to third. Nimmo scores, and the Mets have a 1-0 lead on the infield out by Alonso, who picks up his 5th RBI.
Even though it was another bouncer to third, Bohm was back and off the line a bit when he fielded that ball. Would have been a long throw to get Nimmo at the plate, who had a good jump. So Bohm took the sure out at first.
All right, so
the
2
Mets
outs.
taking some advantage of
1-0
this
Mets.
window of opportunity.
Guy on third, 2 outs.
Presented by
Escobar.
Windorama, the window replacement experts. Let your project be their passion from start to finish. Visit Windorama.com to set
Omar,
up a
that was
free
nice.
consultation.
That grand slam.
And now Escobar, the switch hitter, batting right.
Again, Mets manufacturing runs. Like I said, that's what they've been
First
doing all
pitch by
year.
Suarez. A fastball in for a called strike. 0-1. Looked like it had a little bit of cut to it. They listed as a 4-seamer, but that looked like it ran in just a bit on the hands of Eduardo Escobar, who's batting right-handed here. The 0-1 to him. Swing a little pop foul going into the seats downstairs behind the first base dugout, and the count 0-2. Escobar, going back to the end of last season, has
Mike,
not only hit in 7 straight games, he has had at least 1 two-base hit in 7 straight games. Did drive in 90 runs last year. He's got an RBI waiting for him at third, and Marte with 2 out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a looping foul down the right field line and settling out of play. So the Mets' first run of the game is sponsored by Sloman's Home Security. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME or visit slomans.com to find out how you can get a free home security system and
base hit
professional
for Escobar.
installation.
2-0 Mets. Down the right field line.
For the time being here in Philadelphia, the temperature will drop once the sun.
2 out RBIs. You gotta love it, guys. 2-0 Mets.
Here's the 0-2. Escobar lines it the other way. Base hit going into right field. That scores Marte from third. Hustling to the line to play it is Harper. He fires into second and holding at first with an RBI single, Eduardo Escobar, and the Mets have a 2-0 lead.
Good start by the Mets.
Escobar now 3 out of 4 in his
Escobar was the best pickup
against
of the season,
Suarez.
of the offseason.
Also a 356.
So Mets leading 2-0
against
in the top
Phillies.
of the
A lot these
first.
Mets
19
handled
pitches
the
for
Phillies
Suarez.
pitching staff
J.D.
pretty
Davis
well.
coming up
Great
with a
job
man on
by
first.
Eduardo Escobar to slap it the other way, keep it inside the first base line.
Once again,
Making a
guys,
2-run
Mets
inning here for the
manufacturing
Mets right
runs.
out of the gate
The
against
pitching
Ranger
is the key
Suarez.
for the Phillies.
Here
That's
is
what I've been talking
J.D.
about.
Davis, who is the designated hitter tonight. Davis was a pinch hitter in yesterday's game of the 9th inning. And
Very
flied
true,
out to
Andy.
right
You're right
field.
about that.
So J.D. getting a start, and the first pitch to him is a changeup low outside, 1 ball and no strikes. I asked him what he does as the game progresses to stay sharp when he's the designated hitter, and he starts doing a lot of his activity about 6
Again, the Mets
batters
have been
before
doing a
he's
lot
due
of
to
this,
hit.
2 out
So he doesn't
RBIs.
like to sit around for very long.
It's
at
been
all.
big for us
Wanna
in the
get
first 4
cold or
games,
stale.
5 games of the year.
The 1-0 on the way. A fastball rides high, 2-0. Takes about a 10-pound medicine ball, throws it against the
100%,
wall.
Angel. 100%.
He'll ride the bike, work up a little bit of the sweat.
So Suarez is struggling with his location right now. Mets are taking full advantage of it. Again, they worked the counts. 3-0 count to J.D. Davis. 22 pitches in the first for Suarez. Good. This is what the Mets been doing for the first 4 games of the year. They're doing it again tonight.
Davis only had 1 at bat against Ranger Suarez last year.
Look for J.D. Davis to
But
swing
again,
3-0.
Davis really didn't play much in the first half of last
Oh,
year
he took
at
it down the
all
middle.
because of injury.
That was a pitch to hit, though.
J.D. eventually had that hand fixed surgically. He had a torn ligament. Here's the 3-0. He takes it, and that's down the middle of the knees. Changeup at 89, and the count 3-1. Buck Showalter says
Agree, Arthur.
he wants to
100%.
see if he can work Davis to the point where he can get him several hundred at-bats, because he's going to have a revolving series of not only designated
Nice
hitter
pitch by
candidates,
Suarez.
but
Nice
everyday
pitch.
players who are going to need their rests. Buck is very, very mindful of not trying to burn anybody out, particularly first couple of weeks of the season. Here's the 3-1.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Swing and a miss and a changeup.
Sure,
Good pitch there by Suarez. With a count 3-2.
Jason, what's up, buddy? 3-2 count. Escobar's going to be running. JD Davis, 3-2 count.
Jason Shreve and Trevor Williams into the game.
And JD Davis takes a walk, ball 4. Again, Mets working the count on Suarez. So first and second with 2 outs.
Although the Nationals came back against Williams and Shreve, he had no misgivings. The payoff pitch is a fastball inside, ball 4.
And if you see me looking down, guys, I am doing my scorecard as I normally do, so don't mind me.
Davis draws the walk. This is
So
exactly what the Mets
Realmuto's
did in
on the mound for Suarez, having a meeting right
Mark Canha
now.
was the best example of
And
what the
one of
Mets
the best
were
hitters in the lineup
offensively
right now,
over the
Mark
weekend.
Canha, is coming to the
Will be
plate,
the batter
guys.
now.
So we'll see how
The
he does.
Mets as a team hit
Allen,
293 over the 4 games in Washington. Their on-base percentage was nearly 400.
Got to keep the inning going. 2-out rallies.
The highest in the
This
majors
is
over the
is a
first few
heartbreaker.
games of the
But
season.
I would never have. I would know nobody up right now than Mark Canha right now.
Nobody
7 for 10 this year.
exhibited more of an ability
Reached base
to do
on
that
10 of 13 plate
than Mark
appearances this
Canha.
season.
7 out of 10 at the plate. On base,
Absolutely,
10
Ray.
of
We're
his
looking good so
13
far.
plate appearances for a 769 on base percentage. He's had 3 straight multi-hit games. And this is even more, I think, than the Mets expected to get from Canha, who's never been a high average hitter. But again, we're talking about one weekend. Right-hand batter, the lefty Suarez deals and hits the inside corner of the knees with a changeup for strike 1.
Kind of bloops one. It's going to
Luis
fall.
Guillorme,
Yes, it does.
hitter, waits on
That
deck.
looks like it's going to be another run. 3-0
They've got
Mets.
Escobar, the
Connor,
runner at
putting the
second,
bat on the ball,
scoring
guys. 3-0
position with
Mets.
Davis at first. Hoskins, the first baseman, way off the line. The pitch, swing on a fly ball to right, not deep. Here comes Harper, still coming. He drops in for a base hit. Escobar digging for the plate. He scores standing as the throw comes in late from Harper. Going all the way to third is Davis. And on at first with another hit and another run batted in is Mark Canha. The Mets have a 3-0 lead, and Canha has been on base 11
Once again,
times in
guys,
14 plate appearances.
like I've been
to
saying,
begin his career as a Met, and
the Mets put the bat on the ball. Things happen when you put the bat on the ball. 3-0 Mets in the top of the first. First and third.
Sometimes you just have to touch
Mark
the ball.
Canha, the
Mark
MVP
Canha
of the Mets so
touched it
far.
with the very end of his bat, the very edge of it, getting a little bit of a piece.
27
right
pitches
spot.
for
Escobar
Suarez at the
scoring
moment.
easily with
Luis
2 outs.
Guillorme,
And here's
8 man
Suarez
at bat
allowing
right now.
3 runs.
Again, he's going to
something
work
he
the
did
count
only
as well.
one time all of last season.
This is a guy who pitched to a 1.36 earned run average last year. But now, Mets have runners at the corners, and of course, there was the error by
manufacturing
third
runs.
baseman
This is
Alec
what the Mets
Bohm
doing. They
on
haven't hit a home
Starling
run
Ball, a big
today.
part of it.
That's what
So
they're
here's
doing, manufacturing
Guillorme.
runs.
He takes inside
It's amazing.
ball 1. Guillorme 0 for 5
And
to start
Guillorme's
the
taking
year.
pitches. Suarez is struggling right now.
Sit well in this park, as so many do. 8 out of 17, and not a
But once
whole
again, guys,
lot
I
of
talked
plate
about this before the game.
appearances at Citizens
Putting the
Bank
bat on the
Park.
ball, making the
Runners
defense
lead
make
from the corners,
plays,
2 out, the
and
1-0.
putting the bat on the ball
And
sometimes
that's taken
finds the hole.
downstairs 2-0.
And
Guillorme,
that's what the Mets have been
eighth man
doing
to
for
bat
the
in
last
the
5
inning.
for the first 5 games.
James McCann, a
So
right-hand
2-0 to
hitter, is
Guillorme,
waiting
first
on
and third,
deck.
2 outs.
Phillies are playing straight up in the
Ball
outfield.
3. Wow,
The shortstop,
Suarez is really struggling.
Gregorius. Strider
And they already got
towards
Nick
second
Nelson
with a left-hand
warming up
hitter
in the
but
bullpen.
nothing drastic
Again, this
in
is what the
terms of an
Mets do.
overshift. Davis leading down the line from third. The pitch in tight with a fastball. It's 3-0. And it's really starting to jump around a bit on Ranger Suarez. Mentioned that Canha's ball was one that was out of the strike zone. And now, with Suarez having already thrown
Exactly,
30
100%.
pitches, they're getting Nick Nelson up in the bullpen. 3-0, now the pitch. He takes a fastball, does Guillorme at the belt for a called strike. And it's 3-1. I mentioned they were probably going to keep Suarez over in the Phillies dugout to about 60 pitches. He's more than halfway there already. He's not yet out of the first inning. 3 runs are in for New York. Davis at third, Canha at first.
All right,
Here's
so the
the
runner
3-1
will be
to
going
Guillorme.
from first. 3-2
Fastball
count.
down the middle, full
2
count.
outs.
So that means that Canha will have an automatic
Suarez
start
hits it to
from
left
first.
field.
And Reese Hoskins.
And Schwarber makes a nice catch. Mets end the inning, 3-0 lead.
Plug the hole a little bit against the left-hand hitting Guillorme. Canner runs, payoff pitch, swinging a liner in the air to left, slicing away from Schwarber near the line. He makes the running catch, and that retires the side. He doesn't come up with that, and there might have been 2 more runs. But in the inning, the Mets did score 3 runs.
Good start by the Mets.
There were 4 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left.
All right, guys, so that's a good start for our Mets. Actually, very good start for the Mets. Again, the Mets manufacture runs, and that's exactly what we saw from the Mets over the last 4 games against the Nationals. They manufacture runs. Again, what did I tell you before the game? The Mets work the count. They get the pitch count up of the starter. They already did that. 30 pitches for Suarez in the first inning. He was projected to pitch 60, so he might be out of the game if he doesn't pitch well in the next inning by the second inning. And guess what? Now you got to go deep into the Phillies bullpen. And that's a good start for the Mets. They manufactured 3 runs. Again, wasn't home runs once again. It was base hits, put on the bat on the ball. Pete Alonso got a grounder. But guess what? They were playing back. That scores a run. It's really nice to see. Again, 3-0 lead is nothing for the Phillies. They can easily score that many runs. So it's going to come down to Walker pitching well. He's got a 3-0 lead right now. You know what? He's got to come out. This is the time when he's got to get a 1-2-3 inning. He's got Schwarber, JT Realmuto, and Harper 1-2-3 starting the game. So, it's not going to be easy for him. But you know what? We'll see. The Phillies can easily tie up this game very quickly. So, yeah, it's a little delay. Again, the radio is a little bit delayed, and game day is a little bit delayed as well. The TV that I'm watching is a little bit ahead. So, yeah, a little bit delayed. It's hard to sync everything up. I think Sunday was a little bit better with the radio, but, I streamed the radio call. So, it's going to be a little hard to link everything together. So, SNY is back. They're showing the Phillies lineup right now. So, as soon as the radio calls back, I will put it on. Yeah, Angel, Suarez is good. 1.38 ERA last year for Suarez. Pretty good. But again, you know what? Last year means absolutely nothing. We all know that. So Taijuan Walker is warming up right now. He should be ready to go in a few seconds. The radio call should be starting soon. So, all right, the first pitch is a ball. So radio call is back, guys.
2 2-out hits. And a productive out by Alonso. And so Taijuan Walker with a lead to work with. Facing Kyle Schwarber. And the first pitch is a fastball in tight, ball 1. And how happy do you think Schwarber is to see Taijuan Walker? He's 5 for 10. With 5 home runs against Walker. All 5 of the hits have been homers. The 1-0 on the inside corner, a called strike. 1-1.
Again, sorry guys, MLB game day is a little slow.
Year, but boy, has he ever chewed up the Mets ever since coming up with the Chicago Cubs.
But it should pop up
on the
fairly
way,
soon.
Taken low, 2 balls and no strikes, especially last year as a member of the Washington Nationals. He hit 9 home runs against the Mets last year. Dick Allen and Willie Stargell.
So they're playing a big shift on Schwarber right now, which makes
the
sense.
Mets in 1 year. 2-1 pitch, way upstairs, ball 3. So as we come to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth, Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. The eyes in the Mets dugout will be fixed very squarely on Taijuan Walker. He still is complaining about some knee discomfort. The 3-1 taken for a called strike.
Oh, nice strikeout by Walker.
That split change from Taijuan Walker, such an important part of his arsenal last year. When there
nice
were really
start by
Taijuan
Walkers,
the first half and the second. Payoff pitch. Schwarber swings and misses strike 3. Came right back with that split. And Walker is down on strikes. 1 man away. And it'll bring up JT Realmuto. Consider what Taijuan Walker was all about last year. An all-star after a great first half, but in the second, 13 games that he started, he went 0-8 with an earned run average of 7.13. He ran out of gas, too, as much as anything. He hadn't pitched all that much because of injury in the truncated season the year before. The year before that, Here's Real Muto, right-hand batter, takes a called strike, 0-1.
Good stop by Walker right now. Nice strikeout with his split change that he struck out
the
Schwarber
All-Star
on.
break last year. I mean, he was a completely different pitcher. The 0-1 inside and just goes off the glove of McCann.
Ooh, what a slider.
Count 1 ball and 1 strike to JT Real Muto, who is 1 for 9 to start the year. He's 3 out of 8 with a homer against Taijuan Walker. Here's the 1-1. Weak swing and a miss at a breaking ball, a slider. And the count 1-2. Real Muto had committed and then tried to hold up, but he was way too far gone. Bryce Harper waiting on deck. Walker generally a quick worker. Steps off now for a moment. Now takes a deep breath as he brings the hands together. From a virtual stretch, the 1-2. And on the ground to third. In a couple of steps, Escobar gets a knee-high hop. Fires to first in time. 2 men away.
So far, so good for Walker. Got the first 2. Schwarber with a strikeout. Ground ball to third for JT Real. So far, so good.
Not only does it appear to have a strong arm, but he puts it right to the chest of Alonso every single time. I mean, it's an extremely accurate arm more than anything else.
And with 2 men away, the reigning most valuable player in the National League, Bryce Harper will be the batter. Harper off to a slow start, 1 for his first 11. But then again, you look at this Phillies lineup today, and those first 4 hitters have all struggled. First pitch on the way is taken low. 1 ball and no strikes on Harper.
Walker's split change is really nasty.
Already with the Philadelphia Phillies.
See a couple of batters already swing really badly on those pitches.
Pitch, swing and a miss at that split. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. The top 4 hitters in the Phillies lineup tonight, including the on-deck batter Nick Castellanos, are just 6 for 42 to begin the season. Yet the Phillies did win 2 out of 3 from the Oakland A's. Now Walker with a 1-1. Harper takes the fastball downstairs. It's 2-1 to Bryce. Walker, lifetime against the Phillies, just 1-2. 6 starts with a 3.34 earned run average. Outfield straight away and deep. The infield overshifted. The pitch fouled back this way underneath us. Walker going right at Bryce Harper. And it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count.
Got him with a split change. Beautiful pitch by Walker. Great inning by Taijuan Walker.
Huge $300 million contract. Castellanos got a big deal in the offseason. So did Schwarber. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed strike 3, and he got him with that split. Well, that pitch was the first star of the first inning for Taijuan Walker, who gets the side in order.
All right, guys, so going to the top of the second, Taijuan Walker looked absolutely nasty in the first inning. Again, only 1 inning, but you know what? He struck out the 2 big lefties in the lineup in Schwarber and Harper and got Real Muto to roll over a pitch to third base. So that's a good sign. Again, Taijuan Walker has good stuff. It's just a matter of can he have all that stuff throughout the year. We saw in the first half, this is the Taijuan Walker we saw in the first half. Second half was a disaster, but he has the stuff to be a really good pitcher, and he's on number 5. So it's a good start by the Mets, leading 3-0 going to the top of the second. The Mets have 9-1-2 up, McCann, Nimmo, and Marte. So it's a good start for the Mets. Nice to see Walker can get that out of the way really quickly, get the lineup right back out there, get in that good mojo, keeping that rally going, basically. It's a good start by Walker. Again, 1 inning, nothing to be crazy about, but nice to see so far. So, once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. We're going to be with you throughout the entire game. We're going to have game day up, the radio call, and my opinion throughout the innings. But it's really nice the fact that we see the whole pitching staff, starting rotation so far. Shockingly, very shocked yesterday how Carlos Carrasco pitched. Again, I'm not shocked about Taijuan Walker. He has really good stuff. But if he can, he's got to, like Ken just said, he ran out of gas last year. He hasn't pitched that many innings in, 3.5 years? So that was probably the bigger reason, not his stuff. But his split changeup is nasty right now, and the Phillies has looked stupid swinging at those pitches. So it's back on the TV. So I'm gonna put the radio call back on and put the game day back on. So I'll be back in the next half inning.
The Mets 3 and the Phillies nothing. Great start for Taijuan Walker, who certainly doesn't appear to be bothered by anything knee related. Got the side in order, 2 via strikeout. And here's James McCann, the number 9 hitter for New York. First pitch by Ranger Suarez is taken high for ball 1. So the first inning was quite the ordeal for Suarez, who needed 33 pitches to get the 3 outs. And that's more than half of the approximate quota that he's got for the evening. The 1-0 pounded foul off the screen in front of the Mets dugout. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Nimmo, and Marte do the hitting for New York here in this top half of the second inning. Cool but comfortable. The 1-1. Take it inside, 2-1. Lots of good stuff.
Oh, another error by Bohm.
3 in the first. Larry David announcing today that
Bohm is terrible. Again, guys, we didn't even talk about the Phillies defense. The Phillies defense is really bad. And they already shown it. Bohm has just been terrible.
Sails over the glove. Hoskins off the screen in front of the Phillies dugout, but McCann will stay put at first. And, well, Wayne mentioned it before the game even started as he was going through the starting lineups.
Wow.
Alec Bohm, a one-time first-round pick of the Phillies, has had some problems defensively, and that is his second error in this game.
But again, we talked about this with the Phillies. They're a big offense, but their defense
it seems like every time
terrible.
The Phillies
really
see a ball hit to Alec Bohm, they have to hold their breath. That's why they picked up Freddie Galvis last year at the trade deadline. They've got Bryson Stott on the big league roster, who is a shortstop by trade, but
got the first man on
third.
again.
You have to wonder if the clock is ticking for Bohm again because of his defense.
And I really like Alec Bohm too, but unfortunately,
the first pitch bunted foul back behind home.
It's unfortunate, because Alec Bohm, I really like him, but you know what? You can't make the throws the first. You're not going to be in the big leagues for a long time.
Whether Nimmo's looking to just move a runner up, or
Nimmo's bunting, and it's a good bunt.
It's really not a bad idea.
And he's sacrificing the second base again. Mets making the small ball type of play.
Nimmo's agenda, but let's see. It's 0-1. Squares again, bunts, but he bunts it back towards the mound. Suarez up with it, throws to first in time as the second baseman Segura was backing up Hoskins. It was Hoskins who took the throw, and down to second goes James McCann. A little surprised to see Brandon Nimmo giving up the out there, but McCann's in scoring position with 1 out, and Starling Marte coming up.
Nimmo
part of
always
it, I think, is because Suarez is so good against
all right, so the
lefties.
Mets got another runner in scoring position. Here we go.
Another thing is you probably want to push that bunt.
Yeah, Angel. That's why he got sent down last year because of his terrible defense. And he can catch the ball. He has a problem throwing the ball, and that's a problem, obviously.
Take advantage if Bohm is feeling it out there. Here's Marte, and he takes first pitch called strike. A changeup, 0-1. Marte credited with an infield single.
So 1 out,
hit ball,
man on second, runner in scoring position with Marte up. Mets lead 3-0. Suarez has 41 pitches in the second.
They would both score. 0-1 pitch, fastball high, 1-1 to Marte. Marte has always hit the Phillies well. Remember, as a member of the Marlins, Marte saw a lot of this team. He's a .401 lifetime hitter against them coming into this game. The 1-1 swung on and fouled back into the second deck behind home plate, and the count 1-2. And that's not a small sample. I mean, that's 197 at-bats. As we mentioned, this is a great hitter's park. They have an outstanding batter's eye of a lot of arborvitae trees and 1-2 on the way. Marte rolls one towards third, cut off by Bohm. He'll throw to first in time this time to get Marte. All the while,
Bohm made the play at first, and he got a nice ovation from the Philly fans. So 2 down, man on second, Lindor. See if Lindor can bring home the
play. Like a Philly cheer for Alec Bohm, who's made 2 errors tonight, made 15 last year, and he made a perfectly accurate throw that time to retire Starling Marte. I remember the arborvitae trees. What a bit that was.
Yeah, it was one of our better ones, I would say, because we were forced to do it off a television monitor. And there's ivy covering the brick wall behind the arborvitaes. really presenting one of the most picturesque batter's eyes in baseball. Here's Lindor. First pitch, batting right-handed. He takes high, ball one.
Hey, Thomas, what's up?
3-0
How you
New
doing,
York.
buddy? Let's go, Mets.
2 out, top 2 with McCann, not a fast man at second. The outfield straight away against Lindor, a switch hitter batting right. And the 1-0. Upstairs with a fastball. 2-0. Suarez now 45 pitches thrown. Let's look like they'll get into that Phillies bullpen early, and that's been the agenda the last few years. Get to the Phillies bullpen.
And Lindor, he made another play. All right, so the Mets, they got it.
2 years ago, they had a bullpen ERA of over 7. 2-0 pitch. Little bouncing ball towards third, waiting on it. Bohm, runner crossing over. Bohm got it, throws to first in time. Side retired. Little adventure there as McCann crossing in front of Bohm threatened to get into his range of vision, but Bohm made that play, and the Mets.
All right, guys, so go to the bottom of the second. The Mets didn't score. Bohm had a little bit of an adventure, but he made the next 2 plays, and that's it. So that's the Mets didn't score in the top of the second. Going to the bottom of the second, Castellanos, Hoskins, and Gregorius coming up for the Phillies. So once again, we know the struggles with Alec Bohm with defense. That's why they got sent down last year, because of his terrible defense. 17 errors last year in 2021. Not a good year for Alec Bohm, and he's still struggling early on this year. That is the one other problem with the Phillies that we didn't get into during the pregame. The defense of the Phillies is not that good, and that's the problem. And if their pitching staff is going to pitch like this, no bad defense, bad pitching, you're going to have a hard time winning games. Again, the offense is elite, but, you can't keep on giving up a lot of runs and expect your offense to always come back, because it ain't always going to happen. And that's the big problem with the Phillies right now. Their defense is not that good. But, again, you see it already. Schwarber made a nice play in left field, but Schwarber is not the fleetest of foot in the outfield, but he made a nice play in left field going down the line. Harper's a really good defender. I don't know Vierling too much in center field. I'm not sure if he's a good defensive player. I mean, he's playing center field, so he's probably decent. So, that's the problem with the Phillies right now. We've already seen it. The defense is hurting the Phillies right now, along with their starting pitching at the moment. Suarez is not pitching well. He pitched decent in the second inning, but the first inning he had problems throwing the ball for a strike, basically. So once again, we're going to the bottom of the second. Mets lead 3-0. Again, Mets manufactured runs, fly balls, grounders just to get the run home. The SNY is coming back on, showing Castellanos at the plate. So the radio call should be starting just now. So I'll see you back in the next half inning, guys.
With a breeze blowing basically across from left to right, angling out a bit towards left field. Nick Castellanos, a power hitter. He'll love playing here. Leads off. First pitch by Taijuan Walker. A fastball down the middle for a called strike 1. Castellanos just 2 out of 12, including a home run to start. Hit 34 homers, drove in 100 with the Reds last year. The 0-1. That's a fastball on the outside corner. And they count no balls and 2 strikes.
So Walker's hitting it 94, 95 on his fastball right now.
Castellanos signed a 5-year, $100 million contract with the Phillies. 0-2 pitch. High and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Castellanos, Hoskins, and Gregorius. New up for the Phillies here in the home half of the second. There's a 1-2. Ball foul up the third baseline. Our salute to service is presented by our partners at the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, who, along with the Mets Radio Network, extend heartfelt thanks to U.S. Army Corporal Kevin Brewington. You can help heroes like Kevin. That's T2T. That's letter T, then the number 2 and the letter T.org. 1-2. Walker deals. Foul straight back by Nick Castellanos. Castellanos seeing a little bit of Walker and had a modicum of success. 2 out of 6, including a home run. against the Mets starter, and we might be looking at about 60-odd pitches for Walker as well. Had the knee cleaned out during the winter. 1-2 pitch just off the plate away. Went to a slider in the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Nice pitch. Again, split change again gets Castellanos. The Phillies having
Walker
problems with that pitch.
And Carlos Carrasco, who was terrific yesterday, really become the keys in terms of the depth. 2-2 pitch.
So far, so good for Walker.
Missed strike 3, and that time the split. He'll throw it to the lefties. He'll throw it to the righties. And the right hand hitting Castellanos down on strikes. That's 3 strikeouts by Taijuan Walker, who's retired all 4 batters that he's faced.
So far, dissecting some pretty good hitters. Schwarber, Real Muto, and Castellanos all striking out. Rather, Harper and Castellanos striking out. Real Muto hitting a slow bounce for third.
So that top 4 in the Phillies batting order is now 6 for 46 to start the year. Here's Hoskins. First pitch, fastball taken downstairs, 1 ball and no strikes.
I would say that's unsustainable.
Yeah, I think they'll probably come out of that. Hoskins always seems to hit the Mets well. The 1-0 swung on and missed a fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hoskins, 14 home runs in 67 games against the Mets. He's a guy, you talk about grinding out at bats. You'll see on average just about as many, if not more, pitches per plate appearance than anyone. The 1-1, over for a called strike.
Oh, what a play by
Slider
Pete in foul territory.
And the count 1-2
What a
now
play.
to Hoskins. 1-2 pitch. Reached for, popped in the air, foul outside first. Long run for Alonso. Still going, slides, and he makes the catch over his shoulder as he went into a slide. Beautiful catch on the dirt track by Pete Alonso, helped out by the fact that they have a little more room in foul territory, particularly in that little area on both the first or right field or third and left field side.
Sorry, guys, I'm just loaning it because there's music in the background for the background music for the welcome music for the players, and that can mess up my channel. Get copyrighted.
So there was like a little extra space, more of a well, if you will, for Alonso to run into and go into his slot.
And
Made
you
a
gotta
nice
trust
play.
him. You gotta
2 out,
trust your big
nobody out
bopper.
for Gregorius.
And Alonso
First pitch
has
out
gotten
away.
better over the years.
Taken low, ball 1.
Gotta trust
Solid
him.
defense by the Mets, sponsored by Moreland.
Again, the
Cohen
split
Orthopedic
changeup, the
Group.
Phillies have no answer
Experiencing
for.
orthopedic
Again,
pain.
we'll see
They've
how
got
it is with the
specialists for
second
that.
time around the lineup with that changeup. But at the moment, the Phillies are having problems with that split change
hitting
from Walker.
shortstop Gregorius. The pitch, swing and a miss at the split. 1 ball and 1 strike. I don't know if there's a continuum of the story that has been Taijuan Walker's over this first inning in 2/3. It's been how nasty that splitter has been for him. The 1-1, swing and a miss at another one. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. That split looked like a little bit harder.
And the split
the
change
others.
strikes
So
out
it acts exactly as
Gregorius.
it's supposed to, as a
2
split
solid
change,
innings for
not only
Taijuan
dropping
Walker.
down, but that arm speed sells fastball, and he gets the hitter out in front as he did Gregorius. Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed strike 3. Side retired. He came right back with it and picks up his 4th strikeout. Walker perfect through 2 and at the end of 2.
Well, guys, Walker looks absolutely excellent, and the Phillies have no answer for that split changeup by Walker. They're having a hard time hitting that ball. Already got 4 strikeouts already. So it's a good start by Walker. The Phillies offense, again, this is the problem with the Phillies. If they don't put up runs, they're having a hard time winning games. And on top of that, their defense is not very good. And it's looking like Suarez might go 3 innings. So we're already going deep into the Phillies bullpen already. So that's already a good time for the Mets. The Mets have Pete, Alonso, Escobar, Davis, 3, 4, 5, 6. Andre, Walker's not a new pitcher. He's been in the league for about 6 years now. He hasn't pitched a lot over the last couple of years, so that's why a lot of people haven't heard of him much. But yeah, he's a very good pitcher. It's just that last year he hasn't pitched that many innings in about 3.5 years. So he just ran out of gas. That's basically what happened to him. And it wasn't the stuff of his pitches that were the problem. He just lost his energy. His fastball wasn't as fast. He lost about 2 or 3 miles an hour on his fastball in the second half. When you're lazy with the pitches and the split change that he's throwing now, he had it last year. But when you don't get on top of that, well, guess what? It's going to be a flat changeup, and it's going to stick right over the plate. That was his problem last year. And his location had problems last year in the second half. So, again, Walker has the stuff. If he can get through the dog days of summer, so to speak, well, Taijuan Walker is going to be a great number 5 for us. So the Mets are going to start right now. Pete Alonso is up. He already took a strike. Going right back to game day, guys. See you in the next half inning.
46 pitches over 2 innings, Wayne.
Yes, he certainly has. And a lot of those came in the first inning when he gave up 3 runs. Thanks to an error in there as well. First pitch here starts up.
Alonso just hit a bomb home run. Stay fair.
Nice catch by Pete in the bottom of the second. Sliding grab in
foul
foul
ball.
territory on a pop-up. Suarez works on the windup here. Right leg kick, 0-1 pitch to Alonso.
Foul, guys.
Fastball is drilled. Deep left, way back. If it's fair,
I think they're going to replay it.
Gone, and it is a foul ball. And I'm not sure how the umpire could even tell. The third base umpire, John Tumpain, has ruled it a foul ball. But that ball is out of sight.
I think they're checking.
It really is.
They're checking. They're reviewing it.
Well, I think it ended up in the concourse area beyond the left field wall. There's an opening there where the bleacher section is. And now the umpires are going to get together at the behest of Buck Showalter to see if
it looks
this
foul,
can be
but
reviewed
it's on a weird
way.
angle, so
There's
I don't
an
know.
opening between where the foul territory ends and the fair territory begins down the left field line. Looking at the replay on SNY,
It's going to be very hard to
actually
overturn that.
pretty clearly foul, well foul to the left, and maybe they could give us a good shot of where it landed.
I never understood.
The call on the field was foul ball.
Foul ball.
That is the crew chief Marvin Hudson.
All right, guys. So what I don't understand with Major League Baseball is why don't they have a camera on top of the foul pole looking up so you have a good angle of where the ball might be? They need more camera angles down the first base, down the foul lines. So the radio calls a little bit faster now than the TV.
Mashed. But it looks like on the replays we're seeing that it's pretty clearly a foul ball.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about it from the angles that we've seen. And unless they've got something else in the offices and studios
But that was a
down
shot.
in Chelsea, New York. But Pete will stay in the batter's box. Here goes, I think.
After review, call stands, foul ball.
So a short review. Interesting they said the call stands and that not that the call was confirmed.
Yeah, they couldn't find the ball either, apparently.
So good call by third base umpire John Tumpain, or at least good enough. Not enough evidence to overturn it. Now the 0-2. Bounced in there. Good idea by Ranger Suarez. Just bounce them all in there. You don't want that to happen to you again. My goodness, that was an absolute rocket. Pete Alonso hit foul. With all 2 strikes on Pete with his first home run the other day, it was a grand slam. The pitch. Round softly to third. Bohm backhands at the knee. Long throw across off the line. Hoskins with the tag. Alonso is out. He was waving his arms to say that he was safe, that Hoskins missed him. Hoskins is arguing with the umpire. Well, maybe they called Pete safe.
Nope, he's safe. He missed the tag.
Now the Phillies might have a beef here. Bohm with the throw, again, way off target. Hoskins moved to his left.
Yep, he never tagged him.
And then went to swipe tag Alonso, and he missed him.
Never touched him. They may take a look at this again, but on the replay we've seen, I didn't see anything even close to contact. And if that's the case, then Bohm, who already had his 4th career game with 2 errors, for the first time will have made 3 errors in one game. And this is only
New York
the third.
challenge and out call at first base.
Yeah, so the call was out.
So
I don't know
he's
why
definitely
Hoskins
safe.
was arguing the umpire because the call on the field was that Alonso is out, but this should be overturned as it didn't seem like Hoskins ever touched Pete. Not sure why Hoskins was barking at. But Pete Alonso will likely be safe
Wow,
here.
Bohm
after
is
this
just
replay
terrible.
review.
Holy
So 2
Christ.
replays during Pete's plate appearance here. One on a foul ball that he hit out of sight. And now this
All right,
Another
he's safe at
throwing
first.
error, it appears, by Alec Bohm.
Yeah, Ken. JD Davis
Wait
can
for
actually
Marvin
make the throw to
Hudson
first
tell
every
us
now and then.
what's going on.
Oh, JD,
There he is.
thank you, buddy. I'm glad I can bring you the game, at least to this extent. Not exactly live, but close enough.
You believe
But
that it took
I'm glad I can help you out,
virtually
JD.
10 years of replay for them to stick a microphone on these guys and tell everybody what's going
All right, guys. So leadoff man for the Mets. Another error by Alec Bohm. I mean, he's absolutely terrible at third base.
Thankfully, they've
You know
got
what?
that
Alec
right.
Bohm should be the everyday
Alec Bohm,
DH.
that's a whole other story.
He should not be
They'll
at third base.
calling for Bryson
You can find
Stott to
anybody
get back
else.
in there at third base any moment now.
Bohm is on
All right,
average
so leadoff
to
man,
make 9
Escobar up
errors
at the
tonight.
plate.
He's made 1 in each inning, 1 in the first, 1 in the second, and 1 here in the third. A couple of leadoff errors, 1 on McCann last inning, and now this one on Pete. Eduardo Escobar, the batter, hitting right-handed against the lefty Suarez. Alonso had a decent lead over there at first. Suarez deals. Escobar takes a changeup, low and outside, ball 1 as we come to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly.
It's got to be just an awful feeling for Alec Bohm. Probably thinking, just don't hit it to me anymore.
1-0 is looped toward the right side. Hoskins goes out, backpedaling toward the outfield, makes a catch as he steps onto the outfield grass. 1 out, and Alonso back to first. The Mets are doing the opposite because they are doing nothing but hitting the ball to Bohm. Marte had a little deflection go toward Bohm, then Lindor grounded out to him. So did Alonso. McCann, Marte again, Lindor, and now Alonso have all hit the ball to Bohm.
Now, these guys are great at what they do. They all are.
Crispin, that's funny.
But they're human, too. And I can't imagine Alec Bohm is standing there at third base hoping they hit him another ground ball.
They say the ball can find you, and it's found Alec Bohm tonight. 1 out, 1 on. Third inning, 3-0 Mets. Pitch. J.D. Davis swings through a high fastball. It's 0-1. Interesting to see the line score up on the board because now it's 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Mets, and 0-0-3 for the Phillies. They've made 3 errors, all by the same player, before getting a hit tonight. The ball's at a strike. The pitch. Davis swings through a high fastball, 0-2. David Peterson is throwing in the Mets bullpen, so for as good as Taijuan Walker has looked through the first 2 innings tonight, retiring all 6 batters, 4 with strikeouts.
And that's a base hit for
Last
JD
short
Davis.
start in spring training means that Walker is either not stretched out to the point that he needs to be, or maybe the knee's bothering him and it's not really affecting his pitching. The 0-2. Slap to right, base hit. J.D. Davis goes the other way. Alonso advances to second. Davis punches a ball through the right side.
So if you didn't hear the
Good
wing,
hit for the Mets. They've all
David
been
Peterson is
singles.
warming up
Mets
in the
have 2 on
bullpen.
with
I don't
1
know if
out
Taijuan Walker's
for
knee's
Mark
acting up or he's not stretched out.
Now
I'm
on
not
the
sure,
MLB
but we'll
app,
see
you
what
get in-game
happens.
video highlights, live pitch by pitch, breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and more for your New York Mets. Here's Mark
So we got
Canha,
first and
who got
second
on
with
base
1 out.
again. His
Mark
first time
Canha
up,
up
an
at the plate.
RBI single. Canha has not put the ball into play and made an out yet. He has only been retired 3 times. They've all been on strikeouts. What a start for Mark Canha. He was trying to match a career high with 4 consecutive games of multi-hits. Pitch. Fastball low and outside, ball 1. The Mets' record for consecutive multi-hit games belongs to Michael Cameron, who had 5 straight multi-hit games in May of 2005. Canha could make it 4 if he gets another hit here tonight. Pitch in the dirt, down and in. 2 balls and no strikes. Mark Canha has not chased many pitches here in the early part of this season. He typically won't, but even less than usual. His chase rate right now is about 10%. Last year was 20, 19 the year before. So pretty low anyway. Even lower to start this year. 2-0. Swing and a miss. Swift on a good changeup. The bottom of the zone from Suarez. 2 balls and a strike. Because of Canha's discipline, he's been on base 11 times in his 14 plate appearances. Again, with just the 3 strikeouts. Ball in play has given him a BABIP of 1,000 so far to start the year. 2-1. Down and in. 3 balls, 1 strike on Canha. Right-hander Nick Nelson continues to throw in the Phillies bullpen. As Suarez is approaching 60 pitches after a spring training that was shortened anyway, and even shorter for him because of the visa issues. The Phillies don't really know how long Zach Wheeler can go tomorrow because he didn't pitch at all in spring training. 3-1. Canna pops it up, foul toward the right. Hoskins a long run after it, but it's out of play. That's a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Wheeler did do some tossing. He faced some hitters and on the backfields and that sort of thing, but he did not face any big league hitters in spring training. Zach said, it's not as bad as you think. It wasn't like I was just sitting around and now I'm going to start the season against the Mets on April 12th, but still at least think that Wheeler won't be quite as stretched out as most starting pitchers are right now. 3-2 on Canna, the pitch. Swinging a roller toward third, foul. Still a full count, long at bat, as is usually the case for Mark Canna. That scored 3 in the first. There were 4 hits in that inning and an Alec Bohm error. There's been a Bohm error in each inning, including this one, allowing Alonso to reach. He's at second. J.D. Davis at first. 3 infielders swarm to the left. Outfield straight away for Canna. Suarez comes set at the chest. His pitch. Swinging a foul back. So Canna spoiling that changeup. And it's still 3-2. It's all about sinkers and changeups getting ground balls. That's another thing, too. It's not like this is a surprise that Ranger Suarez is giving up ground balls.
That was a tough at bat for
58% ground ball rate last year. So Alec Bohm at third tonight. Seeing most of the ground balls hit his way. 3-2 to Canna. Swing and a miss. He did expand his zone there. Chased a changeup that fell out and hit the bottom of the plate.
All right, Suarez is out of the game. Taking him out.
Swings and misses for strike 3. And now there are 2 outs. The left-handed batting Guillorme due up. But even so, Joe Girardi is marching to the mound. And it looks like he's going to take the ball from Rangers. Suarez, Nick Nelson is about to...
All right, guys, so it's going to commercial. We'll put it back on when the game comes back on. So at the moment, the Mets are first and second with 2 outs, and Ranger Suarez is out of the game. Once again, the Mets get a starter out of the game early. Once again. Just checking out the box score really quick. Just getting the final line on Suarez, so I have everything ready to go for them. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I got the mic, like always. Yeah, this is basically what the Mets have done all season, is just beating up the lineup. That's basically what they're doing. It's nice to see what the Mets lineup does when they actually make the pitcher work and put the ball in play. Defense has issues. You got to make the defense make the plays. And putting the bat on the ball gives you opportunities for the defense to make mistakes. And only Alec Bohm has made mistakes, but it's a guy who, why not? Obviously you can't try to hit it to somebody. It just happens. But again, let the defense make plays. And at the moment, the Phillies have not. So, and the Mets took advantage of it and knocked out another starter early. All right, guys. So it looks like Nick Nelson is coming into the game for the Phillies, the right-hander. So we'll see how that goes. Right now, we're still in the top of the third. Mets leading 3-0. They got first and second with 2 outs with Luis Guillorme coming to the plate. So once again, guys, Suarez is out of the game. The Mets again get another starter out early in this early part of the season. One thing that we talked about in the pregame, the Mets make pitches work. They're always in deep ball counts, and that's something that the Mets have not done over the last couple of years. It's really nice to see a lineup that goes through the starting rotation against pitchers, and they make them work. They don't give easy outs. So the game should be coming back. Nick Nelson is on the mound. Luis Guillorme is up.
40. Some good stuff there if he can find the zone. And that's what Joe Girardi's helping for. hoping for, as Nelson will be used as a long reliever today. First pitch. Yorme fouls it at home plate. No balls, one strike. It'll be Nelson today behind Suarez, and they're planning to have Christopher Sanchez, a left-hander, as the backup for Wheeler tomorrow. While that pitching change was happening, Alec Boehm got some advice from Didi Gregorius on the infield. 0-1. A little bit high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Can't be that much different than how it went last year. The same issues popped up for Boehm, especially toward the end of last season. As I said, they had brought in Freddie Galvis to help them out on the left side of the infield because as they were in a playoff race, they couldn't have Boehm throwing the ball away. 1-1. High strike on the outer half, but it's 1 ball, 2 strikes on Luis Guillorme. Nelson has a fastball that registers on average around 95, throws his changeup a lot. We'll see Luis Guillorme with 2 on, 2 out here in the third, replacing Ranger Suarez.
Exactly what his video game type of bats.
Nelson ready from the belt is 1-2.
So Peterson is working hard in the bullpen, so Walker might be out of the game.
And out of play. Behind the tarp by about 7 or 8 rows, and it's still 1 ball, 2 strikes on Luis Guillorme. Peterson's continued to warm up throughout this half inning, so it certainly appears that David Peterson's coming right into this game for the bottom of the third. Ball, 2 strikes. Pitch. Breaking ball down and in, 2-2.
And you wonder whether or not that's related to the knee, whether it's the long innings that the Mets have had at the plate, and whether
Salvador, how you doing,
too much time down as opposed to the time up. He looked great. So we knew that somebody would be kind of piggybacking with him.
Pitch. Breaking ball down and in. So it's full count.
We don't know yet, Neil. It might be the knee, or it just might be, the long innings the Mets have offensively. Just got them tight. We don't know.
Because of the strange manner in which
so
this game is
struck out.
with the Mets spending so much time in the batter's box and Walker so much time on the bench.
He did have a short outing in his last spring start, so maybe 3-2. The runners will go. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Good changeup by Nick Nelson. As Luis Guillorme swung over the top of it. And the Mets don't score.
Okay, so we will see
in the third.
if Peterson's coming into the game. We don't know what's wrong with Walker. It could be nothing. He had a very short outing in his last spring start because of the knee. So he probably just maybe just didn't want him to go further than that. I don't know. It could be the knee that's giving him an issue right now, or Buck Showalter says, you know what, 2 innings, and that's what the plan was. Maybe, I don't know. But David Peterson was warming up hard in the bullpen, so he might be coming in for the third. Again, we don't know what's wrong with Walker. Maybe we'll get a report about it soon, in a few minutes or so. But we'll see. Again, with the knee issue, could you just, like Andre said, it might have tightened up. Maybe just a little bit discomfort. It is a little chilly out there in Philly, so it could have, stiffed up on him, and you don't want to be pitching with that because then you can really hurt yourself. So, again, they said that Peterson was going to piggyback off of Walker at some point. So, again, it's not such a bad thing that that Peterson's coming in as a lefty, obviously with the big bats of Schwarber and Harper. So, we'll see what happens. Again, It could be nothing. Maybe the plan was going 2 innings only, since he wasn't he hasn't pitched a lot in spring training. He started out a little later in spring training and didn't pitch a lot at the end of spring training, so his pitch count is very low. He probably didn't ramp up enough. So, but we'll see. We don't know the cause of it yet. It could be no injury. It just could be the plan that they had going into the game. Nicholas, thank you, buddy. Well, we'll see. Like I said, Peterson looked decent in the spring. He wasn't great, but, I like Peterson a lot. And it gives us a little bit of a different perspective with the left-hander. So we'll see Peterson for the first time this year. We'll see. And Terry, exactly. Getting the starter out of any game, no matter if it's a really good starting pitcher or a decent or bad starting pitcher. getting them into the. All right, Peterson is in the game, guys. So Walker is done after 2. So we think it's probably the knee they were saying. We'll see.
The assumption is Walker's knee was starting to bother him again. The plan was not for him to only pitch 2 innings, and that this is some sort of situation that is keeping Taijuan Walker from returning for the bottom of the 3rd here, despite how good Walker looked in the first 2.
That's got to be quite a concern when you consider that he had that knee cleaned out. Obviously, spring training was of a different sort this year.
Yeah, he went down with the
Last one
trainer,
did
so
not go
it looks
well.
like it's a knee.
How focused he might have been because everybody just wanted to get out of there and play for real. Who knows?
So
But
before
as
the
far as
inning
the
starts, guys,
information that
Peterson
we
is in the
have
game.
now,
It looks
that's the
like
key, that it
Walker
was
went
Walker
downstairs
and
with the
Frank
trainer, so it probably
Philly
is the
going
knee.
off together. It is
So that's not a
something
good sign.
obviously of a physical
He
nature.
clearly could have went
We
more
assume
if his knee wasn't
that it's
barking.
knee related, and it's
So that's
quite a shame
unfortunate.
the
But
way
Peterson's on the
Taijuan
mound. Let's see what he can do.
all of
Gene
the
Segura
first
at the
2
plate.
innings, that now they have to deal with that uncertainty.
This has been his entire career, right? He's always battled injuries. That was one of the risks of bringing Taijuan Walker aboard, is that he's been short of his potential because he's been so injury prone. Gene Segura leads off the bottom of the 3rd. First pitch. Fastball strike on the outer half from David Peterson, who pumps one in his 2022 debut. Peterson, big, tall left-hander. The ball's in a strike. The pitch. Fastball inside, ball 1. We talked about the Mets' starting pitching depth being highlighted by Tyler McGill and David Peterson.
Diaz is back
First
there.
turn through the
Oh
rotation.
no,
We've seen
he's
them
probably
both.
going to be back tomorrow.
1-1. Breaking ball
I think
down
he's back
in.
with the
2 balls,
team,
1
but I don't
strike
think they
on
want to
Segura.
pitch him
This
tonight.
game and this
So.
lineup's going to be a good challenge for Peterson right out of the box, because this is a tough park for a pitcher. And Peterson, a fly ball pitcher, quite often has thrown a lot of home runs over the last couple of years.
Especially last season, his ERA ballooned over 5. The 2-1. Fastball hit hard, right side. Guillorme
So
dives
Philly's got the
again.
first hit of the
Peterson,
game.
Segura. He has worn out the Mets over the years.
Yeah, I
Big
worry about
turnaround
Peterson
first,
because he's a
he
fly
holds
ball
up there as
pitcher
Nimmo
in this
gets it
ballpark.
in. Segura hitting now over 385 since the start of the 2019 season when he joined the Phillies against the Mets. And he's got a leadoff single here in the 3rd. First Phillies base runner after Taijuan Walker tossed 2 perfect innings and struck out 4. That brings up Alec Bohm. Well, we've seen Bohm struggle defensively. He's made 3 errors tonight. We've seen him struggle defensively for the last year and change. He can hit. And Alec Bohm, 2 for 2 to start this young season with a double. Career 277 hitter, and what's amassed to be pretty much a full season's worth of games to this
Peterson's
point.
got to pick it up.
First pitch. In the dirt, Peterson buried a changeup. And it's 1 ball, no strikes on Alec Bohm. Bohm was the Rookie of the Year runner-up in 2020. Milwaukee's Devin Williams won the award. Bohm certainly hit his way into that category. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Change up down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bohm at 338 in that shortened season. Even shorter for him as it came up a couple of weeks after it started. Rhys Hoskins is at first base right now. The Phillies' long-term vision for the 25-year-old Bohm is that he's the first baseman eventually. You got to find a spot for him until then. The 1-1. High and outside, 2-1. You can't just throw him into the DH role if you're the Phillies because they've got
to pick him off at first.
You have to move Harper to center.
What a move.
If you're going to have Schwarber, Harper, and Castellanos together in the outfield, then all of a sudden now your outfield defense is exposed. Snap throw to first. They might have him. They do. Segura's out. A quick step off and throw to first by Peterson. Segura was way off the bag. And Gene Segura's picked up.
Yeah, Peterson got a great pickoff.
Taking a look to see if there is a case for review here. And there is not. Gene Segura gets himself picked off of first after the leadoff single here in the 3rd. Two balls, 1 strike on Bohm. Peterson from his windup now. This is high and away with a fastball, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. That was a fastball, only 86 miles an hour. Maybe it was just a high changeup. 3 balls, 1 strike pitch. That's low, ball 4, so Bohm walks. Even better for Peterson now that he picked off Segura as he loses Bohm.
Well, he just walked on, so hopefully it gives him a little bit more
confidence. Peterson, just a quick step off as Segura extended his lead and snapped it open there for the pickoff at first. Matt Vierling, 25-year-old, pretty much a rookie still at this point. Got up in September last year, played in 34 games for the Phillies. Right-handed batter, Peterson's pitch. Fastball high and outside, ball 1. So
Peterson's got to stop throwing strikes.
Missing low so far in his first inning of work behind Taijuan Walker. Outfield is bunched and shaded toward right. Canna is pretty much in left center. Escobar even with the bag at third. Peterson a high set, right leg kick the pitch. Fastball strike on the inner half. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike on Vierling, a native of St. Louis.
Roberto, it looks like it was his knee issue.
2018 out of Notre Dame. He's one of their top 10 prospects, according to the MLB pipeline. I was perusing their prospect list earlier today. I found a familiar name. 1-1. Fastball lifted toward the right field line. Long run Marte moving over toward foul territory. Has the play and makes the catch. Not much room and toward the right field corner and foul ground here. Maybe about 8 feet, if that. And Marte got himself squared between the foul line and the sidewall. Made a one-handed grab for the second out. As Vierling is retired. Holmes still at first, and now Schwarber will bat. One of the Phillies' top prospects is an outfielder named Ethan Wilson.
Hey, buddy.
Ethan said he was tracking Mets PR. Ethan Wilson was tracking the outfielder Ethan Wilson last year in the draft and said he was devastated when the Phillies drafted him. First pitch, breaking ball strike to Schwarber. It's 0-1. Scoreboard update brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. Tampa Bay, the last undefeated team. Well, that's about to be bye-bye. Oakland's up 8-0 in the 4th inning tonight. A's have hit 3 home runs. The ball's in a strike. Peterson's pitch. Slider low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Yankees trail the Blue Jays 2-0. That game's in the 3rd. Springer is homered. Javi Baez has his first home run as a Tiger. They lead Boston 3-1 in the 8th. Field over, shifted for
DJ,
Schwarber.
if you're in New York, it's on SNY. I'm not sure about
Field
anywhere
deep
else.
as you'd expect,
Sorry.
especially Marte. The 1-1. Check swing foul behind home plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kyle Schwarber had his best season last year. And he got together with Kevin Long last year. Schwarber was with Washington when Kay Long was still the hitting coach for the Nationals. Now Kevin Long is
Nice
the
pitch
Phillies
by
hitting coach.
Peterson. Strikes out Schwarber.
Schwarber started laying off.
Nice inning for Peterson.
Last year.
Not bad at all.
Stopped chasing
Not bad
as
at all.
much as he did before. The 1-2. Chase is there and swing.
All right, guys. So there we go. So Peterson came in the 3rd, gave up a leadoff hit. Pick off by Peterson got Segura out. A walk to Alec Bohm, but a foul out by Verlin, and then Kyle Schwarber strikeout for the 2nd time. So going to the top of the 4th, Mets still lead 3-0. So Mets pitching, keeping this lineup at bay at the moment. The Mets need to score more runs. We need more insurance. We've had opportunities in the last 2 innings. Got to get it going right now. Score more runs. This lineup can easily put up some runs. So the Mets got to keep on going right now. Mets lead 3-0. Peterson looks good in the 1st inning, so let's keep on going with that. He's going to be the guy that's probably going to be in for the next couple of innings. I would think 3 innings most likely, so get him to like the 6th or maybe the 7th, and then work on your rested bullpen because we didn't really use anybody of note yesterday. So, everybody should be available. May, Foley, Lugo, all those guys should be ready to go. Rodriguez should be ready to go. So, again, I think it works out. Unfortunately, we wanted to see Taijuan Walker out there. But with his knee issue, it's not a bad thing to have a left-hander come in who's a long man in Peterson right now with this lineup with Schwarber and Harper. I think it helps out the Mets a little bit, putting Peterson, even though Walker looked good. Peterson as the lefty could mess up this lineup because, let's be honest, besides Schwarber and Harper, they put a mostly predominantly right-handed lineup out there for Walker. So it could, benefit the Mets somewhat, but I think it will benefit us since Schwarber and Harper's in this lineup. But it's nice to see Mets pitching again, still pitching well. And also, the Mets lineup getting the starter out of the game quickly, and now they got to work on their bullpen. Nick Nelson looks like he's going to be the long man for the Phillies, but with their pitch counts being so low, that not really working so much, that they're taking these pitches out early. So the Mets are going to continue to work the counts and get these pitches out and get deep in that Phillies bullpen, which would help the Mets. So they're talking about the Mets' probable starters in the Phillies tomorrow. McGill and Wheeler go tomorrow, and Scherzer and Nola go on Wednesday. So a good pitching performance for both teams. And it would be nice if the Mets can get this first game, because that always helps going into the next two games. So the Mets are going to start right now. Nelson is on the mound. James McCann at the plate.
Nelson came on and struck out Luis Guillorme to end the top of the third.
And McCann hits a fly ball.
Innings out of Nelson here. He was a starter for most of his minor league career, pitching in the Yankees organization. Drafted.
Let me put up a game day. Sorry about that, guys.
Several years ago, first pitch. McCann, it's a fly ball toward the right field line. Harper goes after it, moving to his left in fair ground, makes the catch. McCann swings at the first pitch and flies out to the two-time MVP, Bryce Harper. Spectrum Mobile has the most reliable service coast to coast, plus 5G included at no extra cost. Switch and save today. Restrictions apply. Visit Spectrum Mobile.
So the Mets have one out of it, guys. Sorry about game day. It's just slow.
Brandon Nimmo has a single and a run scored. Sacrifice bunt his last time up. 5 for 15 to start the year. First pitch. Fastball high and outside. Ball one from Nick Nelson. That's a hit and pitched well so far in the first 4 games, all against Washington. It's extended to tonight. Pitch. Low and outside. Ball two. The Mets have the best batting average in the National League. Their starting pitching ERA is third in the National League. And starters leading the majors in strikeouts. Walker had 4 tonight, 2-0. Strike at the knees, 2-1. That's in just 2 innings of work.
Nimmo hits one up the middle.
Is he
going to have time?
Nimmo, one out.
And Nimmo beats it out.
In the fourth. Sprome plays in and over at third. Nelson's 2-1. Nimmo, it's a bouncer over the mound behind second. Gregorius grabs it, off balance throw to first. Not in time. Nimmo's safe. It's an infield single. Nimmo is the fastest bet. Even faster than the stolen base heavy Starling Marte in terms of sprint speed. As Gregorius moved to his left and backed up for that ball.
So we got one out, man on first, and
to get the
we got Marte up right now. Let's see if we can steal some runs
on the replay. Infield single for Nimmo.
You stride backwards on Nimmo on a play like that, you've got virtually no chance. It was close, to be sure, but that cost him the play right there, that one step.
So Nimmo's on, 1 out. Starling Marte, the batter now. Marte with an infield hit and a run scored his first time. Brandon Nimmo showing off speed, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line, the official freight carrier of the Mets radio network. Nelson
Tuesday and Wednesday Lane, Tuesday McGill, Wednesday Scherzer.
Learn more at odfl.com. Old Dominion, helping the world keep promises. Marte grounded to third his last time. Nelson belt tie set the pitch. Marte, it's a hot shot to third. Bohm has it, throws to second base. They get 1. Segura to first. They get 2. Double play. Starling Marte.
Okay, that was a pretty good inning for the Mets. Got into a double play there, so they didn't get nothing going to the bottom of the fourth. Mets still lead 3-0. Yeah, Baum does have 3 errors. He made the play there to start the double play. So, again, the Mets pitching has been good. It's been holding on this Phillies lineup so far. Peterson looked good in his first inning. Gave up a hit and a walk, but the pickoff move and striking out two guys is helped them get it out of that third inning. So Joe, shopping was boring. I got back just in time. But once again, guys, with the Phillies, the big news or the big story in this game right now, Alec Bohm with 3 errors already in 4 innings. He made a nice double play, turning a double play there to start it. But Alec Bohm basically just couldn't throw the ball to first, and that's basically what we saw in the first 3 innings. And the Mets took advantage of it and got 3 runs in that inning. Again, Marte hit the ball hard, but he hit it right at Bohm that got into the double play. Next inning we got 3, 4, 5 up: Lindor, Alonso, and Escobar. So that can be some damage there for the Mets. But the Mets are looking good so far. Peterson looks good in the first inning. Walker came out of the game after the second inning because it looks like his knee was acting up, and that's why they took him out of the game. Again, that's not confirmed yet, but that seems like the reason why he's out of the game at the moment and why Peterson is in the game at the moment. The Phillies have up 2, 3, 4: Real Muto, Harper, Castellanos. So it's going to be another tough inning for Peterson to get through. Let's see how he does in the bottom of the bottom of the 4th. So once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. Let's keep on getting those likes up so we can get the stream out to more Mets fans, more Philly fans to hang out during the game. So the game is back on SNY. Just waiting for the radio call to come back.
Philly have a 3-0 lead. David Peterson.
All right, so the game's back on TV. The radio call's a little behind, but here we go, guys.
Meat of the Philly order. Peterson's first pitch is in there, a strike over the outer half on a backdoor breaking ball to Real Muto. It's 0-1. It's all about the meat here in Philly. SNY showing the cheesesteaks. 0-1. Muto takes inside ball 1. I had a cheesesteak for lunch. It was wonderful.
Where'd you go?
Cleavers.
Beavers?
Yeah, Beaver Cleavers. Yep.
June whipping it up for you?
Evidently, it was great. The 1-1. Real Muto fouls it off to the right, 1 and 2.
You got a cheesesteak from a woman wearing pearls. How classy is that?
I think it is more of an upscale cheesesteak place from what I was told.
I haven't heard of that one.
I know, I hadn't either. It was just, browsing the options. And, Steve's is gone down by where we used to be in downtown Philly. 1-2. Real Muto pops it up towards shallow right. Yorme a long run out. Marte a long run in. Marte's under it. Makes a one-handed catch. Real Muto's retired. 1 away. Now Bryce Harper will be the batter.
His pat's like too touristy. It's become almost,
Well, I don't think you can get it delivered. I got it delivered.
Oh, you're lazy, man. It was a beautiful day. Get out. You're a young guy. Stretch your legs. Come on.
Punching away at Philly stuff. Reading about
delivered to your hotel room? What are you doing all day? It's gorgeous out. It's 60-odd degrees today. Plus, you probably stunk up a whole floor, too.
Well, you tell me. You're probably on the same floor as I am. Smell any cleavers?
Not yet.
Here's Harper. Now nobody on. First pitch. Fastball strike, outer half.
Ward's going to call you into the den about this.
As long as I don't have to be around Wally. The ball's 1 strike on Harper. A wet blanket, Wally. Pitch. Fastball low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike on Harper.
Oh, Wally did all right for himself.
Yeah, maybe it's his place.
Married Mary Ellen Rogers, I believe.
Sure. I'll take your word for it. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I made that up.
Pitch. Fastball outside, 2-1. Escobar about halfway between second and third on the left side of the infield. Everybody else shifted over to the right. Outfield moved toward left for Bryce Harper, who had just an immaculate second half last year. 2-1. It's over but low. 3 balls and a strike. Harper at .338 in the second half of last year. He was the MVP, but he was not an all-star in 2021, which actually happens fairly often. It's not totally unusual that someone misses the all-star team but wins the MVP. 3-1. Inside ball 4. Harper draws a 1-out walk. He's on for Nick Castellanos.
DJ, that's what I have. Braves 1,
Jimmy
Mets
Rollins
2,
was an
Phillies 3.
MVP that missed the All-Star team. Chipper Jones, Kirk Gibson, Willie Stargell. That's just the National League, and that's not even all of them. There have been many who have been an MVP in a season in which they did not make the All-Star team. There's Nick Castellanos. I'm talking about anything serious when Castellanos is up, because he bats here with 1 out, 1 on.
So Peterson is having a hard time getting his breaking stuff and off-speed pitches over the plate, which is a little concerning to me, but I'm not too worried yet.
First pitch from Peterson outside, ball 1. Castellanos just 2 for 13 to start his Phillies career, but he'll have a lot more ahead. 5 years, $100 million. His favorite player growing up was Miguel Cabrera.
But he is spotting his fastball, which is nice to see.
Served Miggy well, the 1-0. Strike on the outside corner, 1 ball, 1 strike. Miguel Cabrera nearing 3,000 career hits. He's only 10 away. Who knows where Castellanos is going to end up, but he has been an impressive hitter in his big league career. 1 ball, 1 strike. Peterson's pitch. Castellanos reaches out, taps one towards shallow right. It's a base hit. Harper with a big jump will make it to third easily. Castellanos just
nice piece of hitting by Castellanos.
Slapped the ball off the end of it the other way. Castellanos says great power to right field. He likes to go the other way anyway. That time reached way out and just flicked the ball into shallow right. So a 1-out single. Harper ends up at third. Now, at least for the Mets, a good double play target here, as Rhys Hoskins is due up. Hoskins has been one of the few Phillies that has struck the ball well so far in the early part of the year. He's 4 for 10. The home run and a double. Yorme now to the left of second base. He'll take all the throws on a possible double play ball, you figure. First and third, 1-out pitch. Fastball high from Peterson, ball 1. Hit to Citi Field for opening day of the biggest games in 2022. The Mets season membership. Choose the membership that fits your schedule and fandom. Visit Mets.com/membership.
Yeah, that was a good pitch by Peterson. He couldn't do nothing about that. I mean, the ball was in the left-hander's batter's box. He just put the bat on the ball. You can't do nothing about that. It was a good pitch.
Pitch from Peterson. Ball 1 strike on Castellanos. On Hoskins. Castellanos now
double play ball here. Here we go.
Third.
Got it. Double play. Yes.
3-0. The Mets have the lead. Peterson a high set is 1-1. Hoskins, it's a ground ball. Left side. Lindor has it. Throws to second 1. Guillorme quick to first. Alonso with the stretch. And Hoskins is out. A double play. 6-4-3. Just what the Mets needed off the bat of Hoskins.
Nice double play. Lindor almost messed that up.
Guillorme with a throw that had
all right, guys. So we're going to the top of the 5th. Nice double play for the Mets to get out of that inning. Lindor didn't make a nice flip to Guillorme, but Guillorme got it and made a quick throw to first. The nice stretch by Alonso and got the 3rd out. So nice double play by the Mets. Going to the top of the 5th. Mets lead 3-0. So David Peterson getting out of jams here and working well. So Peterson's looking good, getting out of these little small jams, but you know, his first and third were 1 out. That's a jam right there. He took care of business there. So once again, guys, the Mets are leading 3-0 and they're going to the top of the 5th. The Mets have Lindor, Alonso, and Escobar up. So once again, guys, the Mets are playing solid defense, solid pitching. We just need a little bit more runs. I don't know what's wrong with Lindor. I don't know if it's his arm, but he's made a couple of throws this year that were offline, throwing to first base. Also, you know, he made a couple of plays this year already, even turned in double plays. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah. Pete's solid. He's not a bad defensive first baseman. You know, he has his moments. Put it that way. But you know, he's worked so hard on it. And like I said, you know, some people like, oh, play Dominic Smith to let DH Alonso. You can't do that. DeAngelo does not like playing, just being a DH. It doesn't work for him. He's good enough to play first base. Yeah, Lindor made a terrible flip, and Guillaume just made the play right there. He saved the play. So once again, guys, the Mets are leading 3-0 going to the top of the fifth. Lindor, Alonso, and Escobar. So let's see what the Mets can do here going into the top of the fifth. Maybe get some runs going on. Nice stretch by Alonso, too. All right, guys, so the radio call is coming back.
Throw kind of corkscrewed Guillorme at second. Guillorme had to first move to his right and twist his body around to catch the ball.
Jay, he's not here. I don't know. He hasn't come in yet. I don't know.
First, and when he did that, his throw was a bit off.
So Lindor's at the plate, took the ball. Nick Nelson's still on the mound for the Phillies.
Right, he caught it. The double play happened. Now the fifth, and here's Howie.
And here's Lindor. Thank you, Wayne, to take the first pitch from Nick Nelson. A changeup that's low inside for ball one. It's 3-4-5 in the Mets batting order. Lindor, Alonso, and Escobar as the Mets maintain that 3-0 lead. Bohm way off the line at third. He's even with a bag. And the 1-0 popped a foul outside third. That'll
gotta keep you on your toes. Yeah, Jay, I don't know what all the talk. That's what some fans are. That's how they are. They talk until their team's losing, and then they shut up.
I guess you would have to be a Met fan that goes back to about the beginning.
1-1 count to Lindor.
Immediately recognize this date and note its significance. This is a very, very, very special date in Mets history because it was exactly 60 years ago tonight in St. Louis that the New York Mets played their very first game after entering the National League as an expansion team. The 1-1 popped in the air, foul, left field side. Schwarber giving chase. No chance for him. It hits the back of the tarp, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. But as we come to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth, Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. And think of how Bigelow sponsors our home radio booth, which is named for Bob Murphy. And you can still hear Bob. You can find it on YouTube. Broadcasting the first game in the history of the Mets on this date. At old Busch Stadium,
been tough.
2 Busch Stadiums ago. 1-2 pitch. Lindor pounds it on the ground to first. 1 waist high hop for Hoskins. Takes it to the bag himself. 1 man away.
Do you remember how you consumed that first game?
I consumed it very, very, very briefly because as an 8-year-old who had school the next day, remember it was a night game and it was a time zone behind. And back then they started the games 8 o'clock local. So as I recall, it was about a 9 o'clock New York start. And I got to stay up and listen for maybe an inning. And I went into my parents'
I like Nick Nelson's stuff. He has problems in the past with location, a little bit wild, but he got really good stuff.
And I was disappointed at the age of 8.
Jay, that's exactly what we were talking about before. They make the pitches
Here's
work.
Alonso, and he takes outside.
Must have been one disappointed 8-year-old that year.
Well, yeah. You see, I was very, very, as most kids are, narcissistic. And having become a baseball fan a year before, thanks to my dad, here's the 1-0 to Alonso, swinging a slow bouncer, fouled up the third baseline. It's 1-1. I mean, imagine being introduced to baseball at age 7, sitting in Yankee Stadium watching Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris go at it in that classic home run duel when Maris ended up hitting 61. But I felt so
Alonso hit the ball to right field, just missed.
The next
Put
year,
at the warning track by
there was
Harper.
this brand new team in town, and I thought that it was created just for me because I was a new fan. Here, kid, have a team. 1-1 to Alonso, lined in the air to right. That's deep. Back goes Harper onto the track, and he makes the 2-hand catch. So Alonso sent one into orbit, foul his last time up. Warning track the other way, but Harper holds it in. 2 men away, and Eduardo Escobar coming up, and I wouldn't take one day of the ensuing 60 years as it pertains to the New York Mets back.
Well, happy anniversary to you and to all the New York Mets fans that have stuck around for all 60 years of this franchise. It's really something that is unique to the Mets. Yeah, I guess Houston as well, that fans could be around for a long time and seen the entire history of the franchise while doing so.
Here's Escobar batting left-handed, hits it on the ground to first, fair ball along the line. Hoskins has it and runs to the bag in time. Side retired. Well, the Mets did score.
All right, so the Mets didn't score nothing in the top of the fifth. Going to the bottom of the fifth, Mets still lead 3-0. Nick Nelson's pitched well in the inning in the third that he's pitched so far. again, Nelson has really good stuff, and you'll see the Mets struggle a little bit. They haven't really hit the ball hard against Nelson. But I think the Mets need a couple more insurance runs because I feel like this lineup's going to get a little hot. The Phillies been struggling in this game, but they can easily just start going crazy out of nowhere. So once again, guys, 3-0 Mets going to the bottom of the fifth. The Phillies have up Gregorius, Segura, and Baum 6, 7, and 8. Yeah, when Alonso first hit it, with the short porch in right and the bandbox in Philly, it could have been gone. That's why you have to look. Yeah, unconscious exactly. Getting these pitches out and working the counts and getting deep in teams' bullpens, it hurts them later in the series because tomorrow they already said Zach Wheeler is not going to pitch more than 60, 65 pitches. So because he didn't pitch a lot in spring, he started late. So, he might get 3 innings at best. So you're already going into the bullpen. And if the Mets take advantage of him early and start to hit him, well, he could be out even earlier. And now you got to use your bullpen more. And that's what the Mets did against the Nationals. Nationals used about, I think each game, the first 2 games, they used about 8 relievers, with 6 to 7 relievers. That kills your bullpen throughout the series. So that's what the Mets have done well so far is work the counts and get starters out of the game. All right, so the Mets, Didi Gregorius is up at the plate now. Let's see if D.A. Peterson can continue his good start.
If you're injured in an accident, the game plan is simple. Just go to injurylawyer.com. We assume Taijuan Walker's departure had something to do with his knee. Didi Gregorius leads off. David Peterson's first pitch, a fastball for a called strike, 0-1. But it is not knee-related, and I would have to think this is even more problematic. Taijuan Walker left the game with right shoulder irritation.
Uh-oh.
The 0-1 breaking ball low outside, a slider.
Right shoulder irritation for Walker, not
that is a new concern
the
for
knee.
The Mets. Amidst the other concerns that they had about Taijuan Walker, most notably his knee, it's now the shoulder. The 1-1 breaking ball over for a called strike. Good pitch to put that slider right on the outside edge. And a count 1 ball and 2 strikes. That's not good. So now uncertainty about Taijuan Walker. And who's up next in terms of moving into the Mets rotation? 1-2 pitch, and on the ground slowly to the right side. Charging is Lindor. He's got it, and he throws to first in time, 1 man away. So Lindor, the shortstop, on the right side of the diamond in the shift, throws out Gregorius to start the home half of the 5th. 1 man out, and it'll bring up Gene Segura. And this 5th inning is sponsored by ELEC 825, building their bounce back. I think Taijuan Walker would have been better off getting stuck in an elevator, like a whole bunch of Mets did the night before they played their first ever game in St. Louis in 1962. You kind of figured something was up right then. Here's Segura. He takes a fastball high, ball 1. The stories over 60 years have a way of changing. So, based on
Peterson's looking good, got the first 2 men out. Nice to see.
Some Mets were stuck for either 20 minutes or 2 hours in an elevator. The 1-0 hit on the ground to second, moving to his right. Guillorme to gobble it up. Throws to first in time, 2 men away. And it turned
like
out
I said, guys, if Walker is going to be out for somewhat,
this was the night before the scheduled opener, or what turned out to be the opener. They finally got
somewhat of a decent amount of time, at least you got Peterson that can step in, no problem.
Don't bother, the game's been rained out. So the first game scheduled in the history of the Mets was rained out. They played the next night on this date in 1962. They lost in St. Louis 11-4 to the Cardinals and would lose 120 games that year, winning only 40. 7 years later, they were world champions. So there. Alec Bohm swings and misses at a slider, 0-1.
We don't know time frame yet.
So Peterson has thrown 3 ground balls in a row.
We don't even know what it is yet. It could be irritation. Just he could have been tight and it just felt a little bit of discomfort. Could be nothing.
Outs here in the 5th.
It could be just one start, or it could be months. It could have the same thing as DeGrom. You never know.
Breaking ball down and in.
But Peterson's pitching well
right
now.
1-1 to Alec Bohm.
Again, it's not like we don't have the depth to replace Walker. Peterson can step right in for us as our 5th starter and be okay. As you can see, he can pitch.
Bohm did well
And then we'll have
despite
a
his
lefty in
defensive
our rotation.
problems. Here's the 1-1 to him. It's
Well, we
taken
don't know
down and
anything
in a
yet out
changeup,
there. I
2
mean, it's
balls and 1
irritation. We
strike.
don't know.
Last year, he was very productive with men in scoring position. In fact, for the first couple of years of his career, he's hit .317 in those spots. But as we've seen tonight, the defense can be adventurous. 2-1 pitch. That's drilled in the air, deep to left center. Over goes Canna, and it's in for a hit. Rolling to the deepest part of the ballpark at the 409
Well,
mark.
Roberto, I don't
Picked
think they
up
have to
by
go
Nimmo
after
on the
one
warning
yet.
track,
I mean, they
lays
still
it into
got
the
depth.
door, and
You
standing
know,
in
you have
second
Trevor
with a
Williams
two-out
who can
double
start.
is
You
Alec
have
Bohm.
Yamamoto down.
So,
You also
wipe
have
out the
Peterson
bad
who can
taste
step
of
right
3
in.
errors, but it's a start for Bohm. And the Phillies with 2 out have a man in
But they
scoring
might
position.
look at for
And
another
Matt
depth
Fairley
piece
coming
to
up.
put in the minors. You
That
never know.
pitch that Peterson just threw that we've often seen him give up home runs on, that slider that just kind of levels out over the middle of the plate, down around the thigh or the knee. And Bohm put a good swing on it, drilled it to the gap in left center field.
Here's Vierling. He fouled out to right his first time, so he's 0 for 9 to start the year. Baker Tilly trivia question, too. First pitch, taken low, ball 1. Visit BakerTilly.com to learn how their leading advisory, tax, and assurance professionals can help you bring home a win. Baker Tilly now for tomorrow. His ballpark opened in 2004, April 12th. Phillies took on the Cincinnati Reds.
You know, Peterson in a couple of 43 pitches, not too bad. Coming in since the third, so it's not bad.
2-0, and no, they must not be
I think you have to get into the 6th inning with Peterson at the very least. I mean, if he struggles, yeah, you got to change it, but at least go 6 inning to the 6th inning with him.
Lindor is joined in.
Yeah, I think this is more about Peterson just looking out of sorts here than anything that might be wrong from a communication standpoint. They just wanted to get Peterson settled down.
McCann will trot back to the mound or back to the plate. Anyway, the win and a save in a 4-1 Reds victory went to
So Peterson's a little wild in this at bat. You know, you got to get the number 9 hitter here. You can't have up Schwarber with men on base. You just can't.
Involved one-time Mets. Tell us who. 2-0 pitch now. Way outside. 3 balls and no strikes.
I will say 1 is Paul Wilson.
Okay, I was going to throw Pete Harnish out there. Let's see. The save. Braden Looper. I don't think he was with the Reds. He blew one in Cincinnati on an opening day. 3-0 on the way. Down the middle, strike 1 call. I remember coming on the bus with the Mets to this ballpark for the very first time in 04. They had demolished the old Veteran Stadium. It was in rubble right next door here. Bus passed by, and Johnny Franco looked at him and said, yeah, old place hasn't changed a bit. 3-1 pitch. Breaking ball hit on the ground towards third, a foul ball rolling down the line. And the count 3-2.
Washington's beating Atlanta 5-1.
Question, and we'll have the answer for you later. Mets 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors. The Phillies, no runs, 3 hits, and 3 errors, all made by Alec Bohm, who was the runner at second after a 2-out double against Peterson here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Flag's not doing a whole lot right now, although hitters generally don't need a whole lot of help to get one out of this place.
Nice scoop by Alonso. 3
Peterson
outs.
staring into McCann. Bohm being kept close at second by Guillorme. Peterson looks to second, now comes home, and a breaking ball chopped over the mound. Charging is Guillorme on the right of second, throws low to first. Alonso down to his knee, plays it on 1 hop for the out, and that retires the side. Hey, well, the Mets have gotten some ground ball outs the last couple of innings. They have not been Spalding guide outs, but they go into the book the way the Mets won them.
All right, guys, so another, 2-out double by Bohm, and Peterson got out of it again. So Peterson, we've seen this from Peterson in 2020 when he came up. He's a guy that when guys are on base, he bears down and gets it done. So that's nice to see from Peterson. So we're going to the top of the 6th. Mets still lead 3-0. Mets pitching has dominated the Phillies lineup so far, but it is still early. Jay, exactly. When it comes to the Braves, I said this before the season. When Freeman went to the Dodgers, leadership is a big deal, especially in a young team like the Braves. And again, not only do you have the World Series hangover that happens to a lot of teams, you lose your leader in the clubhouse in Freeman. And even though Olsen can have the same production as Freeman, the intangibles that Freeman brings just in the clubhouse alone, and we talked about with Freeman and Acuna weren't really good friends. They didn't get along much, but Freeman kept Acuna and other young guys at bay. Olsen's not going to step up like that because he's not a big-time veteran. That's the big deal with the Braves, and I think that's going to be a huge problem for them. And people were like, oh, look at them on paper. Great. It's not just what they have on paper. It's the intangibles. You know, the Mets looked good on paper as well last year, but they had a toxic clubhouse, which not with the injuries and a toxic clubhouse just killed this team. Yeah, Andre, Acuna is out, but Acuna was also out late in September all the way into the playoffs and World Series for the Braves, and they won the World Series. So it's not just about Acuna either. You know, they have a talented lineup or a talented roster in general to play well during the season without Acuna. The problem is, I think it's a huge deal. The World Series hangover and losing Freeman's a big deal. All right, so J.D. Davis is up at plate, going to the top of the sixth. The radio calls right now.
Sixth inning in Philadelphia. Mets with a 3-0 lead over the Phillies. J.D. Davis has walked and singled. He'll be followed by Mark Canha and Luis Guillorme. Nick Nelson going to work for his third full inning. And the first pitch to Davis is a slider that's taken for a called strike. 0-1. Nelson got the final out of the third, striking out Luis Guillorme. Got a double play grounder to get him out of the fourth and worked a 1-2-3 fifth. Here's the 0-1. Davis swings, pops one foul down the right field line. Harper giving chase over by the railing with Hoskins, but the ball's a few rows back.
Yeah, well, Chipper's definitely a Brave, but yeah, Freeman should have been too. But again,
as far as that,
Freeman's a big loss for the Braves, and I think people realize how much of a big loss it is. Just because Olsen might put up the same, if not better, numbers, the clubhouse atmosphere is probably totally different.
Reds won the game, or as Marty Brenneman, their great Hall of Fame broadcaster, said afterwards. And this one belongs to the Reds. 4-1 Cincinnati. What about the trivia point of it? 0-2 pitch to Davis. Swung on and fouled into the mid Real Muto for strike three. And Nick Nelson has the second strikeout. One away. Mark Canha coming up. But anyway, the win and the save went to a pair of one-time Mets pitchers. Who were they? Paul Wilson, you're right, got the win. And Danny Graves picked up the save.
Don't mind me, guys. I'm going to have some chips. A little hungry. Ken, yeah, the problem he can't hit a fastball. He can, but he's better when the left-hander's on the mound. And, you know, because the left-hander came out early, Davis is stuck in the game for a right-hander now.
Thought he'd be, at the very least, a good big league pitcher, and many thought a star. And I remember how I was doing TV then, and our producer was a little overzealous. Here's the 1-0. Canha lifts it in the air to right, slicing away from Harper, who's on the move. Across the line, foul ground. He slides and he makes the
nice play by Harper down the right field line.
Play by Bryce Harper in foul territory to make the play on Canha, and there are 2 men away. Wait, I remember doing Paul Wilson's Mets debut early in the 1996 season, and our producer had Fran Healy, Ralph Kiner,
Nelson's keeping the Phillies in this game right now, giving them one.
Talking over a graphic that was a split screen of Tom Seaver's
Caitlin, I mean, Conforto over JD really doesn't matter because JD's predominantly an infielder and everyday DH, basic or a DH guy. Conforto is a guy that can play every day.
First pitch to Guillorme, taken for a called strike, 0-1. He came into our booth, and Joe is about as nice a guy as you'll find. It's probably the angriest I ever saw him. He said, "What are you guys doing? This kid hasn't thrown a pitch in the big leagues, and you're comparing him with Tom Seaver?" 0-1 to Guillorme, and the third bounce away from Real Muto. It's 1-1. Well, we threw our producer right under the bus. We said, "Look, it's not us. We're just doing what we're told to do." Smart. Yeah. Protect your lair. No, it's all for one. One for all, and every man for himself. They could amend that third one.
Win or draw, at least.
Pitch low to Guillorme, 2-1. Sadly, Paul Wilson
and Guillermo, nice play.
Was almost instantly injured.
Guillermo hit it hard to reach Hoskins, but
although he gave it a roll with the Reds, wasn't throwing anywhere near as hard as he was before he got hurt. What a shame. 2-1 to Guillorme. Pounded towards first. Caught shoulder high by Hoskins. And that retires the side. So I think Nelson's done a great job over 3 1/3 innings, allowing just 1 hit. Mets go in order, middle of the 6th. The Mets 3, the Phillies nothing on the WCBS.
All right, so once again, a 1-2-3 inning for the Phillies. The Mets didn't really do anything in that half inning. So we're going to the bottom of the 6th. Mets still lead 3-0. And Peterson's probably going to pitch one more inning, and then the Mets will probably go to the bullpen for the 7th, 8th, and 9th. So we'll see if Peterson can pitch one more inning for us, get us out of there without giving up any runs, and leave it to the bullpen for the last 3 innings. That's what I'm hoping for. But kudos to Nick Nelson for keeping the Phillies in the game. If Nelson didn't pitch well, guess what? The Phillies would have had to go back to the bullpen. So, really good job by Nick Nelson. He's probably not going to pitch another inning. He might, but we'll see. Again, with the DH now, you have the option of keeping that pitcher in now. You don't have to worry about pinch hitting anymore. Ken Diaz is back, but he's not available to pitch tonight. That's what Buck Showalter said. He was supposed to be back today, but they don't want him to pitch today. I mean, I don't think it would be smart to put him in today. He had to travel back from, I think, Puerto Rico. I don't know what time he got with the team today, but he's here today. But I don't think he's ready to pitch. Again, I could be wrong, but that's what Buck said yesterday. So, but we'll see. Yeah, that is a great stat, Christian. But definitely Diaz will be officially back tomorrow, ready to pitch. Yeah, that's what's worrying me a little bit. That, Nelson basically shut down the Mets lineup for the most part for the last couple of innings. But we got Peterson right now in the 6th inning, pitching his starting his 4th inning right now. With the top of the lineup, Kyle Schwarber is up. So we'll see if Peterson can do something.
David Peterson on the first pitch, big slider swung on and missed, nothing and 1. Schwarber has punched out twice tonight. So he is 2 for 12. The Mets hoping to continue the struggles the Phillies hitters have had. First half of their lineup. The 0-1 fastball over for a called strike. And it is 0-2 as he put a fastball at the knees of Kyle
Schwarber.
Schwarber.
Struck out for the 3rd time already.
Infield is overshifted. Guillorme out in short right field against the left-hand batter. The outfield straight away. The 0-2. In there, strike 3 called. A fastball. Not sure if Schwarber thought that pitch was up because he just about froze for a second, started to look back at Ryan Blakeney and said, never mind, and trudges up to the dugout, having punched out 3 times tonight.
All right, guys, so Trevor May is warming up in the bullpen, which I expect Peterson to be out in the 6th.
So 1 away. JT Realmuto will be the batter. That was a 91-mile-an-hour fastball, sponsored by Spectrum Mobile. Switch and save with Spectrum Mobile. Nationwide 5G included. Restrictions apply. Visit SpectrumMobile.com. Pitch to Realmuto is a sinker taken low outside for ball 1.
All right, a quick 2 out for Peterson.
Up in their bullpen. David Peterson's allowed some base runners, but no runs since coming in for Taijuan Walker.
Now the 1-0. Fastball hit on the ground to the right side. Guillorme to his left gobbles it up. Throws to first in time. 2 men away. There's one of those ground ball outs right there from David Peterson. No doubt sniffing an opportunity if Walker is going to be out for any stretch with his shoulder problem. Left this game after 2 perfect innings with shoulder irritation, we're told. Well, David Peterson right on line to take that spot in the rotation when it next comes up. Doing nothing tonight to dispel the notion that he would be the choice.
All right, so 2 outs and the bottom of the 6th. Harper is up.
Be important pieces to the starting rotation.
Again, guys, the good thing about this right now is, like, even if Peterson gives up a long ball to Harper, it's only a solo home run. I'd rather that than men on base.
Harper.
No, you bring in Trevor May next inning in the 7th. As long as Peterson don't get in trouble here.
Slider, curveball that got away from him. And it's 1 ball and nothing to Bryce Harper. Really, it
You know,
is
this is a
fourth
spot
year
you want
for
to
the
Harper up.
Phillies.
2 outs, nobody on.
Scoreboard update brought to you by the New
You know, you
York
can
Lottery.
challenge him.
The scratch-off games are on sale now. Here's the 1-0. Little bit low with a changeup, 2-0. Try your luck today. You could bring home a win. Nationals, after beating the Mets yesterday,
It will
flew to
probably
Atlanta,
be
and they're
Peterson.
leading
You
the
know,
Braves
he's
5-1
starting
at the
today, so
bottom
he
of the
can be
third.
able to. He
Maikel
will be
Franco
available
with
to
a
pitch
2-run homer.
in 5 days.
That's kept him pretty quiet
So
this
he'll be
weekend.
fine. He'll be ready to
The
pitch
2-0 fouled
if
off
Walker
to the
can't
left
go.
and out of play upstairs between home and third. The count 2-1. And look, I'm not trying to turn Maikel Franco into Michael Jack Schmidt necessarily.
Nice pitch by
But
Peterson.
when
2
Franco
strikes.
was with these Phillies, he had a lot of big hits against the Mets. With the Nationals this weekend, didn't do too much damage. 2-1 pitch. Harper takes a fastball for a called strike. And it's 0-2. And I don't think Harper particularly liked that call. Was a sinker by Peterson that Ryan Blakeney said caught the inside corner.
That should have been
around the
strike
eye.
3 on the outside corner.
Harper taking a little
I think the umpire gave him that
before
last
pounding the
pitch
bat
because of the
across home plate.
third pitch he threw.
Peterson
That for a
waiting
strike.
for him.
Oof.
Glove in front of his face.
Jeez.
Now delivers. And a fastball misses a little bit high. Peterson had taken 1 stride towards the bottom of the mound, heading towards the Mets
What a
dugout until
slider by
Blakeney called
Peterson.
ball
Struck
3.
out Harper.
So full
Great
count now
performance
on
by
Harper.
David Peterson for 4 innings. Absolutely great.
So Peterson now for the right leg kick, the payoff pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed strike 3. He got him with a big slider, side retired.
Wonderful 4 innings by David Peterson, guys. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Mets pitching has been excellent this year. Again, pitching beats good lineups. It's just that simple. Usually you see the lineups tear up pitching during the regular season, but right now the Mets pitching has been on point all season for the first 5 games. They've been fooling the Phillies hitters all night with Walker with 2 innings and Peterson for 4. Peterson came in for Taijuan Walker because Taijuan Walker came out with a shoulder irritation, and Peterson has just been absolutely perfect, basically. He put some people on base, gave up a few hits, but when he had to bear down and get guys out, he did. He knocked down Schwarber, got down Harper. Just excellent performance for David Peterson. It looks like Trevor May's going to be in the 7th. Again, Trevor May has been prone to giving up the long ball, but let's hope, he's getting in the middle of the order. Let's see if May can come back and bounce back because he did give a home run his first outing. And let's see if Trevor May can come back and do some damage here and hold the Phillies lineup to nothing. That would be nice. So the Mets are coming up in the top of the 7th. Mets still lead 3-0 going to the top of the 7th, guys. So the Mets are sitting good right now, but I think we still need some insurance runs because I still don't trust this lineup just not scoring nothing. But no, Arthur, I'm not surprised. You needed a little bit of length. You can't throw your bullpen in the 5th inning and expect great things. You're gonna go deep in your bullpen. Given Peterson what he's done, even if he was struggling a little bit, you have to keep him in there. Now you only got 3 more innings to use your bullpen. May's gonna come in. You probably see Lugo in the 8th, or you might see Foley in the 8th because Lugo's probably gonna be a closer tonight, most likely. So. But again, we'll see if the Mets score more runs. If we score more runs, we don't have to worry about a closer. So Nick Nelson is still on the mound for the Phillies. McCann is at the plate. So 9-1-2 for the Mets.
WCBS News Radio 880.
Mets baseball is brought to you by our local Honda dealers. Contact the dealer for a great deal today or visit tryhondadealers.com. James McCann leads off the 7th. Mets lead the Phillies 3-0, Wayne.
Hey, Howie. Nick Nelson goes to work here against McCann. First pitch high and outside, ball 1. You'd think in a game where the 2 starting pitchers combined to only work 4 2/3 innings, you would see a lot of different relievers in a game like that, but we haven't tonight. Just 1 reliever each, thanks to the work of Nick Nelson and David Peterson. 1-0, high and tight to McCann. 2 balls, no strikes. Nelson replaced Ranger Suarez.
So Nelson's getting a little wild. Just 3 pitches, not even close.
Here in the top of the 7th. Peterson replaced Taijuan Walker after the 2nd inning ended, and he's still out there as well. Nelson downhill to 2-0. McCann takes in the dirt, ball 3.
Exactly, Arthur. They trust him.
Nelson
Martin, right now, the Mets are looking good.
Pretty much everybody.
And Nelson has been wild. 4 pitch walk the lead off from McCann. So McCann's on first base. So the Mets need to do some damage at the top of the lineup
Take
now.
advantage of that against Nick Nelson here. Nelson from his windup, 3-0 to McCann. Way high, ball 4. So Nelson all over the place in this at-bat to McCann. And a leadoff walk here in the top of the 7th as the Mets have a 3-0 lead. Ranger Suarez giving up 3 runs.
Right, Jay, get some rallies in.
His worst outing last
Yep,
year. He only
unconscious,
gave up 3 runs in a
100%.
game once last
Stingy
season.
lineup. And Nimmo squaring the
Suarez
bunt again.
allowed
I need
5
Nimmo swinging.
with those 3
Let's
runs.
go. Stop with
There
these
were some
bunts.
errors. Alec Boehm made 3, one that caused some trouble in the first inning.
Gotta
First
have
shows
Nimmo
bunt,
swinging.
takes
Stop
down
with
an
this
in-ball
bunt.
once. The second time we've seen Nimmo square to bunt with McCann aboard. Nimmo had a sacrifice bunt.
I think they're changing the pitcher, or they're going to talk
He's
to
also
him.
got a couple of base hits
We'll see.
tonight, so we'll see what the plan is.
So
here.
yeah, they're
A
having a
little bit of
meeting on
sense
the mound.
earlier
I don't know why
when
he's
Nimmo
bunting. I
was
don't like
bunting
that at
against the
all.
lefty Ranger Suarez.
You got
It's the
Nimmo,
right-hander
a
Nelson.
guy who likes to take pitches,
I'd like
work
to
the
see
count,
Brandon swing the bat.
and he's 2 for 2 already. I know he
Phillies
had
pitching
one bunt
coach
hit,
Caleb Cottom
but
heads
still.
to the mound, gives us a chance
And
for the power report.
Sir Anthony Dominguez is on
Sponsored
the
by the
mound for
Triacura
the
dealers.
Phillies.
Well, it was a foul ball, but Pete Alonso hit a ball as far we've seen here at Citizens Bank Park. Ball that was absolutely crushed in the foul territory earlier. It was pretty close. That's actually wanted to have the umpires take an extra look at it, and they did, but it wasn't foul
unconscious,
ball, as
exactly.
Sir
That's
Anthony
exactly
Dominguez, a right-hander, is throwing in
that
the
I think
Phillies
about
bullpen.
McCann. Again, I still think McCann's a backup catcher. I don't know why the
Alonso
Mets
really
gave him
that
that money to be a
A
starter.
long
I don't like
drive back in
McCann
the
at all. But it's all
top
right.
of the 3rd inning.
Jack, how you doing, buddy?
Alonso has
So,
a
all
home
right.
run
Nimmo didn't square the
this
bunt this
season.
time, so
Lindor
we'll
and
see.
McNeil have hit homers, and that's it. Just 3 home runs. in
So
the first
6 straight balls
4
for Nick
games,
Nelson.
into a 5th
So
game
he's
today
been a
for the
little
Mets.
wild here.
Team that's probably going to hit
Mets
a
need to
chunk
take
of home
advantage
runs
of it.
this year. 1-0. Downstairs to Nimmo. 2 balls, no strikes. So now Nelson has missed with the first 6 pitches of this inning. May just be running out of gas now that
Nimmo
he
hits
is
a shot to right
working into
field.
his
Oh,
fifth,
he got on top of that ball.
rather his 4th
I thought he
different
hit it
frame.
out. Sorry, guys. I got a little excited there. 1 out.
2 balls, no strikes. Pitch. Nimmo turns on it. It's a line drive toward right. Harper moving over to his left. Makes the
So
catch on
it sounded like he
the
broke his back.
McCann goes back to first. So even though Nelson missed 6 in a row to start the inning, Nimmo was swinging away, and he lines out to Harper and right for the first out here.
It sounded like Nimmo's back was already broken. It didn't sound
From
good
the
at
Bigelow
all.
T broadcast booth, Bigelow T. Grab a
All right,
mug
guys. So
and
Stella
tea
Marte's
proudly.
coming out. 1 out, 1
Let's
on.
have a 3-0
3-0
lead,
Mets.
opening
Top
up this
7.
3-game series here in Philadelphia. Game 2 tomorrow night, another 6:45 start. Day baseball on Wednesday. That'll be a 1:05 first pitch, and that'll be Max Scherzer on the mound against Aaron Nola on Wednesday afternoon. Tomorrow night, it's Tyler McGill against Zach Wheeler.
So they're showing a stat. Stella
Marte,
Marte
the
has a
batter,
401
first pitch, and there,
average
4 strikes.
against the Phillies.
The inner half, and it's 0-1 on Starling Marte. See McGill's second start. His great outing on opening day when he opened up some eyes in Washington, working 5 shutout innings. Ball's 1 strike to pitch. Ball is in there over the inner half to Marte. Like that call, thought it was too far inside. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Starling Marte in his career has brutalized the Phillies. It's a 401 average lifetime against the Phillies entering today. Ball's at 2 strikes. Pitch. Breaking ball outside. It's 1-2. Marte in 197 career at bats against the Phillies. 79 hits, including 6 home runs. 5th highest average all time for any player against the Phillies.
Marte's staying alive.
Lefty O'Doul has the record. A 409 lifetime average against the Phillies. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Marte. Pitch. Swinging a roller foul behind home plate. Still 1-2. That's a lot of at-bats, though. To keep an average around 400. I mean, close to 200 at-bats. That's about 40% of a full season. Starling Marte's hit at a 400 clip against the Phillies.
Yeah,
1 ball, 2
Nelson's
strikes,
struggling
1
a
out,
little bit.
runner on first. 7th inning. As the Mets lead 3-0. They've led that way since the first. Pitch. In the dirt. 2-2 on Marte. Nelson, since replacing Ranger Suarez, has thrown just 42 pitches, Suarez threw 63. We've seen the Mets kind of cycle over the
McCann
first
steals
5
second
games
base.
where, for a few innings, they'll see a lot of pitches, and then for a few innings, they'll see a relatively smaller number of pitches.
He got a huge start.
McCann's taking off. The 2-2's way outside.
McCann steals the
steals
base.
second base.
So now we got a runner in scoring
almost
position with
unnoticed.
1 out, guys. Here we go.
McCann broke for second
3-2 to Marte.
while Nick Nelson still had the ball. Nelson never looked at him. So McCann was literally halfway to second base by the time Nelson even let go of the ball.
All right,
And
here's
James
the opportunity
McCann
here.
gets an unusual stolen base. That is just the 9th career steal for McCann.
I agree, Johnny. We need at least
His
one
second
runner.
as a Met. He had 1 last year. 3-2, the pitch to Marte. It's fouled at home plate. Still 3 balls, 2 strikes. McCann usually ends up around 1 steal a year. He did have 4 with the White Sox in
Yeah,
2019.
much of a surprise McCann stealing, but you know what? He saw he wasn't looking at him. He took off.
A little bit of a surprise that James McCann
And
took
Marte
off.
hits a
Nick
ground
Nelson never
ball
noticed.
and a line drive
He's
out.
not
Damn
been
it.
looking over there at all.
Damn.
James McCann now in scoring position. 3-2 on Marte, 1 out. It's lead by 3. Pitch.
All right, Frankie, another big
Marte
spot
hits a
for you.
line
Let's
drive
go.
towards center. It hangs up. Vierlich comes in, makes a run and catch.
Again, at least we're
McCann
putting
has
the
to
bat
hurry
on the
back to
ball,
second.
guys. I'd rather
Dives in.
put the bat on the ball
Vierlich's throw is late.
and make the defense make
Marte
plays than
lines out.
striking
So a
out.
couple of lineouts.
So we'll see.
After the
With 2
McCann
outs, Frankie
walk.
Lindor. Come on,
Joe
Frankie.
Girardi getting a little nervous by all this hard contact. He's going to come out and make a pitching change. Sir Anthony Dominguez
All
will
right,
enter
pitching
for the
change,
Phillies.
guys.
It's 3-0 Mets here in the 7th. And this pitching change brought to you by the New York Lottery. Newest scratch-off games are on sale now. Try your luck today. You could bring home a win.
Great hitting.
All right, guys. So the radio call will come back on in a second. So once again, guys, the Mets hit the ball hard, but both times got out. So see if Francisco Lindor can come through on 2 outs with a runner in scoring position. Francisco hasn't been really good this year. You know, he had that 1 home run a couple of days in second game of the season, but we definitely need Lindor to step it up, and he has another moment here. Todd, I don't remember Walker Splitter being that good last year. I really don't. Maybe the first half, I don't remember much about it, but it seems like he crafted it a little bit better, like he worked on it for sure. But yeah, 2 hard line drives, you can't really help that. It is what it. But they're putting the bat on the ball, making defense make plays. So Sir Anthony Dominguez is coming into the game for the Phillies. So it's up to Lindor to get this run home from second. He hasn't really been clutch this year, but we need him to be right now. I mean, we need that insurance run for sure. Because Trevor May's coming in, the bullpen's coming in. You know, we'll see how that goes. But let's get a couple more runs. We have opportunities. We got to keep on getting it done.
Phillies back in 2018 and 19. In
Yeah, there goes the
2018,
radio
he
call,
was actually
guys.
a closer for a portion of the year. He had 16 saves and a 2.95
Yeah, RG, I'm a little
ERA.
worried too.
in his
But
rookie
again, at least we
season.
have Peterson that can actually fill
He
his
had
spot.
Tommy John
Worst case
surgery,
scenario.
made just 1 appearance
All right,
at
Frankie,
the end
come
of
on.
last year. Tommy John surgery right before the
Like I said, a
2020
base hit is no guarantee
season
though
began.
that they can
Missed
score
all of
McCann.
that year, pretty much all of 21, and now he's back. Returning to the Phillies bullpen. Right-hander, throws hard. Lindor, the batter, first pitch, high and tight from Sir Anthony Dominguez. 1 ball, no strikes.
I like
He has
Dominguez. Got a
97
really
miles
good
an
arm.
hour on that fastball. He was asked once where the name Sir Anthony
I agree,
comes
Johnny,
from.
but they like him in that third spot for
Didn't
some
know.
reason.
1-0. That's low. 2-0. He said his parents probably heard it on TV somewhere. And I wonder if maybe they heard it in reference to Anthony Hopkins, right? Sir Anthony Hopkins. Maybe they just thought that was his name, and they named him Sir Anthony. 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch. Strike to Lindor, 2-1. What'd you think of my theory?
Not
Base
a
hit for
whole lot.
Lindor. Come on.
You know,
Come on, James.
I could
Run,
see it's
run,
a bit of a
run.
stretch, but If he's royalty,
Safe.
I will salute Sir Anthony.
Yes. Clutch hit by Lindor.
They heard it on TV. The 2-1.
Nice hit.
Lindor, it's a line drive toward right. It's a base hit. Around third, McCann being waved home. Harper's up with it, throwing to the plate. A throw on the way. McCann is safe.
There we go. Clutch hit, baby. There we
Just
go.
barely sliding in ahead
That's
of the
what I like
Harper
to see.
throw. Lindor ends up at second. RBI single.
Yeah, man. McCann's
Francisco
slow, man.
Lindor.
When
And the Mets get a
Harper was
two-out
playing
run to
left
extend their
center,
lead.
basically,
It's
and they
4-0.
almost got him out.
And as usual, when the Mets are doing something well,
Got the
at
Let's Go
Citizens
Mets
Bank
chance.
Park, you hear two loud noises. One from Mets fans, and then generally a louder
Here, the
one
Let's
by
Go Mets
Phillies
chance,
fans,
baby.
which is going on
There
right
we
now
go.
to drown
Nice
them
hit
out.
by Lindor.
James
Now we got
McCann's
Alonso up.
stolen base ends up getting the Mets a run, basically.
And that stolen base just
Been in scoring
look
position if it wasn't for
manufactured
that.
runs. And Alonso hits a line drive and
One
Schwarber
hopper that
clutch
was
it.
right on
So
target,
we
right
get
where
a
it
run.
needed to be.
That's okay.
And just quick enough. Slide across ahead of Real Muto's tag. First pitch, Alonso lines to left. That might get down. Schwarber moves over, makes the catch. Schwarber angling to his right. He's made a couple of nice running catches over toward the line tonight as Alonso lines out to end the inning. Mets do get a two-out run. Lindor drives in McCann. One hit in the inning and one man left. Stretch time in Philly, 4-0 Mets on the WCBS Mets Radio Network, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
All right, guys. So we got that extra run that we were looking for. That little security blanket. That at least a grand slam. We can only tie the game at the moment. So once again, Lindor came through. Nice. That's a clutch hit for Lindor right now. We needed that run. Even though McCann basically made it much closer than it should have been. I mean, Harper was basically in left center field. And he nearly threw McCann out. So, again, Mets got the insurance run. 4-0 Mets going to the bottom of the seventh. Trevor May's coming into the game for the Mets. Once again, guys, Taijuan Walker went 2 innings, pitched well in those 2 innings, but came out because of shoulder irritation. It's on the bottom of your screen right there. If you don't know what happened to Walker, David Peterson came in to replace him. 4 scoreless innings for Peterson was very solid. Over 4 innings, gave up a couple of hits, couple of walks, but bared down and got out of innings and got out of trouble for David Peterson, and he pitched well. So 6 scoreless innings from Mets pitching so far. Now the bullpen is going to take over for the next 3. Let's hope the bullpen can hold this 4-run lead. The Mets had outplayed the Phillies in this game so far. Phillies defense, well, technically, Alec Bohm made 3 errors in the game that helped the Mets score a couple of runs here. And other than that, the Mets shut down the lineup of the Phillies. And guess what? Pitching has stopped this lineup so far, and that's exactly what the Mets needed to do. Again, the Mets, no home runs today, manufactured runs, base it here, a ground out with runner in scoring position, got the run home, sack fly, stuff like that. Clutch base hit by Lindor last inning, or this inning, 7th, and look what happened. Manufacturing runs. I told you in the pregame, the Mets are a manufacturing run type of team. They're not going to hit that three-run home run from most of the guys in this lineup. But what they will do is put the bat on the ball. And you showed what they did. They put the bat on the ball and things happen. Errors. And that's what happens. And that's how the Mets are going to play baseball this year. All right, so Trevor May is on the mound for the Mets. So here goes the radio call, guys. Let's go, Mets.
Perfect innings tonight. So Peterson entered in the third. Allowed 3 hits, but no runs, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts.
Big inning
He's
for
in
May
line
here.
for the win in this game as the Mets have a 4-0 lead. Nick Castellanos leads off the 7th. First pitch from May. Fastball outside, ball 1. Castellanos singled his last time, struck out in the second. Mets pitchers combined for 7 strikeouts in 6 innings.
Johnny, we
tonight.
shouldn't trade for a pitcher yet, and it's going to be hard to trade for pitchers right now.
Field shades toward
At
right
the moment,
center,
you can
where
fill
Castellanos hits the
Peterson,
ball a lot. 1-0.
Walker's spot with Peterson
Breaking
at the
ball low,
moment.
ball 1.
That's why we got the depth that we have. Right now.
Castellanos has 190 doubles dating back to the start of the 2017 season. It's the most in the major leagues. Often among the league leaders in that category, if not the outright league leader. 2-0. Castellanos to high pop-up. Shallow left center. Nimmo trots in. Canna moves over. Nimmo calls, makes a one-handed catch. Castellanos retired. Castellanos now 1 for 16 in his career against Trevor May. 1 out, nobody on. Hoskins the batter. Trevor May in his second appearance. We haven't seen him since the very first game. May allowed a home run to Juan Soto in that game on opening day in D.C. Didn't pitch again the rest of the series.
Oh, sorry guys, I forgot to put the game day back up. Thank you.
Was warming up at one
Sorry
point
about that.
yesterday.
There's pitch to Hoskins. Fastball strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1.
Marco's running down the line. Can he get it?
Inning behind Chase and
Nice.
Shreve. But Showalter really prioritized getting those two in the game yesterday. 0-1 from May. Hoskins pops it up toward the right side.
Nice play by
Alonso
Marte,
chasing.
and Alonso
Marte
getting out of
chasing
his
into
way.
foul territory. Marte's there, makes the catch.
Alonso ran
slide to get out of
a
the way
long
of
way
the
for that
charging
ball, but
Marte.
Marte got the ball in foul
Wouldn't
territory.
want to
2
see
down.
that collision. Those
Trevor
are
May
two
looked good so far.
strong bulls.
Oh, Brad, that's
toward
awesome.
each
I wish I
other
could have
over
went, but unfortunately, it worked.
Marte
He's
staying
calling.
upright as Alonso dove out of the way. Hoskins fouls out,
Yeah,
and there's 2
exactly,
up, 2 down.
Ken. Hey, Mets pitching been really good, man. Really good.
Marte
nice to
is
see.
probably the fittest of the Mets, and Alonso is probably the most naturally strong of the Mets. Those two need to stay out of each other's way. Here's Gregorius, first pitch, fouled off toward the left.
Gotta be careful
And
with
out of
Gregorius
play.
here.
To our left, we're a fan.
Joe, exactly. Our daily tradition.
getting
You're right. End the
merciless.
lockout.
He's wearing a Carlos Ruiz Chooch sweatshirt.
Pass ball.
Yeah.
All right, so Joely Rodriguez is on the mound. I mean, sorry, in the bullpen warming up. So he looked like he's going to come in the 8th inning.
Ball's at a strike pitch. High ball 1, 22,317. Still cool. Still early in the season. Kids are still in school.
Not at this hour, they're not.
Got to bed you.
They started all of 15, 20 minutes earlier, 6:45.
Christian, 100%
1-1.
agree.
It's in there for a strike over the inner half, and it's 1-2 on Gregorius.
I think they just couldn't make up their minds. Should we start at 6:30 or 7, and they split the difference?
6:30, too early. 7, too late. 6:45 it is. That'll be the case tomorrow, too. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Gregorius. 2 outs, bases empty. 4-0 Mets. May's pitch. Swinging a high pop-up foul. Left side out of play. Still 1-2. Now, if what he told me is true, Trevor May just peeked around the stadium to see where the mile-per-hour reading is, because he wants to know after every single pitch how hard he threw it. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Gregorius. 2 outs, bases empty. The pitch. Fouled straight back, still 1-2. That one was 86, and Trevor, I'm sure, looked around and noticed it somewhere in the stadium where that radar gun is.
You get the feeling some managers and pitching coaches would prefer that they didn't know, that they didn't even post those readings, because some pitchers over the years have become so enthralled and infatuated with their own philosophy, they look to beat their last pitch if it's going to be another fastball, and it gets to where it can be problematic if you start overthrowing and spending too much attention on things that aren't all that relevant.
Hay is certainly someone that dives into the numbers, actually created his own analytics for himself. 1-2. Gregorius, it's a line drive, right side. Guillorme in the shift, dives to knock it down. From his knees, throws to it first, but no chance to get Gregorius. Good effort by Guillorme.
That happens. Hit it right into the shift.
That ball. Now he's kind of
They were
grabbing at his
playing a
left arm
little bit too deep, so just, almost an impossible play to make.
Really didn't have much of a chance.
So we still got 2 outs with Gene Segura coming up in the man
Probably didn't even need to
first.
throw the ball, frankly.
So it's a 2-out hit for Gregorius. So the batter will be Segura. May said he came up with his own
ground
formula
ball.
on how to
Nice
track
and easy.
his own stats.
Out of the 7th. There we go,
He
guys.
goes through for every game and every season to see how he does compared to past years and past performances. Pitch to Segura, grounded toward third. Escobar reaching to his left to snag it, throw to second for the force out to end the inning. So whatever May's formula is, he'll get high marks for this one as he works a scoreless bottom of the 7th. 1 hit, 1 left. We'll go to the 8th. 4-0 Mets.
All right, guys,
on the
here we go.
WCBS.
Going to the top of the 8th. Mets again. 7 scoreless innings for Mets pitching tonight. Walker, Peterson, May. So far, so good, guys. Really looking good right now for the Mets. Let's see if the Mets can. We got Escobar, Davis, and Kana coming up. So let's hope that the Mets let's get some more insurance ones. Why not? The pitching performance has been excellent. It hasn't even been easy. Hasn't even been so much difficult. They just been absolutely nasty. Peterson gave up a few hits, a few walks, but got out of jams when he needed to. Walker was really good for 2 innings until he had shoulder irritation that knocked him out of the game. Trevor May came in for the 7th and gave up 1 hit, but took care of business in the 7th. It looks like Joel Rodriguez is going to be in the 8th inning, so Lugo is probably going to be a closer for tonight if needed. But hey, listen, Mets score a couple more runs, we can save our bullpen for the next 2 days, and it'll be perfect for us because not only do you have Peterson basically saved our bullpen today, pitching 4 innings. If Peterson struggled, now we have to go deep in our bullpen. Now, hopefully, it goes smoothly. Joely Rodriguez, Lugo. Now you have basically your entire bullpen besides Peterson tomorrow and Wednesday for your 2 main guys, right? McGill and Scherzer. That's perfectly. This is perfect. Actually, this is the way it should be. God, you know how it is all the time. You know how it is all the time. Any fan base. That's how it is. Philly fans always talk a lot of crap. But you know what? It is what it is. You know what? They're guys, Jonathan's a pretty cool Phillies fan. I don't know him a lot, but he seems like a pretty cool guy. Not a guy that overstates things. He's at the game, so I doubt he would stay alive in the chat. So, but again, yeah, that's what fans do. They stay quiet. They're just like Yankee fans, honestly. Yeah, Lane, I can't wait. I'm going Friday and Saturday. I'm ready to go. Let's win this series and get back and get home with 6-2 record. I'll take it. So here we go, guys. The game back on.
And it's 2-0. Alec Bohm, the third baseman, is even with a bag, and 3 infielders are to the right of second base against this switch hitter, batting left-handed. Nearly a couple of steps the other way in center, and the 2-0 fastball down the middle for a called strike, 2-1. 96 miles an hour on that fastball from Dominguez. He can get it up just about to 100. Several years ago, he looked like a closer in the making as he had some saves for the Phillies, and it just continued to be an issue for them, meaning the bullpen. His Tommy John surgery came at a bad time. The 2-1 swung out and missed, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Didn't pitch at all in the COVID season of 2020. Last year, he got into only 1 game. And you know how bad the Phillies bullpen was those last couple of years. ERA of over 7 2 years ago.
Okay, yeah, Christian, I got a nice little
2-2 pitch.
3/4 zip hoodie / jacket, Mets jacket, and another hat.
Last year, the bullpen
All right,
struggled
Escobar
again, to be
takes a
sure,
leadoff walk. Here we go.
as did their defense. And really, that's been part of the Phillies' undoing tonight, their defense, but it really falls on the shoulders of just one man. Alec Bohm has made all 3 errors. Payoff pitch. High ball 4. He went with a fastball, missed up and away, and Escobar draws a leadoff walk.
Yeah, Arthur, they're all around
the
just professional players on this lineup, and that's why I like it so much. And its rotation and its roster in general.
Who was outstanding.
All right, so leadoff walk by Escobar. J.D. Davis
made it look easy. Following the speed limit can be easy too. Vision Zero reminds you that speeding ruins lives, so slow down. JD's been aboard twice. He walked his first time, then singled, and then later struck out. Mets 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors.
What's
the
up,
Phillies, no runs, 4 hits, 3 errors, all by Bohm. First pitch to Davis, swing and a miss at a fastball. 0-1. Sir Anthony Dominguez, a hard thrower, as we mentioned, but he's a slender kid. He's listed at 6'1", 185 pounds. He brings it.
J.D. Davis is into a double play.
He's recovering from that elbow surgery. Here's the 0-1. Swinging a bouncing ball to short, charging Gregoria, shovels to second, 1, Segura to first, double play. 6-4-3. Dominguez gets the ground ball, turns 2 outs. We'll pause for station ID on the WCBS Mets Radio Network.
I don't think he He faked an
New
injury.
York's award-winning station for breaking news. WCBS.
So it's 2 outs, the top of the 8th. You got Mark Hanna up at the plate. With 2 outs. Mets lead 4-0.
Howie Rose, Wayne Rendazzo with you at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. It's the Mets 4, the Phillies nothing. Mark Hanna, 1 out of 3. That's going to just ruin his on-base percentage. Will be the batter. I mean, he's 8 out of 13 to start this season. First pitch on the way to the right-hand batter. A fastball low outside for ball. Pardon me, check that. He calls it a strike. Does home plate umpire Ryan Blakeney.
Yeah, Terry, that's what the Mets done in the last 4 games, including today. They just continue to work the counts, make the pitches work extremely hard. And you know what?
The infield setback.
The team, the lineup needs to do that because they're not a big power team. They got to manufacture runs. They got to make these pitchers work the counts. That's how they do it.
Sir Anthony, if it weren't for seeing it on TV with Sir Anthony Hopkins.
I guess. I mean, on the surface, it makes some sense. I don't know how big Sir Anthony was in the Dominican Republic, but hey, movies are for everyone. The 1-1, want to check the swing at first. He went around, going to first base ump, crew chief Marvin Hudson, and it's 1-2. The video board implores the crowd to make some noise. Fans obedient at this fleeting moment. 1-2, the count to Cannon. Pitch, way outside. A fastball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Phillies have been bailed out by their
so it's a
bullpen.
quick inning for the Mets there.
Only able to go 2 2/3 innings. Nelson allowed just 1 run.
All right, guys, so we're going to the bottom of the 8th. Mets still lead 4-0.
2-2 pitch. Fastball on the inside corner. Strike 3 called. Side retired. No runs, no hits, a walk, nobody left. Middle of the 8th. Mets 4, Phillies nothing on the WCBS Mets Radio Network. Driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
How would your dog spend $1 million? Well, Scout here is renovating his doghouse. He's putting on an addition.
All right, guys, so we're going to the bottom of the 8th. Mets lead 4-0. It looks like Joel Rodriguez is coming in for the Mets for the 8th. Setting up for Seth Lugo to come in the 9th, most likely. We'll see. Just have to wait and see what else the Mets can do pitching-wise that can shut down this Phillies lineup. Right now, the Phillies have 8-9-1. Bohm, Verlander, and Schwarber. So again, in the 8th and the 9th, you're gonna have the big time names in this lineup. The Mets gotta close it out against this this tough lineup. You know, it's gonna be a little tough. Let's hope Joely Rodriguez can get the job done. 1, 2, 3. You know, he's got 8-9-1. You know, putting the lefty on the mound. I'm assuming you're gonna put it on for Joely Rodriguez can pitch to both lefties and righties pretty well. He's a solid pitcher, so we'll see. So once again, guys, to recap the Mets pitching, 3 pitchers: Walker, Peterson, May, all scoreless innings. Taijuan Walker pitched 2 innings, came out of the game with shoulder irritation. Then Peterson came in for 4 scoreless innings, pitched very well, and then Trevor May shut down in the 7th. And going to the bottom of the 8th right now, Mets leading 4-0. And it looks like Joely Rodriguez, if I'm not mistaken, he was warming up. I don't know if the Mets, they didn't show the bullpen again. So I'm just waiting to see who's in the game right now for the Mets. Oh, they're leaving Trevor May in. Interesting. That's a little interesting. I'm guessing they're saving Joely Rodriguez for Kyle Schwarber and Hopper. I wouldn't be surprised if May gets out of this. You'll see Joely Rodriguez in the 9th for Hopper and Schwarber. Or Schwarber, or Hopper at least. But we'll see. Oh, sorry. Game day, guys. Sorry about that. So May's struggling a little wild here. Yeah, exactly, John. No Trevor Williams. So 3-0 count to Bohm. Oh, sorry, guys. The radio call.
Phillies beat writers have seen that and will likely ask Alec about it afterward.
Salivating. The 3-1 foul back to the screen, a full count. And the defensive struggles for Bohm transcend this game.
It's possible he said these plays. It wasn't ground ball after all.
I suppose it's possible.
May start him off with a walk.
Possible Sir Anthony Dominguez was named after Sir Anthony Hopkins, too. Who knows? 3-2 the count. Anything's possible. Infield overshifted to the left. The payoff pitch is upstairs, ball 4. And May, with a 4-run lead, has walked the leadoff man. So Bohm has been aboard all 3 times, 2 walks and a double. Matt Vierling is due up. Looks like the Phillies are going to make a move here, and the question is, will Joe Girardi? The Phillies are going with Johan.
All right, so they're checking out May with the trainer right now.
Showalter's going out to the mound with trainer Joe Golia and pitching coach Jeremy Hefner, and now something might be up with May.
Yeah, May's coming out of the game.
I told you that it was unusual for May to be out there for a
That's
second.
not good.
At least as a Met, he had never done it before. He did it a bunch in Minnesota, but he really hadn't pitched a 2-inning appearance since 2019. So,
well, after the pitch that he threw for ball 4 to Bohm, he kind of spun around.
All right, so now Joey Rodriguez is
although
coming
from
in.
up here, it looked like it just might have been in frustration over missing the strike zone. Pretty good angle on a replay I just saw showed that May clearly winced. So something did tug, pull, or bother him after delivering that pitch to Alec Bohm. And now Joely Rodriguez will come out of the Mets bullpen with the Mets leading 4-0.
All right, guys. So May came out with a apparent injury. We don't know what it is. He winced a little bit when he threw the last pitch for ball 4. Hopefully it's not too serious, but that'll be a big loss if you lose May in the bullpen. You know, we have a couple of guys in the minors that can easily fill in. Alex Claudio, the lefty, as well. Could they use? I forgot the right-hander name. He pitched really well in spring. He's an option out of the bullpen too. But not good. We had Taiwan Walker with his shoulder irritation. I don't know, something with the arm with Trevor May is coming out of the game now, so that's not good. But let's hope it's none of those two are serious, and the Mets can still pull out this win. He gave up a leadoff walk, and it looks like Yohan Camargo is going to come into the game to pinch hit for Verlin as the number 9 hitter, but we'll see. Lane, I don't know if they'll call up Lee. I don't think it's the problem with position players. The problem right now is pitching. Yeah, Valerie, but you got to deal with the elements. Unfortunately, that's what you have to do. You can't play every game indoors. So.
When you have joint pain, you need a physician who eats, sleeps, and breathes joints.
But hopefully Trevor May's okay. Slowly dropping like flies. It's not a good sign. Not 5 games into the season. All right, so Joely Rodriguez is coming in, pitching in and in the third with 2 strikeouts. His first appearance against Washington on Saturday. So we'll see if Joely Rodriguez can get some things done here. So they're showing a replay of Trevor May. Yeah, that didn't look good. He looked like he was very much in pain throwing that last pitch. So, all right, let's see if Joely Rodriguez can take care of business here in the bottom of the 8th.
Round out, so Rodriguez will make his second appearance for the Mets, who lead 4-0. And he's going to face Johan Camargo, a pinch hitter for Matt Verling, and due up behind Camargo, Kyle Schwarber, and JT Realmuto. Scoreboard update is brought to you by Food Bazaar, feeding your way of life. Visit foodbazaar.com for
All right, so they're setting up now. Camargo's coming to the plate.
Toronto leading the Yankees 3-0. Going to the bottom of the 7th at Yankee Stadium. George Springer's driven in all 3. 2-run homer, RBI double. Alek Manoah allowing only 1 hit through 6 innings. Minnesota 1, Seattle 5, bottom 5 in Minnesota. Javi Baez, a 2-run homer, is first for the Tigers. They beat the Red Sox 3-1 in Detroit.
Yeah, Mike, it looked like that.
So
but
here's
I think
Camargo,
he was pointing at his shoulder,
Brave,
but I could be wrong.
Batting right-handed, he takes outside for ball 1. Mentioned that Camargo saw some time over the weekend in the series with the Oakland A's, where the Phillies wound up taking 2 of the 3 games. Camargo went 1 for 2. Now the pitch by Rodriguez on the outside corner, a changeup. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. And that's the pitch that Buck Showalter said was particularly impressive in Washington the other night, coming out of the hand of Rodriguez. Never been a classic lefty-lefty guy anyway, although he did get Monsoto, as we mentioned. 1-1. Go outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. And once start putting people on here, they did by walking Bohm. Now it's 2-1 to Camargo, and then you just know that those guys in the first half of the Phillies batting order are going to break out. They have struggled to a man over their
Not
first
what we
4
want to
games,
see right now.
but they're due.
Can't blow this
The
4-run
2-1,
lead.
looped in the air, shallow right. That'll fall for a base hit. Bohm hits second. He'll go to third easily as Marte flips into Alonso. And the Phillies have runners at the corners. Nobody out. And Schwarber and Realmuto and Harper.
This is what we were trying to avoid. Guys on base for Schwarber.
This is where it's going to get to be a battle for Joely Rodriguez or any other Mets pitcher, because if nothing else, then the trends, however good they might look for the Mets, given the struggles of these upcoming Phillies hitters, it's just not going to last. Those first 4, Schwarber, Realmuto, Harper, and Castellanos, including tonight, when they are 1 for 11, are a combined 7 for 53. But you know, if you've been paying attention, what Schwarber's done to the Mets. Tonight, a different story, though. He has struck out all 3 times he's been to the plate. Mets will
so we
gladly
got to
trade
bear
a run
down
for
here.
2
We got to
outs.
get this
The
done.
infield back, the outfield deep, straight up. First pitch. Fastball missed inside. Ball 1. Washington leading Atlanta 5-1 in the bottom of the 5th. So the Phillies stirring here. They had first and second, 1 out of the 3rd inning. Peterson got out of it. Want to know the count? Here's the pitch to Schwarber. Fouled straight back. He had a pretty good cut at a 92-mile-an-hour sinker from Joely Rodriguez. Hope to see you at Citi Field when the Mets take on the San Francisco Giants next week, Monday through Thursday, the 18th through the 21st. Thursday will be a day game. To purchase tickets, visit Mets.com/tickets.
Michael, I don't say they scored 4 runs. That should be more than enough to win games for a pitching staff.
Fastball missed inside, ball 2. JT
Yeah, we had a couple opportunities here and there, but for sure.
One thing that's been pretty consistent
Nice
about
pitch.
Schwarber in his career, he has struggled against
Not really with
left-handers.
Showalter.
Joely Rodriguez, though, needs to get it over the plate.
He's working. He's seeing how he's going to use his guys. Remember, he's a new manager. He's got to see how these guys pitch and how they work. How can they go 2 innings? He's feeling them out right now. He don't know all these guys out there yet. So he's trying to get used to it. Early on, you have to do that.
Realmuto on deck is a right-handed hitter. And then you've got
ground
the
ball,
left-handed
did he double play?
Bryce Harper. A couple of right-handed power hitters.
No.
Nobody
All
throwing
right,
in
so
the
we
Mets
got 1
bullpen
out.
at the moment.
They scored a run.
This is the second of the required.
That's okay.
3
I'll
years for
take that.
Rodriguez to face. 2-2 pitch.
Too soft for a
Swinging
double
a
play.
bouncing ball to second. Guillorme waits on it, throws to second, force play, throw to first, not in time to get Schwarber, and a run scores as Bohm comes home from third on the fielder's choice, which puts the Phillies on the scoreboard for the first time tonight. And the Mets lead is cut to 4-1 with 1 out, and now a runner on first here in the 8th inning.
Mets were hoping for a double play ball on one of those Joely Rodriguez sinkers down and into Schwarber. The only problem was that Schwarber hit it
All right,
too
that's a
softly.
decent start. I could take that.
Two. They do take at least one out as the run scores for the Phillies.
Fielder's choice, 4-6, the put out on Camargo at second base. So the number 2 hitter, JT Realmuto, will be the batter, and he's 0 for 3. He's 1 for 12 to start the season. Schwarber 2 for 14.
So
Harper
the Phillies got
deck.
on the board 4-1 Mets.
4-1 New York. Rodriguez deals down and in with a sinker. 1 ball and no strikes. Realmuto is grounded to third, flied to right, grounded to second. He was banged up. A couple of different injuries last year did JT Realmuto, and that's cautionary tale. Start talking about catchers. The 1-0 taken outside, a changeup, 2-0. Realmuto now is 31 years of age, and when you get a lot of those catching miles on your tires, and you're a good offensive
Rodriguez is
player,
getting behind a few
Realmuto
batters.
is,
See, I don't like that.
when that offense can start to
You don't want to
slacken
put
off a bit.
another runner on
He
here
also has
because
good
then
speed.
tying run
particularly
comes
for a
at the plate
catcher.
for Harper.
The 2-0 taken for a called strike. The changeup. It's 2-1.
Seth Lugo is warming up in the Mets bullpen in case this inning gets down to Castellanos.
If it does, I think the idea would be
So
to get
nice
a
pitch by
4-out
Joey
save
Rodriguez. Got 2-2
from
count on
Seth
Euro
Lugo.
Muto.
He would certainly appear to be the guy to close tonight. The absence of Edwin Diaz for one more. 2-1 pitch. That's a called strike to sinker. And it's 2-2 to Realmuto. Edwin Diaz, in case you weren't aware, is back in Puerto Rico attending the funeral of his grandfather. He is on
Can't
the
put this
bereavement
runner
list.
on here.
Mandates 3 days off the roster, and let's expect them back tomorrow. 2-2 pitch. In the dirt, bounds to the left of McCann, but holding on at first
Can't
is
put a
Schwarber.
runner on here.
So 3-2 the count with Bryce Harper on deck. Certainly would not expect that they would send the runner Schwarber here. Of course, what the Phillies want to do at a bare minimum is stay out of the double play. And if they don't run him, that makes them a little more vulnerable to that. But
They must have just hit a
you
2-run
would
homer.
not want to run him.
Damn it.
Is that you want to get that bat into the hands of Bryce Harper, who's on deck. So 3-2, Schwarber not running, and the payoff pitch hit deep to left field. Forget it. This ball is long gone, deep into the lower left field stands, well to the right of the 334 mark. A long home run for JT Realmuto. His first home run, his first 2 runs batted in of the year. They say it's a 410-foot homer, and now this is a 1-run game. The Mets lead is cut to 4-3.
That's been a huge issue for Joely Rodriguez to get right-handers out. Righties hit .339 against him last year. This pitch was right out over the heart of the plate. JT Realmuto out in front of it a little bit, but still got a lot of it. And
So
punched it
keeping
out for a
Joey
long
Rodriguez
home
in
run.
for
Now
Harper
this
now.
changes everything about the complexion of this game. Mets 4, Phillies 3. Harper the tying man. Castellanos on deck, the potential go-ahead run. They're
Yeah,
both
I don't think it
solid
was,
power
with
hitters.
Castro wouldn't be in this game
Harper 0
anyway.
for 2 with a walk. He has struck out
again,
twice. Left-hand batter.
It was just a bad
First
selection of
pitch.
pitches.
Swinging a bouncing ball along the first baseline, a foul
you know,
ball.
leaving a
Left by
hanger
Alonso.
slider
And the
right there
count
wasn't good.
0-1. So you would imagine this will be the last batter for Rodriguez to face. And if
All right, we still got a 1-run lead, guys. We got to get out of the inning. Let's
it may
go.
well be that the Mets will ask Seth Lugo to get 5 outs. The chant from the fans at Citizens Bank Park is MVP. That is what Harper has
Yeah, I
been
wasn't
twice,
expecting Realmuto to
including
hit a home run
last
there.
year.
But you know what? The
0-1.
pitch selection was a little odd.
Rodriguez to the
But
belt.
leaving a
Here's the pitch.
slider,
Swing and a miss at a sinker. And the
leaving a
count
slider
0-2.
over the plate like that, I wouldn't
Yes,
thrown a
this is one
slider
of those
3-2. I would have gone
confrontations
fastball
where
up
a
and in.
pitcher knows this is it. The odds of him facing Castellanos.
All right, so
the
we struck out
on-deck
Harper.
hitter,
So we still got the
extremely
lead,
slim.
guys.
It's only 17 pitches thrown anyway, but Rodriguez can air it all out here against Harper. 0-2 the count. His pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Got him with a fastball.
All right, guys. So look what we didn't get out of the inning, but we got Schwarber out. I mean, like I said, guys, it's not the end of the world. They're putting in Lugo now.
Rodriguez strikes out Harper.
Again, Joey Rodriguez is not a guy. You can get a little upset about with Buck with this because Jolie Rodriguez is not a guy who can get right-handers out that much. He's not very good with right-handers. He's a lefty specialist. Shreve, on the other hand, is a guy who can pitch to both lefties and righties. So, again, it's nice to see. Look, Jolie came right back and struck out Harper. So that's I like to see that comeback for Jolie. But, again, guys, it was just a bad selection of pitches. He left the hanger slider over the plate, and Realmuto crushed it. It happens. But, again, guys, you still got a 1-run lead. We got 2 outs. We have Nick Castellanos up with Seth Lugo coming in the game. So we'll see what's going to happen with that.
Switching to Sloman's is easy when you call 1-800-ALARM. Call today and your home security system will be smarter, better, and more affordable than ever. Get a free security system and home monitoring for less than $1 per day at 1-800-ALARM-ME.
It's all right, guys. We still got the lead. We just got to keep it going. And then I'm assuming Lugo's going to come out for the 9th as well. As he go to get 4 outs from him. So I'm just looking at my scorecard really quick, guys. Give me a second. Just looking at something really quick. So Seth Lugo coming into the game. All right, guys. So here we go. Radio callback.
Lead. Whittled down to one skinny run.
All right, we got to rely on Lugo right now, guys. He's going to pitch this inning and probably the 9th, too.
And Seth Lugo will be the batter, or will be the new pitcher for the Mets, who had some elbow surgery before last season, missed the first couple of months. He's reporting that he feels better now than he has in the last 3 years. Well, better. He's in a hot spot right here. This is going to face Nick Castellanos. You can keep cool with a Daikin air conditioning system.
All right, so this is a big
today.
At bat for Lugo right now. We got to get it done right here.
Multi-inning guy since they moved you to the bullpen. Can you go as many as 3 days in a row? And he said, "Man, well," he kind of hesitated and said, "You know what?
Exactly. And Lugo, we
go
trust.
3 games in a row if there's a day off in there, but 3 in a row might
Come
be
on,
a
guys,
little
let's go.
much."
Still got the lead here.
Pitching to Nick Castellanos.
We knew we weren't going to stop this lineup from scoring runs. You just have to keep them at bay as much as you can. That's what you have to expect.
Been a few days since Lugo pitched. He's had the last 2 days off after pitching a scoreless inning.
Unconscious, exactly. I mean, about 25 other teams in the league at the least worry about their bullpen coming in.
The 0-1.
But we got Lugo on the mound right now. Let's see if we can get it done.
Count 1 ball and 1 strike.
Come on, Seth.
1 for 3. Mets 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors. The Phillies 3 runs, 6 hits, 3 errors. 3 Mets infielders to the left of second. Guillorme closest to the bag. And now Lugo wants a fresh set of signs. Or at the very least, he's just going to wait for Castellanos, who stepped off. Or some fresh punches on the elbow or the wrist pad. One pitch fouled off to the right and out of play. Downstairs, count 1 and 2. Pitch com. That's the way they're communicating now.
All right, let's see. Come on, Seth.
Audibly, pitcher gets the
Seth
sign.
Lugo threw a high fastball on.
And there they go.
He turned on that one. He just missed it.
First base side of the rubber. The outfield
yeah, Familia might come in. It might be all right.
Castellanos swung on and fouled back to the screen, and he took a big cut at a 97-mile-an-hour fastball from Lugo. Lugo coming in, answering call to the bullpen, brought to you by the New York Lottery. Newest scratch-off games are on sale now. Try your luck today, and you could bring home a win.
Oof.
It's clinging to a 1-run lead. It was 4-0 when we started the bottom of the 8th. No word yet on Trevor May, and specifically why he left the game. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Castellanos lays off a slider. He starts his hands, but clearly did not go around. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lugo finishing out his contract this year. He'll be eligible for free agency.
3-2 count coming to Castellanos.
33
Lane,
years of
Edwin
age
Diaz
in
is not
November.
here. He's going to be coming back
For
tomorrow.
a big year to get a nice deal. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball of the dirt, full count. It was the curveball, which was the first pitch that really caught your eyes when Seth Lugo came up to the big leagues and helped save the Mets season in 2016.
Hey, AJ, what's up?
That
Thank
was
you
a
so much, guys,
starter,
for coming in.
which is
And he
still
just
his
walked
preferred role.
Castellanos.
The Mets continue to use him out of the bullpen. He has closed for them in the past. He's being asked
Everybody
to close
from the
tonight.
AJ Show, what's up, guys?
Here's the payoff pitch to Castellanos.
Thank you guys for tuning in.
Outside ball
Appreciate
four.
it.
He went with a slider on 3-2. And that means the go-ahead run will come to the plate in the person of Rhys Hoskins, the guy who has done damage to the Mets before. Hoskins tonight is
Yo, where were you Philly fans when we were winning 4-0? Come on. I don't like that one bit, guys.
Boy, if anything drives you a little crazy, it's relievers walking those first batters when they come out of the bullpen. Here, Lugo, by putting Castellanos on, has put the tying run.
Butterfly, I know. I do have mods.
Hoskins, 14 homers in 67 games against the Mets.
All right, guys, so we got
Right
2
hand
outs,
into the
4-3
first
Mets.
pitch. Swing and a foul
Bottom of
back
the
to
8th.
screen. I'll tell you, he
Seth Lugo just
and
walked his first guy in there.
Castellanos taking some huge cuts. Foul balls back. Brad Hand, a lefty, getting ready in the Phillies bullpen. And was with the Mets last year.
Yo, where were all you Phillies fans when you're losing 4-0?
The year after the
You can't come in here and talk shit now, and then you're losing 4-0. Come on.
0-1 the count, 4-3 New York. 2 out in the last of the 8th inning.
Yeah, I know. I
Castellanos
saw
held
it.
on at
I'm
first
blocking
by
him.
Alonso.
Don't worry.
Short lead. The pitch way outside. Ball 2. So the slider misses. Gregorius on deck. And then the lethal Gene Segura behind him.
Looking like a
As
tie
far
game,
as
guys.
his career against the Mets has gone. It would behoove Lugo to take care of Hoskins right here, right now. 1-1 the count. Here's the pitch.
Damn.
Hit hard towards third, base hit, going down the left field line, headed towards the corner. Castellanos on his way to third, kind of up with it. They're going to wave him home. Lindor's relay throw to the plate is not in time. Might have even hit the runner. The Phillies have tied the game. Lugo backs up to play the ricochet, and down
That's
the
not good,
second with
guys.
the game-tying hit is Rhys Hoskins. A double for Hoskins. 4-run in the bottom of the 8th inning, and the Phillies have tied it 4-4.
Well,
For the second straight day, the 8th inning is a mess for the Mets. They allowed 3 runs in the 8th against Washington yesterday. It's a 4 spot for the Phillies here in the bottom of the 8th tonight against 3 different Mets pitchers. Hoskins hit that ball in the perfect spot for the Phillies because Canna was pulled over toward left center. Canna ran a long way to go get that ball to try to keep Castellanos from scoring, but the relays were just too late, and Castellanos doesn't have great speed.
tie game,
Made it
guys.
all
Here
the
we
way
go.
around from first to score the tying run.
As we mentioned, you were going to keep those big boys. First half of that Phillies lineup in check for long. And so now here's Gregorius,
Yeah.
left-hand batter. First pitch.
2 games in a row. The 8th inning
fastball,
killed the
balls
Mets,
right,
the bullpen.
0-1. So now Hoskins, the go-ahead man at second, with 2 men away. The outfield straightaway against
What are you saying,
Gregorius,
Pete?
who's 1 for 3. Didi Gregorius, it's just about 300 for his career against the Mets. 3 infielders to the right of second now. Door the shortstop, closest to the bag. Hoskins able to get a pretty good sized lead, though. Lugo stepped off momentarily. Now back up onto the first base side of the rubber. Takes a look out at Hoskins at second. The pitch to Gregorius. Swinging a bouncing ball along the first baseline. Foul. It went past the diving Pete Alonso, but clearly a foul ball. And it is 0-2.
Yeah, Jason, I agree. But
Gregorius.
this is the first game they
Mets'
the second
best
game that they actually had
outfield
an
arm is
issue
now
in the
very
8th inning.
clearly in right field.
Again, I didn't like
Starting
Jolie Rodriguez
much better
coming
arm
back in
than
the
either
8th. It
Canna
didn't
or
make sense to
Nimmo.
me. You could have put Lugo in the 8th inning
With that
and then figure
full
out the 9th
mentality
inning after
come
that.
around third base. James McCann
Lugo's
is
a lot
close
better
to
starting
blocking
off an
the
inning.
plate. Look out. Rules or no rules. Block the plate without the ball. That's
Yeah, Chris, I agree. That's the biggest problem. The Mets had opportunities, but you know what? I didn't like what Buck Showalter leaving in Jolie Rodriguez here. Started him in the 1st, in the 8th inning.
Mets
Should have
had
put
their
Lugo in a
moments
clean inning.
emotionally
I
over
think
the
he does a
years.
lot better.
Remember Jacob Rain?
Lugo is
Hoskins
fine.
a
Right?
couple of years
Lugo's
ago.
really not good
Hoskins
coming in with
had a
runners
home run
in
against
like
him.
that. He's better in a
About an
clean
hour
inning.
and a half for him to get around the bases.
But he's a little wild right now. He's a little,
Very much in the
he
Mets'
hasn't pitched
sights
since
and vice
Friday,
versa.
so
He's the go-ahead man at second in a 4-4 game
I don't
now
know.
with
It's
2 out in the bottom of the 8th inning, and now
not
McCann
really
is
good
going to
right
go
now.
out and
But
check
again,
in
get out of
with
this inning
Lugo.
tied and let's go.
Francisco
Keep it
Lindor
going here.
wants to be part of that conversation as well. Hoskins playing to the crowd out at second base. Likes the idea that they're making some noise, not approving of the Mets slowing it down here.
AJ, it's all good, man.
Hoskins at second. They want to be especially certain that he's not privy to any signs. I mean, that's the whole idea of the pitch cam, or part of it anyway. So now Hoskins will start to measure his lead. Lindor drops back at the edge of the outfield grass, well to the right of second. Hoskins can get a pretty good lead here. 1-2 the count.
Damn it.
The pitch to Gregorius. Swinging a liner to right center field. That's a base hit, and the Phillies take the lead. Hoskins around third, scores easily. Gregorius digging for second. Nemo's throw is not in time. It's a double and a run batted in for Didi Gregorius. The Phillies have scored 5 times here in the bottom of the 8th inning and have taken a 5-4 lead over the Mets.
Now right down the middle, Didi Gregorius won't miss those. Drive to the gap in right center field. A 5-run inning for the Phillies has totally upended the Mets' night.
Yep, not looking good.
Jeremy Hefner, the Mets pitching coach, out at the mound.
Yeah, Lugo's a little off today.
3 batters. Remember, he came in after Rodriguez had struck out Bryce Harper. So the Mets had a 2-out, nobody on situation for him to work with, even though it was a 1-run game rather than the 4 that the Mets led by when we started the bottom of the 8th inning. But with 2 out, nobody on, I don't know.
Again, we talked about this.
Talk about it. It's uncanny when a reliever walks that first.
Well, we talked about this, Joe. A lot of Met fans did. We didn't do nothing much with the bullpen at all. And it didn't make sense. You know, you have a great starting rotation for the most part.
Doubles, put the Phillies on top. And now Gene Segura with Alec Boehm on deck. Segura hurts this team. The first pitch, taken low, ball 1. Gene Segura, .327 average with 10 home runs in his career in 62 games against the Mets coming in.
Yo, if you're a Philly fans in this stream and you were quiet for all 7 innings and then you're going to talk stuff when your team scores, are you really fans or are you just bandwagon fans when they're good? Come on. If you want to stay in this stream and your team's losing, you can't talk crap when your team finally comes back.
Peterson pitched great. He was in line to be given the win by the official scorer because Taijuan Walker, the starter, only lasted 2 innings. But
Agent, relax, buddy.
Will not happen now.
You guys have no bullpen and bad defense. It's a problem.
Now 1-1 the count. The pitch. Segura takes a fastball for a called strike. And it's 1-2.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't do no big names, you know. No, AJ, you're not being disrespectful.
They have 4 more here.
I'm just saying, you know, you guys in the early part of the stream, we're here having fun with us, you know, going back and forth, which is cool. But for 7 innings, you guys, we were talking about this in the stream. You guys nowhere to be found. You were quiet. You guys come in now when you guys start to score runs and take the lead. I mean, come on. I mean, that just shows you just fans who, when you're losing, you're quiet in your little corner, and then you come here after your team scores. It's like I said, I'd rather have you guys here talking crap during the game. You guys are losing. You guys got to take it too. You can't just give it. See, here comes the Philly fans. The Phillies were quiet for 7 innings. It's just typical. The Philly fans are similar to Yankee fans. They're quiet when their team's not doing well. As soon as they start doing well, they pop up out of nowhere. Thomas, I agree 100%. I think the Mets should have done a lot more with the bullpen. We talked about this all the time. That's the biggest problem with the Mets. We said, why wouldn't they do more in the bullpen? We talked about this. And then that's the problem. You bring in basically almost the same bullpen back who struggled last year. You add Jolie Rodriguez. Well, you didn't add Jolie Rodriguez. You traded Castro for Jolie Rodriguez. Again, I didn't like this bullpen going in. So the problem is, you got guys that didn't have good performances last year. Lugo was hurt last year, didn't pitch well. May wasn't good last year. We had good performances first 7 innings, and then things happen. DJ, we have seen this pitcher. Well, Darren, Seth Lugo's fine. It's just that I get bugs. So Lugo comes in again, you got to get the job done. Absolutely. But putting Seth Lugo, starting Jolie Rodriguez coming in the 8th inning didn't make no sense to me, honestly. Yeah, honestly, Dominic Smith's up right now, guys. So we're gonna see if the Mets can at least tie the game here. The radio call's gonna go back on. Ingot, go blow yourself. You can't come in now after you guys start winning. You weren't here all 7 innings. Now you're gonna come in and be crazy about this? Come on, it doesn't make sense. You know what that's called? Bandwagon fans.
The Phillies play it here, as they've got the former Met Jerry's Familia up in their bullpen now. Be an interesting
Steve, my plan is they shouldn't put Jolie Rodriguez starting off the game.
That's a fastball for a called strike.
That's the problem. There was no reason to put Jolie Rodriguez starting the next inning. You could have put Seth Lugo in a clean inning and see what you could have gave up the runs anyway. But this is 2 nights in a row. Buck Showalter did stupid things considering dealing with the bullpen at this point. 2 times in a row. Yesterday too, putting Trevor Williams in a 1-run lead. Trevor Williams makes no sense.
Here's the 1-1 from hand. Breaking ball outside. Ball 2. Tom Smith made his major league debut in this building for the New York Mets. And right now, they need him to find his way aboard.
Steve, all right, so Buck knows more than you too. But you can have opinions, Steve, right? I can block you, but I'm not going to block you because we're having a conversation. Buck Showalter, you're going to put Trevor Williams in a game. You have a 1-run lead in the 8th inning. You're going to put Trevor Williams, basically your last guy in your bullpen? Makes no sense. Jolie Rodriguez puts a decent 7, and then you put him in to start in the 8th inning. I mean, he's not a pitcher who can pitch to right-handers. No, Arthur, I'm not blaming Buck completely. The pitcher's got to get it done. It doesn't matter if it's April. Guess what? If you lose the division by 1 game, you're gonna go back to the April game. That's why.
Put it over the outside corner. Tom Smith caught looking, 1 man away.
Might have been just a tick off the plate outside. Close enough. And
April games just matter as much as September games. If you don't believe that, you're not a real baseball fan. That's the problem. Everybody's like, oh, it's only April. This game can haunt you in September. And Dominic Smith just struck out, guys. Burn what out? You're not burning nobody out. Seth Lugo hasn't pitched since Thursday. Since Friday. I mean, come on.
One of 3 errors Bohm made tonight. First pitch on the way.
Okay, Steve, if you know baseball, make a channel and talk. I don't understand. You don't know more baseball than me. Just because you're older than me don't mean you know more baseball.
The third baseman is right on that third base line. might not be able to get a peep between Camargo and the chalk on the third base side. He is that close to it, directly behind the bag and pretty deep.
No, real fans actually stake the
0-1
whole
the count.
time and take the beating
And
from other
delivers.
fans. That's how we do it.
Breaking ball
You don't come in when you
outside.
guys are winning
1-1 to
and then
McCann.
talk crap. It doesn't work
James
like that.
actually has a stolen base in this game, and that looked like it was going to be a pretty important one for the Mets because he would eventually score on a 2-out hit by Francisco Lindor to make it 4-0. But now it's 5-4 Philadelphia.
Yeah,
One out, nobody
Amir,
on top of
Willis
the ninth.
pitching tomorrow. I don't
Ready?
I don't know how many
Long set now. The 1-1 to McCann.
I don't know how many innings he's gonna go because he started spring a little late with that shoulder issue. But Wheeler is pitching tomorrow.
Brad Hand's been around. He came up
You don't
11
have a
years ago
bullpen.
with the Marlins.
You're worrying about Brad Hand and Familia. Be careful with that.
The then Indians, who are now, of course, the Guardians.
You're not gonna blow this. I can probably
Three
pretty sure
teams last year,
that
including
you're
the
not gonna
Mets.
blow this, ain't you?
2-1 the count. Oscar's
Michael,
way off
100%.
the line
The
at
pitchers
first.
need to get it done.
Camargo right on it at third. 2-1.
Absolutely, it's up to the pitchers to do it. But also, you have to put your pitches in the right spot as well.
And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
So it's a 2-2 count to McCann. How is it poison? It's just that you're the type of fan that is never negative, and that's the problem with Met fans. They're too positive.
Still not settled in the box.
If you want Steve, you can go to Wardy. He's the positive Met fan. The one that thinks that everything's all jolly and happy. It's not like that. You got to say it how it is. Clearly, Buck Showalter messed up leaving Jolie Rodriguez in the game. That's exactly what happened. McCann just tied the game. No, he did not. Pop up.
Back in again. Now, although Camargo stays on the line at 30.
Well, Steve, if you hate Wardy, who's too positive, you hate me, who's too negative, then there's nothing in between. Trust me.
Luziati settling under it, makes the one-hand catch. 2 men away, and the Mets are down to their last.
You know, just because somebody has an opinion does not mean that they don't know what they're talking about.
That if Nimmo gets on, then we'd see Jerry's Familia come in.
I mean, come on, guys. Honestly, you can't. Just because Buck is experienced and been a manager for a long time doesn't mean you can't question his moves. 2 times in a row, he made bad decisions when it comes to the bullpen. And on top of that, he didn't pitch it for Cano on yesterday's game. Come on.
Less than an hour ago, they led 4-0. Now they're down to their last out, trailing 5-4.
I understand people don't like to be negative about their team sometimes, but you got to say how it is. The Mets blew this game. The pitchers got to get the job done. But at the same time, you still have to get things done. You still have to put your guys in the right position. The Buck Showalter 2 nights in a row did not do that. You can say any pitcher has to get the job done, absolutely. But you also have to put your pitchers in the right position. And then no matter what, you can't blow a 4-0 lead. I don't care who's the runner.
And those who remain among the paid crowd of 22,317 are on their feet, trying to help Hand to the finish line. Margo has backed
we'll see. Yeah, Vince is cool.
Third. Continues to back up. Now Hand ready. Here's the 0-2 to Nimmo. Fastball outside.
Yeah, I think Rodriguez should have been out of the game after Schwarber.
Fans let you know, but clearly off the
You
plate.
can't. He's not a good
Nimmo, of course.
pitcher for right-handers. He's a lefty specialist, Rodriguez. That's the problem right there. You can't say that. Jolie's got to get it done. He's not good against right-handers. Last year he had a 350. Batters had 350 average for right-handers. It doesn't work. You can't leave him in there. If you wanted to put Lugo in earlier, you should have. But Lugo is much better in clean innings.
Hilarious fastball, evidently. So now the count even to Nimmo. Winds the bat around in his arms a couple of times.
All right, so the Mets just lost. Nimmo just struck out 5-4. Phillies with an awesome comeback. Like I said, guys, we talked about this before the game. If you keep their bats to help it, it would be working. These freaking guys, man, are ridiculous. But you know what? Like I said, guys, it was a tough game. The bullpen, 2 nights in a row, the Mets blew it in the 8th inning. So again, the Phillies didn't do nothing all game until the 8th inning, and they scored 5 runs. You know, you give a kudos to them, but at the same time, once again, Buck Showalter left a pitcher in that he shouldn't have left in. And again, it's the 5th game of the season. You're not going to go crazy, but you have a 4-0 lead. You gotta close it out. No matter who's in the game, you gotta close it out. So the Mets just lost 5-4 on a tough. Like I said, the pitching was good until the 8th inning. Again, Joely Rodriguez was pitching well, and then got into this he got a little wild, and then we need to put Lugo in with runners on, and then Lugo wasn't as sharp as he was the last 2 times he played, pitched in the game. So once again, guys, Mets lose 5-4 to the Phillies. Phillies are 3-1, Mets are 3-2. 8 hits for Phillies, 7 hits for the Mets, 3 errors basically by Bohm. But it was honestly, David Peterson looked good for the Mets. So at the same time, guys, the bullpen has to get it together. We have to find out about the injuries from Walker and May, and we will see the extent of it a little later on. So once again, guys, thank you guys for tuning in to another live stream for the Mets. Once again, guys, unfortunately, the Mets lost 2 in a row. They had a tough game today. They looked like they were gonna roll right into this win, but again, sometimes things happen. And 5th game of the season, but the Mets got to figure out this bullpen, and Buck Showalter got to be a little bit better working with this bullpen. Again, he's feeling out these guys right now. It's early on in the season. He's got to see what they got to say. We got to see how these guys are, but we'll see what they have to do. What they're gonna have to do. Work on this bullpen. Let's see if they're gonna. Hopefully, Walker and May is not too injured, and we'll see how it goes right now. But once again, guys, I really appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. We will see you. I will probably not going to do another stream during the Philly series. Maybe tomorrow, but I'm not sure, depending on work. But I'll let you guys know, obviously. But thanks again, guys. Once again, guys, Phillies win 5-4 on a nice comeback by the Phillies. They looked lifeless in the first 7 innings, but they came alive in the 8th inning, and that's what they got to do, right? Mets blew another one. 2 games in a row they blew, leading games. The Mets got to figure out ways to close out games. So once again, guys, I really appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. See you guys on the next stream, guys. Jonathan, your Phillies won. Like I said, we were talking about it earlier. You got to control the bats. And the Mets did it for 7 innings, and that was it. So once again, guys, have a good night. Mets lose 5-4. Phillies are 3-1. Mets are 3-2. Early on in the season. See you guys next time. Have a good night, guys. Let's go, Mets. Let's try to get that W tomorrow, guys. Have a good night.